Chaotic scenes enveloped everything. Bones shattered in an eerie purple smoke, signaling a terrifying catastrophe. Panicked warriors screamed hysterically, scattering as a brutal force descended. Countless bones and corpses were crushed under the feet of a colossal creature, darkness engulfing the battlefield. The colossal monster, with a patched-up body and sharp fangs, appeared, spreading terror, making a soldier exclaim that it was Terrace's devil. Amidst the ruins, a figure stood with his back turned, his aura soaring, fierce flames erupting behind him, and a slight smirk gracing his lips. The young man, Han Ji-hyuk, Terrace's devil, the champion of the Alliance, smirked, declaring that his efforts were entirely worth it. Archmage Terrace, who summoned him, sighed and asked why he always had to follow him into battle every time they fought. Han Ji-hyuk replied nonchalantly, saying that since Terrace had summoned him, he should stay and watch him fight, which made the old man's face pale. The young man's eyes flashed with anger. He reiterated that he had been dragged from his sleep and thrown into a meaningless war for 30 years. Terrace bowed his head, his face full of remorse, as Han Ji-hyuk asserted that he didn't care about the Alliance's great cause. Han Ji-hyuk coldly declared that enemies and Alliance members were all the same. The only reason he helped was because it was the fastest way to return to Earth. The young man looked directly at Terrace, ordering the old man to stop grumbling and behave himself. Suddenly, the colossal Demon King roared fiercely, its patched-up body covered in wounds, unleashing its final attack. A small figure stood atop the ruins, looking down at the fallen body of the Demon King, an expression of surprise on his face. Terrace and Han Ji-hyuk stood there. The old man congratulated him on defeating the Demon King, but Han Ji-hyuk looked bored. Han Ji-hyuk lamented that the battle ended too quickly, as he had prepared 4 more ultimate weapons that he hadn't even gotten to use, leaving Terrace stunned. The young man flashed a cunning smile, reminding Terrace that it was time to fulfill his promise. A glittering gold treasure appeared, and Han Ji-hyuk's delight was evident. He hugged a gold bar, bursting into satisfied laughter, calling them beautiful little things. Han Ji-hyuk excitedly declared that he would live a leisurely, enjoyable life after returning to Earth. Terrace called Han Ji-hyuk's name, asking if he wanted to leave immediately now that everything was ready. Han Ji-hyuk turned his back, saying there was no reason to delay, and Terrace wouldn't be happy if he stayed either, which seemed to surprise the old man. The young man waved his hand, urging Terrace to stop talking and send him back, and the old man reluctantly agreed. A vibrant purple mana crystal, surrounded by intricate magical symbols, floated in midair. Terrace explained that it had kept Han Ji-hyuk here and prevented him from aging for 30 years. Terrace continued to explain that when the crystal shattered, time would reverse, and Han Ji-hyuk would return to the moment he was summoned, and the young man listened intently. Han Ji-hyuk held the crystal, a slightly confused expression on his face, but still asked again, "Just break it, and it's done, right?" Terrace went on to explain that the crystal had reached its limit. Even a slight impact would be enough to shatter it. Han Ji-hyuk nodded, confirming he understood. The old mage also emphasized that he absolutely must not resist the causal reversal, but must accept it willingly. The young man smirked, an impatient look on his face, and replied, all right. With a self-satisfied smile, Han Ji-hyuk swung his weapon, preparing to end his 30-year journey through hell. A fierce burst of purple energy erupted as he decisively struck. The champion of the Alliance declared resolutely, "We've met, so let's call it even and never meet again." The crystal shattered. A dazzling purple light engulfed everything, sending him back to a dark space. After a moment of chaos, a familiar room gradually came into view. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes suddenly snapped open, gleaming with extreme astonishment. A radiant, satisfied smile spread across his lips. Han Ji-hyuk, still in his battle armor, spread his arms wide and cheered in the familiar room. "I'm back. Hoo-hoo." Now, he had changed into casual clothes, leisurely munching on chips, thinking about the first thing he wanted to do upon returning. He planned to buy fried kimchi and kimchi stew, enjoying the earth foods he had missed. The young man sat on the floor, sighing contentedly, realizing that now he only had money and time to slowly figure everything out. He decided to check the things he had brought back from the other world. Han Ji-hyuk reached into a blue spatial gate, full of confidence. But then, he pulled out a black mass of material, his eyes filled with confusion. The young man continued to pull, his expression growing more and more bewildered, wondering what was happening. Kneeling on the floor, Han Ji-hyuk clutched the pitch-black mass, utterly dumbfounded. A series of images flashed through his mind. Gold and silver treasures, an army of undead, his retirement fund, all had vanished, or were inexplicably distorted. Han Ji-hyuk clutched his head, screaming in despair. "Where am I?" He realized he had been brought to a place called Saron. In a memory, Han Ji-hyuk stood in the summoning circle, surrounded by Terrace and other mages, a bewildered expression on his face as he asked, "And now? Where is this?" Terrace, looking younger, calmly replied, "This is the continent of Saron." Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in horror, repeating the haunting question, "Where am I?" Sitting in a luxurious room, dressed in formal attire, Han Ji-hyuk clutched his head in extreme frustration, wondering why he had to sit here reading such nonsense after everything he had been through. In a fleeting memory, Archmage Terrace gave a mysterious smile, declaring, Today marks exactly 25 years. The young man Han Ji-hyuk suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorted with resentment. He screamed in pain. "I've waited for this day for so long, and you dare stab me in the back like this?" He sprang up from the sofa, screaming hysterically, clutching his head as if it would explode. "I can't retire without my retirement fund! You bastard Taros!" A brilliant blue energy surge suddenly tore through space, creating dazzling lightning bolts. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in astonishment, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. He stood stunned in his apartment, muttering in confusion. A mana wave? From Earth? Outside the window, daily life bustled on the urban streets. But then, a strange blue energy began to spread throughout the buildings and streets, disrupting the peace. The sky suddenly cracked open. A gaping black rift appeared, from which brilliant blue light rays shot out, accompanied by blood-red streaks. People began to flee in panic, a voice crying out in fear. What the hell is happening? Han Ji-hyuk also joined the panicked crowd, the sound of frantic screams echoing everywhere. Run! Run fast! His eyes suddenly flashed with a mix of confusion and anger. The entire city plunged into chaos, colossal winged creatures soaring in the sky, spreading terror. A gigantic dragon-like monster landed on the ground, growling menacingly, making everyone wonder, why is something like that appearing on Earth? Han Ji-hyuk gritted his teeth, yelling in fury. "Taros, you bastard! Where exactly have you sent me?" He rushed away, trying to escape the dangerous area before things got worse. A small child suddenly stumbled, bursting into sobs amidst the chaotic crowd. The colossal monster swooped down, opening its sharp fangs, ready to devour the terrified child. The boy's innocent face turned pale, his eyes filled with tears, only able to scream in despair. Han Ji-hyuk turned his head, his eyes suddenly catching sight of the child in danger. A surge of purple energy began to erupt from his hand. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes suddenly glowed brilliant blue, and he growled with killing intent. "Whatever these damn things are, if they dare touch my retirement fund, they'll pay dearly. Everyone, evacuate immediately." A monster's sharp claw lunged forward, but was blocked and repelled by a brilliant purple energy surge. Han Ji-hyuk, now clad in his battle attire, swung his glowing sword, decisively blocking the monster's attack. The warrior turned to the child, his voice full of concern. "Are you all right, kid? Hurry, evacuate now!" But then, Han Ji-hyuk returned to his usual appearance. He led the child away, leaving the boy with a confused gaze following him. The entire city was engulfed in chaotic combat, armored warriors rushing to eliminate the monsters, a commander's voice echoing, "Emergency response team, quickly suppress the monsters." What the hell is happening? A warrior in tactical armor, holding a glowing blue weapon, stood amidst the ruined urban landscape, with a colossal winged creature hovering in the sky. Two other warriors, one wielding a flaming bow and arrow, and the other a sharp staff, simultaneously launched attacks towards the unknown enemy. Another warrior, equipped with a blazing red shield adorned with intricate patterns, bravely blocked the shocking attack, creating a dazzling flash of light. Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst the desolate landscape, his eyes wide with astonishment and surprise as he watched the superpowered individuals on Earth. He thought to himself, they were almost identical to the people from the continent of Saron. The young man turned his back on the giant monster roaring in the sky, his face full of contemplation. A man in a business suit, wearing glasses, was warning someone while a fiery surge of energy erupted from his hand. Han Ji-hyuk looked straight ahead, a brilliant golden light shooting out behind him, where a winged creature was soaring. He witnessed a terrifying explosion, with fire and smoke billowing behind him. Han Ji-hyuk gave a mysterious smile, his face smudged with dirt amidst the ruins. A white-haired old man, Taros, appeared in an ethereal light, smiling and giving a thumbs up, declaring that he had kept his promise to Ji-hyuk. Han Ji-hyuk turned his back on the chaotic scene, his face clearly annoyed as he wondered what godforsaken place he had been sent to. He sat in front of a computer screen in a dark room, typing continuously, seemingly searching for information. Han Ji-hyuk stared at the screen, his eyes filled with tension and contemplation. After a few days of searching, he confirmed that this was indeed the Earth he once knew, but everything had completely changed. The biggest difference now was the appearance of gates, monsters, and those called Awakened. Since the gates appeared, some people had developed extraordinary abilities, known as Awakened, something Taros had babbled about regarding karma before he left Saron. But what bothered him most right now was that his luxurious retirement plan had gone up in smoke. Looking at his meager bank balance of 345,261, Han Ji-hyuk sighed heavily, wondering if he still had to worry about making a living at this age. Even though in his mind he was already a 60-year-old man, he frowned, his face contorted with reluctance at the thought of registering as an Awakened to earn money quickly. Han Ji-hyuk could use magic and let the skeletons handle everything if needed. But he still had another problem. The young man sat on a chair, looking at his phone, considering that it might be the best method, but he didn't know how people would react to his undead. Two men in lab coats, one wearing round glasses and the other with a goatee, both looked surprised by what they had just witnessed. Han Ji-hyuk stood among a group of scientists, while a glowing purple skeleton appeared beside him, drawing gasps of awe from those around. A man with a goatee holding a baseball bat confidently told Han Ji-hyuk that the next test was combat power. He challenged, "Just hit me!" The summoned skeleton raised its hand, ready to attack at its master's command. Han Ji-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp as he looked at the man holding the baseball bat, while dark energy still enveloped his body. The man in the white coat, holding a baseball bat, swung a powerful blow at the glowing giant skeleton. A series of small skulls rolled across the floor, indicating that the recent blow had shattered the target. The man in the white coat smirked and commented, "A bit weak, isn't it?" The man in glasses nodded in agreement. "Yes, it seems so." He declared that this level of testing was sufficient, then suggested they have a quick discussion in the meeting room. Han Ji-hyuk nodded slightly, activating enhanced hearing to eavesdrop on their conversation. He thought to himself, let's see what they say. From inside the closed meeting room, a voice echoed, evaluating his ability as novel and interesting, but also a bit lacking. The man in the white coat curled his lip, concluding that this summoning ability had low durability, poor combat performance, and despite being rare, was impractical. He finalized, "Let's rank it F." An ID card appeared, clearly displaying Han Ji-hyuk's name and an unfortunate F rank. Han Ji-hyuk gave a confident smile, declaring, "All right, time to make some money." A skeleton priest was using mana to imbue a skeleton with his will, controlling it to move as he pleased. However, human mental energy and mana are limited, so this method restricts the number of summons a mage can maintain. Therefore, I've devised another method. The skeleton priest whispered as he summoned an orc and several other skeletons. The orc growled, spitting out a stream of toxic green liquid. The poor skeleton was hit, its body beginning to melt in the green smoke. Han Ji-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, exclaiming in surprise, "What? It can attack like that?" He raised his hand. Brilliant purple magic circles appeared, and he commanded, "Then, green needle attack. Dodge 6 times." A series of magic circles spun around Han Ji-hyuk as he continued programming. If it fails, dodge 7 times. If that still doesn't work, block 11 times. If blocking 11 times is impossible, then attack 17 consecutive times. He called this his macro system. He explained that he had simply programmed algorithms into the undead creatures, allowing them to automatically react in specific situations according to the installed commands. This way, he didn't need to control them manually and could summon as many units as he wished. He decisively commanded, "Attack!" Han Ji-hyuk sighed in frustration. "I can't believe I have to go back to doing this." He compared this method to computer programming. He gave a humorous example. For instance, if the command is buy a carton of milk, and if there are eggs, take 6, then you'll end up buying 6 cartons of milk just because there are eggs. Han Ji-hyuk grimaced, admitting, initially, there were many errors due to conflicting commands, so it wasn't perfect. But on the continent of Suran, he had spent over 30 years perfecting his macro system. Han Ji-hyuk muttered angrily, "If I had them, I wouldn't have to deal with this mess." Taros, you bastard. He also thought that if he had those macros, he might have enough money for retirement by now. Han Ji-hyuk sighed, telling himself that complaining was useless. He decided, I should at least create a basic system for future convenience. He looked at his phone, realizing he had been hunting continuously for 4 hours. Blood was splattered all over the arena floor, and he decided, it's time to head back. A group of people was gathered, including 2 armored hunters, one asking, "Is that him?" The other replied curtly, "Yeah." Han Ji-hyuk strode calmly, 2 glowing skeletons hovering beside him, ignoring the whispers and gossip about his F rank and weak power. He glanced at a strange man with a wary look in his eyes. A burly man with his hair tied up, hands clasped, greeted Han Ji-hyuk with a bright smile. Hey, you're here." The vendor exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Han Ji-hyuk bring back a pile of defeated monsters along with some skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk calmly said, "You don't need to check, just calculate quickly." The vendor immediately agreed. Of course. The young man smiled contentedly upon hearing the total after-tax amount was 2 million won, then requested a transfer. His phone notified him that the money had been transferred, but Han Ji-hyuk still sighed, thinking that retirement was still a long way off. The vendor waved goodbye, hoping he would return again. Han Ji-hyuk muttered that it was better to have a low rank than to attract too much attention, and he just needed to survive the initial phase and then refine his macros. He overheard 2 men discussing that he had many summons, so he didn't need porters, and that hiring porters was too expensive. The armored man asked his comrade, "Then why don't you ask him to cooperate with you?" The gray-haired man replied that summoners usually don't cooperate because their fighting styles don't match. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly appeared behind them, startling the armored man, who turned around and asked, "Yes?" The gray-haired man quickly apologized, explaining that they were just chatting. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, asking directly, "Are you looking for porters?" He smiled meaningfully, making an attractive offer. The 2 men looked at each other in confusion, the armored man saying, "Actually, we were just about to hire someone." Han Ji-hyuk clasped his hands together, his eyes full of confidence. He offered them a free trial of his brand new porter service as part of a grand opening event. A massive fiery explosion erupted, accompanied by the remark, "What a genius!" Arrows whizzed, piercing the heads and bodies of the orcs, taking them down in an instant. A sharp blade swept across the screen, creating powerful slashes. The armored man stared in astonishment at a dead monster. Unable to believe his eyes, he picked up the monster's head, realizing the incredible convenience of this method. A woman wearing glasses and 2 men looked in surprise at a giant skeleton with a storage compartment on its back. Han Ji-hyuk proudly introduced, Introducing Skeleton Porter MK2. He explained that this was a product using bones as a porter, environmentally friendly, requiring no fuel, and never getting tired, though it still needed much refinement. Han Ji-hyuk gave a confident smile, proposing a price of 30,000 won per hour for the Skeleton Porter MK2, asserting that it could replace 3 porters. The woman in glasses and the 2 other hunters discussed in surprise, realizing that the price was only 1/3 of the usual cost and finding it quite reasonable. The young man laughed heartily, promising special discounts if they referred customers, making one hunter exclaim that he seemed more like a businessman than an awaken. Han Ji-hyuk merely smiled, secretly thinking that easy money was the true love. The scene shifts to a bustling market, where Han Ji-hyuk is leisurely drinking, surrounded by numerous Skeleton Porter MK2 second working tirelessly. An excited man orders 2 MK2 second, while a silver-haired female mage with sharp eyes observes everything. The silver-haired girl begins chanting a spell on a skeleton, her eyes filled with contemplation about Han Ji-hyuk's sudden appearance. To explain this, the story flashes back to the past, when Han Ji-hyuk was wandering through a gate to perfect the Skeleton Porter MK2's macro control system. He suddenly flinches, his eyes wide with vigilance as he senses something unusual. The 2 skeletons accompanying Han Ji-hyuk also raise their heads, looking ahead to where a dark shadow lies motionless on the cold ground, a faint scent of danger lingering in the air. Han Ji-hyuk frowns, realizing the person lying there is dead. He immediately orders the skeletons not to interfere, telling himself it's best to pretend not to see anything to avoid trouble. The young man turns and walks away, leaving the lonely corpse behind. He sighs deeply, wondering why he can't just mind his own business. Han Ji-hyuk then thinks about needing an additional part-timer, perhaps to watch the stall while he's busy. The scene shifts to another memory. A young girl with blonde hair slumped over, blood profusely flowing, silently asking why things turned out this way. An older woman and a young man stand next to each other, the older woman's voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry for relying on you so much." The young man turns to the girl, advising her not to overexert herself, and suggests he could also get another job if things get worse. The young girl forces a smile, asserting that she is an awakened one, so no one needs to worry. The girl's eyes flash with a strange blue light, and she tells herself she will earn money for her family, because that's better than dying in vain. Back in the dungeon, a weak hand reaches out, begging for help. The young blonde girl, covered in blood, lies prostrate on the ground, weakly uttering that the other person is truly filthy. A man with a scar on his face frowns in annoyance, coldly telling the girl to stop acting tough. The scarred man and his accomplice stand before the injured girl, the accomplice anxiously asking what to do now. The scarred man smirks, decisively replying that they should just leave her here. What else can be done? And the accomplice reluctantly agrees. The poor girl on the cold ground still tries to reach out, begging for her life as the backs of those who abandoned her gradually disappear. Weak pleas for help echo in the dark dungeon as an injured hand tries to reach up, watching the indifferent figures gradually fade away. The abandoners continue to walk away, letting the young girl's desperate pleas fade into the cold darkness. Then, a surge of purple energy erupts from that hand, accompanied by a voice full of disappointment. How disappointing to be betrayed by trash like them. In another moment, Han Ji-hyuk looks at the injured girl with a determined expression, offering, "All right, from now on, let's work together." It is Han Seo-ah, an F-rank awakened one who now becomes his zombie assistant. He points directly at her, confirming it is her. And so, a part-time assistant was born, helping Han Ji-hyuk's business soar, with money pouring. However, a nagging question remains in the mind of Teros's devil. How should I deal with those who killed Han Seo-ah? He ponders thoughtfully, taking a sip of coffee. After some deliberation, the champion of the alliance decides, "Never mind. Getting involved will only cause more trouble." He looks at a small skeleton beside him, suddenly realizing he's running out of skeleton manpower. He thinks to himself, this gate seems to have reached its limit. Should he leave Soa here and move to another gate? Han Ji-hyuk decides to observe a bit more before making a decision, then stands up and tells his assistant that he's going to the restroom and will be right back. The young man walks away leisurely, leaving Han Seo-ah alone with the stall. Meanwhile, another group of 3 stands nearby. The girl with her brown hair tied up in a bun sighs in exasperation. "Ugh, this is so annoying." She complains that everyone is using those skeletons, and no one hires porters anymore, then turns to ask Chansu, "Chansu, should we move to another gate?" The short-haired, brown-haired man next to her looks worried, quietly saying that this gate is the closest. The brown-haired girl suddenly gets an idea, suggesting they try to make a request, because the other person doesn't seem too bad. The short-haired, brown-haired man asks in surprise, while she boldly declares that they will ask them to limit the amount of goods a bit for business. Meanwhile, Han Soa still stands at the stall, thinking to herself that moving to another gate wouldn't solve the problem, as they still have a lot of goods. She takes a picture of a skeleton, worrying that it means they might soon expand to other nearby gates. A man with a backpack just arrived, along with the brown-haired girl and Chansu, all looking annoyed. How much longer will we be pushed around like this? The short-haired, brown-haired man unexpectedly looks at the man with the backpack, admitting that he has a point this time. Another man with freckles on his face, named Kim Yong-ji, appears with a friend. Kim Yong-gi points into the distance, realizing it's an F-rank awakened one, a summoner, but using all his summons as porters, which is truly baffling. The man with the backpack frantically asks Kim Yong-gi if he's crazy for trying to pick a fight with an awakened one. but he immediately denies it, saying he's not that foolish. Kim Young-ji smirks, confidently asking back, "But do you really think I'm doing this without a plan?" He continues to boast, declaring that he has awakened friends supporting him from behind, so others just need to follow him. Kim Young-ji grins triumphantly, adding, "This isn't a bad offer, is it? The man with the backpack and the brown-haired girl with her hair tied up? Look at him with astonished expressions." The man with the backpack frowns, thinking to himself that to compete with that person, they would have to work for meager wages. Better to find another job. He mutters that the other person broke the fair play rules first, but also tells himself that everything can still be resolved through negotiation. Chansu coldly replies that there's no guarantee negotiations will succeed, then apologizes to the man with the backpack and declares he will give Kim Young-gi a chance. Kim Young-ji turns and walks away, saying with a worried expression, "What are we going to do? All my friends are coming here." He turns his head back, sneers, and invites, "Anyway, if you change your mind, come join us. Your strength is something we can use, right?" Ha ha ha! The man with the backpack watches Kim Young-gi's retreating back, his expression still confused and annoyed, muttering, "Anyway, this still doesn't feel right at all." He worriedly thinks that the other person is in danger, wondering if he should secretly give Han Ji-hyuk a warning note. A building with a men's restroom sign appears, and he lets out a sound of surprise. He suddenly widens his eyes, his face full of surprise. Han Ji-hyuk unexpectedly appears from behind, flashing a meaningful smile, and asks directly, "Are you trying to warn me?" The man with the backpack jumps and turns around. Han Ji-hyuk steps closer, his sharp eyes looking at the man with the backpack, thinking to himself, "This guy, I quite like him." Han Ji-hyuk grins widely, saying loudly, "Oh, this guy is quite cute, isn't he?" The man with the backpack panics, stammering if he heard everything. Han Ji-hyuk nods in confirmation, his expression calm. "Yes, I heard everything." Han Ji-hyuk smirks, his eyes sharp, declaring, "I really hate those who try to set me up, you know?" He adds, "I was going to destroy everything, but..." He points at the man with the backpack, continuing, "What you said was quite cute, so I reconsidered." The man with the backpack looks at him in surprise. Han Ji-hyuk offers a charming smile, proposing, "Would you like to work part-time for me?" The man with the backpack asks in surprise, "Part-time?" Han Ji-hyuk explains that he was already planning to expand his business, and he promises to pay generously. The man with the backpack, with a radiant expression, excitedly says, "If we do it this way, I think all the other porters will come back." Han Ji-hyuk laughs loudly, confidently asserting, "Right? I've thought a lot about it, and this is the best plan." Suddenly, Kim Young-ji becomes serious, his eyes sharp, asking back, "But the other porters you're talking about, aren't they the ones who just left and said they'd crush me?" The man with the backpack forces a laugh, his expression clearly showing awkwardness. He hastily explains, "They haven't been doing much work lately, but they're not bad people." He asserts that he can convince them. Han Ji-hyuk muses, his gaze distant, saying, I usually don't forgive those who betray me." He continues, his tone slightly softer, "But I know what it feels like to have no money." He decides, "I'll give you all another chance because of you." The young man raises his index finger, instructing, "But keep the terms we discussed a secret and try to convince them." He adds, "If they trust you enough to come back, they should also show a little loyalty, right?" Finally, he asks, "So, what do you think? Can you do it?" The man with the backpack firmly replies, I can do it." Hurried footsteps echo on the deserted road, signaling a calculated encounter. Kim Young-gi confidently declares, "I've brought everyone here." The man with the backpack asks in surprise, "Oh, you're here?" Chansu looks at Kim Young-gi with a scrutinizing gaze, asking directly, "So this is what you planned?" Kim Young-ji, along with two other men, greets everyone with a smug smile. He is a low-level awaken. One of the group confidently remarks, "If it's Kim Young-ji's team, dealing with an F-rank guy will surely be a piece of cake." Kim Young-gi grins triumphantly, declaring, "All right, as you all know, today we're going to deal with that guy." He turned his back, boasting to the man with the backpack, "By the way, I've also tried using that skeleton. It's unbelievably convenient and cheap. It really makes you wonder why anyone would still hire real porters." Kim Young-gi put his arm around the man, his tone changing. "But my situation is a little different, isn't it? Look here." The man with the backpack smirked, saying, "This guy brings me a lot of money, so I have to stand up and protect the rights of the porters, don't you think?" The crowd chimed in, asserting that they also needed to make a living. Kim Young-gi gave a sly smile. "Perfect. Now, let me explain today's plan." He began to explain the plan. "In a bit, he'll go home. He's always on time when he finishes work. Anyway, you guys go meet him and start complaining loudly and brazenly." Kim Young-gi even suggested insults like, "Did your parents raise you without morals?" Or, "Are you a disgrace to your family?" He continued, "Then, when he reacts and tries to make a move, we'll intervene and deal with him." The illustration showed Han Ji-hyuk being framed, falsely accused of attacking others. The short-haired, brown-haired man understood, smiling, "Oh, that way, he'll look like the aggressor, and we won't get into any trouble." Kim Young-ji smirked maliciously, adding, "But of course, we'll still charge an intervention fee." Let's increase the tribute fee from 15 to 25%. The man with the backpack was startled, stammering in protest. Wait, that wasn't part of the deal. Kim Yong-ji looked at the man with the backpack, his tone challenging. What? Do you think punishing an awakened one is free? The man could only stammer. Kim Yong-ji narrowed his eyes, giving an ultimatum. Are you going to let him steal all your jobs? Or will you obediently pay 25% and get more work? It's your choice. The man with the backpack hung his head, his voice full of helplessness. Please, I'll do it. Kim Yong-ji gave a triumphant smile. That's right. See, our Yong-ji is quite reasonable, isn't he? All right, I'll see you all later. Kim Yong-gi and the man in the black shirt turned and walked away, leaving the others with somber faces. The man with the backpack anxiously asked those around him, Is it true? They're really going to take 25%? After taxes and a 25% tribute fee, what will we live on? The short-haired, brown-haired man angrily yelled, Shut up! It's all because of that guy. If he wasn't here, we wouldn't have lost income or had to beg those bastards for help. But, Chansu said coldly to the complainers, If you don't like it, then leave. Good luck surviving out there. The whole group, including Chansu, the girl with the brown bun, and the short-haired, brown-haired man, were startled. The man with the backpack tried to calm everyone down, his voice trembling. Calm down, everyone. This isn't the solution. He looked directly at the group, his tone full of annoyance. Oh, it's you guys again. Why are you here? Are you going to pretend to care again? I saw all of you from over there. More importantly, I have something to say. I met him directly. Kim Yong-ji growled, questioning Chansu, calling him a traitor and asking what he intended to say. Chansu quickly raised his hand, begging everyone to listen to him. Chansu explained that he only asked him to open up a way for them to make a living, and he promised to find a solution. He believed there had to be a way for them to cooperate, because even with summoners, one person couldn't handle everything. A voice from off-panel pressed him about what that solution was, making Chansu stammer. Kim Yong-ji smirked sarcastically, finding it ridiculous that they had to stop just because of vague promises, and asked how they could trust that. Chansu admitted he couldn't say much at the moment, but insisted he wasn't a bad person and was someone reasonable to talk to. He earnestly asked if they could trust him and wait a little longer, reminding them that he was the Chansu they knew. A man in the group spoke up, asserting that they could trust Chansu because he had helped him in difficult times. Kim Yong-gi ground his teeth, his face filled with rage. He roared, calling on everyone to come to their senses and protect their own livelihoods. A few people in the group finally agreed to trust Chansu, even apologizing to him for their initial attitude. Chansu exclaimed happily, believing they had made the right choice. Kim Yong-ji sneered, asking Chansu if he was backing down, then warned that if he was eliminated, there would be no more jobs for them here. Under the ethereal moonlight, Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo strolled leisurely on the cobblestone path, the scene unusually serene. Han Ji-hyuk scrolled through his phone, complaining about being hungry, and decided to order porkhock for dinner. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk stopped walking, his sharp gaze sweeping around. While Han Seo also let out a small gasp of surprise, Kim Yong-ji appeared, his face full of anger, wondering if those porters had come to complain to him, and suspecting Chansu had told them everything. Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow in confusion, then gave a mischievous smile, saying that Chansu had only asked for a small favor, so he offered him a part-time job. Kim Yong-ji repeated the question about the part-time job in surprise, while Han Ji-hyuk coldly replied that it had nothing to do with him. Han Ji-hyuk, his azure eyes filled with killing intent, surrounded by a dark aura, declared that he originally just intended to tease a little, but since he had ordered porkhock, he would deal with this swiftly. He chanted bind, and immediately glowing purple chains appeared, wrapping tightly around an attacker, making him cry out in horror. Han Ji-hyuk continued to wave his hand. Magic circles rotated, and he ordered all those hiding to reveal themselves. Immediately, numerous other attackers from the shadows were tightly bound by purple chains, struggling in vain and screaming miserably. One of the bound attackers, pale with fear, seemed to have realized something unusual. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at his enemies, his azure eyes cold and powerful. He looked closely at the bound man, suddenly realizing he was the enemy of his part-timer. Han Soa, with an indifferent expression, remarked that she didn't intend to let them off easily, but was too lazy to go look for them, so it was fortunate they showed up on their own. The attacker was bound tightly, his eyes wide with terror as he recognized his opponent. Han Ji-hyuk smirked demonically. Dark energy flared around his hand, ready for some real fun. The glowing purple chains tightened around the thug, and the young man coldly declared, "This is the price for daring to mess with someone who's minding their own business." He writhed in his shackles, while Han Ji-hyuk calmly remarked on the enemy's thuggish expression. The thug screamed in despair, his face contorted with fear as the chains tightened further. With a powerful yank, Han Ji-hyuk flung the criminal away, reminding him of the consequences of causing trouble. The Devil of Taros' eyes flashed with killing intent, and he asserted, "You've gone too far." A formidable army of skeletons, with glowing red eyes, emerged from purple smoke, ready to carry out their master's commands. The thug was in extreme panic, trying to resist as bony hands reached out, screaming for mercy. Han Ji-hyuk observed coldly, believing that a beating from the undead would teach them a lesson they'd never forget. After the horrifying punishment, Han Ji-hyuk turned to Han Seo, calmly, saying that he had finished his revenge. He explained that he only gave them a good scare with undead illusions, and even kindly fixed up their shabby appearances. Chansu and the rest of the group bowed their heads and thanked Han Ji-hyuk profusely, their faces full of gratitude. Han Ji-hyuk smiled in response, saying that he also needed more help. Chansu hesitantly asked about the fate of those who had just been punished. Han Ji-hyuk casually asked back, acting as if it was no big deal. He smirked, asserting that he only gave them a friendly reminder not to reoffend. The young man then moved on to the main topic, announcing an hourly wage of 25,000 KRW. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at the group, declaring firmly that they would never be short of work. He summoned a giant six-legged skeleton, Skeleton Porter MK.4, explaining that working with this buddy would make everything fine. Both Chansu and the others gaped in astonishment at the strange creature that had just appeared. The modern city scene, with its tall buildings and shady trees, showed a contrasting piece with what had just happened. Another group of hunters was discussing the amazing skeleton porters in the next town, where everyone flocked to for their convenience. One person in the group wondered if those skeletons would come here, and if he should go check it out. The black-haired hunter turned his head, seemingly hearing a call. A strange man called out to him from behind. Han Soa, perched on the giant skeleton carriage, beaming, offered, "Looking for porters? Why not try our team?" Chansu and the man accompanying him had their eyes wide with surprise. Chansu wondering why they had to hire people too, and not just the skeleton. The silver-haired girl smiled brightly, explaining that they only rented out as a team unit, no individual rentals. The man accompanying him was still hesitant about the price for extra people, but Chansu eagerly suggested, "It's not expensive. Why not try it? Aren't you curious?" Hearing that, Han Soa happily clapped her hands, firmly promising that they would never regret it. A heavy foot stepped on the monster's corpse, signaling the dramatic end of the battle. Chansu and his teammates nodded in agreement. Han Soa and the giant skeleton carriage were ready to depart. The zombie assistant excitedly announced that they could depart immediately, and packing would be handled on the go. Chansu nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming that the service was incredibly convenient, with no need for tedious waiting. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk spotted monsters, and immediately shouted orders for his teammates to prepare for battle. The group quickly took their positions, with Chansu, the accompanying man, the woman with messy brown hair, and the man with short brown hair dealing with the incoming monsters together. After the battle, Han Soa sat on the giant skeleton, asking Han Ji-hyuk if he was done so she could start cleaning up the battlefield. The black-haired hunter was slightly surprised, asking again about the monsters that had been defeated earlier. Han Soa smirked, confidently boasting that she had finished everything while they were busy fighting. Han Ji-hyuk gave a thumbs up in approval, praising her cleanup skills endlessly. Han Se-a smiled brightly, not forgetting to invite him to book a schedule for tomorrow if he wanted to continue hunting monster. And so, Han Se-a's Skeleton Porter MK2 army, with its outperforming efficiency and cost-effectiveness against all rivals, quickly dominated the low-level monster byproduct market. Han Ji-hyuk and Han Soa stood in the room, looking towards the bone carriage, but he still felt something wasn't quite satisfied. He frowned, memories of the undead who were once despised in Seron flooding back, making him feel extremely angry. The champion of the alliance was still hesitant about increasing the number of porters. An eye-catching advertisement appeared, featuring the Skeleton Porter MK2 with the slogan, "Cheap, fast, safe, truly an ideal companion." Han Ji-hyuk told himself that because they weren't used for combat, people seemed surprisingly accepting of their existence. He admitted he really wanted to mass-produce them to rake in cash, but that would definitely attract unwanted attention. Han Ji-hyuk worried that if that happened, his peaceful retirement life would end, because typically summoners could only call a maximum of 10 creatures. He continued to explain that he had already exceeded that limit, and if he summoned more, he would definitely be scrutinized immediately. Han Ji-hyuk looked at Han Se-a's phone, pondering about idols who made a lot of money but lost their privacy, while he just wanted to make money quietly for a comfortable retirement. He suddenly realized that one didn't need to be famous to get attention if they were rich enough. A rich lady thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The young man looked straight ahead, his eyes full of determination, telling himself that if he was going to get attention anyway, why not go big all at once? A hand quickly dialed a phone number. Decisive as if seizing a golden opportunity, calling Boss Park. Wholesale. Han Ji-hyuk stood tall, his face serious as he held the phone to his ear, ordering his partner to increase the number of monster bones purchased starting tomorrow. The phone screen clearly showed his bank account balance, a significant sum, while the other end of the line asked if he wanted to double or triple it. He flashed a radiant smile, his voice full of confidence as he stated the figure of 32 million KRW, causing his partner on the other end to exclaim in surprise. The young man looked straight ahead, his eyes firm, instructing his partner that from now on, all profits would be reinvested into buying more bones. His hand still held the phone tightly. The reply from the other end was full of haste, and a commitment to only collect the freshest bones. Han Ji-hyuk put away his phone, turning to Han Se-a, who was giving an excited thumbs up, and he thought about the next step. Should he establish a company? The young man's eyes gleamed with determination, a grand plan forming in his mind. Rent a warehouse, establish a company, and distribute dozens of skeletons every day. He flashed a mischievous smile, hand on his chin, suddenly changing his mind, deciding to release everything all at once. A modern high-rise building stretched into the blue sky, It was the Gate Management Bureau, Awakened Registration Office. Director Young Sung-hoon sat sternly behind his desk, his eyes inquiringly asking his subordinate if there was anything special to report. The director's subordinate, a man with stubble, held a tablet, his face surprised as if he had just remembered something. The employee mentioned a name, Han Ji-hyuk, and Director Young Sung-hoon chuckled, immediately recognizing that guy with the transport skeletons. The director's subordinate quickly scrolled on the tablet, reading aloud the information that Han Ji-hyuk had created 32 skeletons a month ago, then questioned the director in return. The employee continued to announce, revealing surprising information that Han Ji-hyuk had established his own company named Saron, officially opening today. Director Young Sung-hoon seemed to understand, then curiously asked about Han Ji-hyuk's profits, remarking that he had made very good use of the weak skeleton. The employee presented a staggering figure. Han Ji-hyuk's monthly income likely amounted to billions of won. Director Jung Sung-hoon was startled and horrified by the information, while his subordinate made a bold proposal. Remove him from the special management list because his summoning ability had reached its limit. Another employee rushed into the room, his face panicked, calling out the director's name. The newcomer breathlessly asked Director Jung Sung-hoon, who was still surprised, if he had heard the news yet. The employee urgently reported about Han Ji-hyuk, but Director Young Sung-hoon thought it was about the company he had just established. The employee frantically corrected him, revealing the shocking truth that Han Ji-hyuk had just invited a large number of porters and was overwhelming them with skeletons, astonishing both Director Jung Sung-hoon and the other subordinate with the new record. Young Sung-hoon frowned, his face full of skepticism, as he wondered how many skeletons Han Ji-hyuk had summoned to cause such an astonished reaction. The bespectacled employee hesitated, holding up 2 fingers, mumbling about the number 30, then corrected it to 62, feeling that maintaining such a summoning count was impossible. Another employee burst in, his face utterly panicked, shouting, 300! And it seems more are on the way! The car sped away, its tires creating a trail of thick dust on the road. The director stepped out of the car, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene in astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on?" Hundreds of skeletons were being transported en masse, while employees continuously ordered people to keep their distance and move, leaving everyone around stunned. The bespectacled employee rushed to his superior, reporting, "I just checked. The number of skeletons has exceeded 350. Jung Sung-hoon turned and urgently asked for Han Ji-hyuk's location, and the employee immediately pointed the way. "He's in the warehouse! This way!" Rapid footsteps echoed as they rushed towards the warehouse, unable to believe what was happening. Director Young Sung-hoon was stunned, unable to believe what he was about to witness, exclaiming, "What?" Inside the warehouse, thousands of skeletons were stacked high on towering shelves, creating a dizzying sight that made the director exclaim, "Even more?" Han Ji-hyuk turned, flashing a smug smile, as if he had anticipated their arrival, and said, "Since we have guests, let's take a quick break. It's lunchtime anyway. Manager Kang?" The manager's eyes lit up when Han Ji-hyuk handed him a card, happily replying, "All right. Thanks, boss." Han Ji-hyuk, with a confident expression, introduced himself to the director. "So you're from the Management Bureau? I'm Han Ji-hyuk." The bespectacled employee recognized Han Ji-hyuk, recalling that he was the one who conducted the initial test for him, and Han Ji-hyuk replied, "Ah, it's been a while." He curiously asked about the girl standing next to Han Ji-hyuk, and Han Ji-hyuk introduced, "Oh, this is my cousin. She's here to help me with work." Han Sua bowed politely, returning the employee's greeting. The bespectacled employee turned back to look at the skeletons, wondering about their enormous number, and Han Ji-hyuk confirmed, "That's right." He suddenly had a suspicion, his gaze scrutinizing Han Ji-hyuk, asking, "Did you deceive us during the test?" Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, denying all accusations. "Come on, why would I do that? Honestly, I didn't even know I could summon so many." Director Jung Sung-hoon stepped forward, ordering Han Ji-hyuk to stop summoning immediately. The director felt annoyed, thinking about the terrifying summoning count. Summoning over 100 is already too much, but 350? This far exceeds the normal limits of a summoning awakened. An F-rank awakened cannot possess this ability. Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow, questioning the order, while Director Jung Sung-hoon tried to explain that the situation was clearly abnormal. The young man crossed his arms, his face confident and resolute, asserting, "I don't see anything wrong with it. When I established this company, I had a lawyer review all laws related to summoning. There is no law that specifies the number of summons." He continued, his eyes full of challenge, asking Director Jung Sung-hoon about safety concerns in return. "These are the models I used before. You didn't say anything then, so why now?" Han Ji-hyuk asserted to Jung Sung-hoon that his large-scale summoning was completely legal, because the law was not originally designed for this level. He confidently explained that his company was established based on special laws for awakened, allowing the hiring and use of abilities for profit, and its safety had been proven. Director Jung Sung-hoon could only break out in a cold sweat, his eyes revealing his helplessness against the opponent's sharp arguments. Ultimately, all the registration office employees had to reluctantly leave without being able to refute, because Han Ji-hyuk had prepared too thoroughly. He smirked smugly, thinking to himself to just let everything unfold as he wished. Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, explaining that a single surprise attack strategy was always more effective than a gradual release, avoiding interference. He grinned mischievously, thinking that everyone would freeze when faced with the unexpected, then asked if he should continue. He confidently declared that he could summon 300 per day, and if he accumulated 2,000 and released them all at once, no one would dare to say a word. Both raised their hands, cheering excitedly, determined to push forward with the summoning work. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes gleamed with determination, ready for the upcoming challenges. But then, Han Seo-ah suddenly sighed in exasperation, and Han Ji-hyuk also showed a look of dejection. 4 days passed, and he had summoned 1,000 transport skeletons, while the media was buzzing about another awakened with over 500 summons. The important thing was that he didn't want to work hard at all, wondering if he had been too excited when establishing the company, because summoning 300 per day was no joke. He complained to Han Seo-ah that he wanted to retire to avoid working, but now he had to toil to achieve a comfortable life, which sounded absurd. A knock echoed. A voice asked for permission to enter, and Han Ji-hyuk immediately granted it. Manager Kang rushed in frantically, looking panicked, reporting that something big was happening outside. Han Ji-hyuk lifted his head from the table, asking if there was trouble right here. He shook his head, saying that everything just annoyed him and wasn't serious, then asked for clarification about the big problem Manager Kang mentioned. Manager Kang nervously announced that a large group of transporters from other areas were protesting outside. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "A protest?" He let out a long sigh, then decided he had to go outside and check immediately. Outside, a giant banner accused the skeleton transporters of destroying the market, causing awakened ones to criticize human transporters as expensive and inefficient. A man wearing a red headband angrily shouted into the microphone, asserting that after robots, now summoned creatures were threatening the livelihoods of workers. The crowd chanted slogans condemning Siron's tyranny for taking their jobs with cheap summoned creatures, making Han Ji-hyuk confused and wonder, what the hell is going on? The man leading the protest shouted, demanding that Han Ji-hyuk, CEO of Siron, guarantee the rights of transporters, but then suddenly froze. Han Ji-hyuk, with a smug expression, introduced himself and expressed understanding for the crowd's concerns. A hand gently placed a glass of water on the table, a clink sound echoing. He turned around, his tone decisive. "All right, let's begin. From what I've heard, this protest is about employment issues." He sat at the center of the meeting table, facing the group of protesters and Han Seo-ah, inviting them to speak. "Tell me what you want." The man wearing the red headband, looking frustrated, began to explain the situation. With too many skeleton transporters released into the market, the situation for human transporters is not looking good. He continued to criticize, showing how transporters were being pushed away from warp gates, with no one hiring them anymore. The man wearing the red headband added that even if they found work, they were still considered less efficient than skeleton. Han Ji-hyuk pondered, realizing that if one skeleton could replace 6 transporters, and there were about 250 active skeletons, then approximately 1,500 jobs had been lost. He continued calculating. If the 1,000 created skeletons were released, nearly 3,000 jobs would disappear. Han Ji-hyuk thought about his retirement fund goal, needing at least 10,000 more skeletons to achieve it, and wondered what would happen if that came true. He slammed his hand on the table decisively, making a decision. Han Ji-hyuk declared, "All right, I understand. I will stop producing skeleton transporters. I cannot threaten the livelihoods of others." He added that he would adjust the costs of the skeleton team so as not to disrupt the market, then asked if this solution was acceptable. The man wearing the red headband and the woman in the black jacket cheered happily, thanking him profusely in unison. Han Ji-hyuk was satisfied, suggesting to formalize the agreement with paperwork, and called for Manager Kang to bring paper and a pen. Manager Kang responded frantically, immediately going to get them. Kang Chan-soo prepared the documents, looking pleased, thinking that everything had been resolved peacefully. He looked at Han Seo-ah taking notes, secretly thinking that Han Ji-hyuk was an amazing person. Han Ji-hyuk sighed, while Han Seo-ah continued to take notes diligently. He put his hands behind his head, wondering what he should do now to make money. A hand turned a page in the notebook, beginning to write. Han Ji-hyuk thought he needed something simple to produce, and not for combat, as skeletons had been well received, precisely because they weren't combat-oriented. He frowned, emphasizing that the new product could not negatively affect existing jobs. Han Ji-hyuk thought to himself, Kang Chan-soo might think he was considerate, but in reality, he just didn't want to be criticized anymore. He continued to think, simply not wanting to be criticized anymore, and his hand scribbled rapidly in the notebook. He was suddenly surprised, staring at the pen. Han Ji-hyuk exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Upon seeing the words, "Made in China" on the pen, Han Ji-hyuk placed his hand on a notebook, his eyes still wide with shock upon seeing the words "Made in China" on it. He continued to check, this time, a cup, and was again surprised when the words "Made in China" clearly appeared on the bottom. Han Ji-hyuk smiled meaningfully, holding 2 cards, seemingly having found a new, potentially lucrative business idea. He wondered if he needed to concern himself with the interests of neighboring countries, as the scene shifted to a shoe factory near Saron a few days later. A bankruptcy and debt exemption application with a fee of 2,000 KRW lay on the table, indicating a dire business situation. Kim Deok, before anyone else, the factory owner, sighed heavily, pen in hand, preparing to sign, telling himself that this was his family's business for generations, but now it was time to make a decision. The old man with silver hair mused, thinking that competing with sky-high prices from China meant they couldn't even pay their workers. Suddenly, an employee rushed in frantically, startling Kim Deok before anyone else, who quickly asked what was wrong. The employee barraged him with questions about the skeletons and Saron Company, making the factory owner surprised as he confirmed he knew Saron well. Kim Deok before anyone else forced a smile, expressing envy for the person who had fortunately awakened abilities and was making a fortune, wishing he could be like that too. The employee interrupted, saying he disagreed that it was luck. But this was not the time to argue. The door opened, and Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-ah entered, exuding confidence and authority. Han Ji-hyuk introduced himself as the CEO of Saron and expressed interest in the footwear industry. He suggested Kim Deok before anyone else give a brief introduction, then bluntly stated his intention to buy the factory if it was suitable. Kim Deok before anyone else and the employee were both heavily shocked, but the factory owner quickly realized this was a golden opportunity not to be missed. He happily agreed, excitedly saying he would immediately give Han Ji-hyuk a tour. Kim Deok, before anyone else, led Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-ah inside the factory, beginning to introduce the production process. The factory owner told himself he had to sell this factory for the benefit of his employees, while Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo listened attentively. Kim Deok, before anyone else, explained about the machinery, from shoe component cutting machines to sewing machines, and Han Ji-hyuk nodded. Listening, he commented that these machines seemed old. Kim Deok, before anyone else, replied, asserting that even though the machines were old, their workers were skilled enough to compensate, and this was much better than operating low-quality machines. Han Ji-hyuk pondered for a moment, then agreed, asking the factory owner to continue the introduction. Kim Deok, before anyone else, continued to explain the next steps, such as gluing, drying, and other basic processes, adding that everything would become more complex if they went into detail. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in thanks, then muttered that this seemed much easier to manage than fighting macros. Han Seo-ah asked in surprise, but he just waved his hand, saying he was just talking to himself. Kim Deok, before anyone else, explained that the factory currently only had 20 workers, but to operate at full capacity, 100 people were needed. Han Ji-hyuk mused, mentally noting that 100 people sounded promising, then asked about the factory's sales methods. The old director replied that they mainly took orders and produced shoes according to specific customer requirements. The young man wondered why they didn't mass-produce for inventory sales, but the factory owner explained the risk of heavy losses if goods didn't sell, especially for a small factory like theirs. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, appreciating the other party's honesty, while Kim Deok, before anyone else, could only force a laugh. He continued to ask a tricky question. Could they succeed by mass-producing cheap shoes with low labor costs? Kim Deok, before anyone else, was surprised, asserting that footwear wasn't something fully solvable by automated machinery. But after Han Ji-hyuk urged him, he reluctantly admitted that cheap products always had a market. Han Ji-hyuk smiled contentedly, declaring he had enough information and would buy the factory immediately. In the blink of an eye, red seals bearing Han Ji-hyuk's name were stamped all over the documents, completing the transaction. Han Ji-hyuk held the stack of documents, his eyes gleaming with confidence, confirming the factory was now his. Kim Deok, before anyone else, breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed to retain his position and all his employees. The former owner enthusiastically promised to put all his effort into finding orders, but Han Ji-hyuk waved his hand, saying that wasn't necessary. He explained the new plan. They would produce inventory and export directly, bypassing intermediary. Han Ji-hyuk extended his hand, and a surge of dark energy erupted, signaling an upcoming unique Bin Duong spectacle. And then, an army of skeletons with glowing red eyes appeared, and Han Ji-hyuk smiled, introducing, "These are our new intern, Kim Deok." Before anyone else froze, his eyes wide with horror, stammering, These are skeletons?" A nimble skeleton picked up a shoe, meticulously inspecting every stitch like an expert. Throughout the factory, numerous skeletons were bustling with work, making Kim Deok, before anyone else, exclaim that it had been a long time since he had seen the factory so busy. The old director turned to Han Ji-hyuk, his voice full of gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, boss." Han Ji-hyuk smiled humbly, asserting that Kim Deok, before anyone else, was the one who handled all the sales. He admitted he was quite surprised at first to have to use personnel that were skeleton. Kim Deok, before anyone else, was still confused, hesitantly asking Han Ji-hyuk if this was really okay. Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow, asking in return if there was a problem, and asserted that they hadn't violated any laws. The young man handed a finished shoe to Kim Deok, before anyone else, asking for his opinion. Kim Deok, before anyone else, took the shoe, thoughtfully remarked that it was better than he expected, but still couldn't compare to handmade products. Kim Deok, before anyone else, didn't hesitate to point directly at the sloppy stitching on the shoe, questioning Han Ji-hyuk about the issue. Immediately, a skeleton with glowing red eyes responded, receiving repair orders from Han Ji-hyuk. The old shoe factory owner re-examined the product, his face full of surprise upon seeing that all flaws had been perfectly fixed. Han Ji-hyuk smiled contentedly, high-fiving the skeleton like a true colleague, confident that everything would go smoothly. He emphasized the tremendous advantage in labor costs, making Kim Deok, before anyone else, nod in agreement. Realizing this was the game changer, the old factory owner excitedly outlined the prospect of competing fairly with Chinese goods and even exporting and potentially receiving OEM orders from major brands, which surprised Han Ji-hyuk. The owner thoroughly explained the OEM model, where brands only handle design while the factory takes care of production, and with their cost advantage, they could completely snatch large orders. Han Ji-hyuk pondered thoughtfully, wondering if focusing solely on production without worrying about design was truly a good idea. And so, the Saranchu's brand officially entered an era of non-stop work with stable productivity, continuously growing to meet the enormous volume of order. To keep up with the pace of development, Han Ji-hyuk aggressively acquired a series of shoe factories, expanding the business scale, and of course, he himself became many times busier. After everything was arranged, Han Ji-hyuk waved his hand as a signal, leaving the dry skeletons to manage the remaining work themselves. 2 employees, a man and a woman, waved goodbye to Han Ji-hyuk, thanking him for his hard work and wishing him well. Han Ji-hyuk stretched wearily, complaining about another late night of work and longing to go home and rest. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the name CEO Kim Deok before anyone else, making Han Ji-hyuk just want to collapse. Despite his fatigue, he still picked up the phone, his voice full of resignation. "Hello, this is Han Ji-hyuk." Over the phone, Kim Deok before anyone else reported new orders again, and the need to adjust the production line, making Han Ji-hyuk just sigh and reluctantly agree to return to the factory. The dilemma was this. Even though Han Ji-hyuk was exhausted, Kim Deok, before anyone else, still felt guilty for constantly having to ask him to adjust production. Both trudged out of the factory. Han Ji-hyuk told himself it was just one more stretch, but deep down, he knew that at this rate, both of them would soon collapse from exhaustion. He looked at the girl beside him, muttering to himself if he should train another apprentice, because even with this zombie assistant, they were still severely short-staffed. But training new people took too much time and effort, and he couldn't just keep summoning zombies indiscriminately like this. The girl standing beside him bowed her head, perhaps understanding Han Ji-hyuk's worries about finding more special labor and the risk of being discovered, ruining his reputation. Finally, he decided he still had to solve the core problems himself, but just by fine-tuning the macros, everything would be fine. The assistant girl looked at Han Ji-hyuk in surprise, repeating the word macro with a puzzled expression. Han Ji-hyuk confirmed it was a macro, explaining that, essentially, it was no different from programming. A few days later, a young man named Baek Sang-ho was waiting, and when called, he immediately stood up and walked in. Baek Sang-ho startled to his feet, his face panicked as he responded to his superior. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, inviting him to sit in the chair opposite to begin the interview. The black-haired young man scanned the resume, remarking that Baek Sang-ho didn't have much experience beyond part-time jobs, then asked about his special skills. Baek Sang-ho broke out in a cold sweat, confusedly wondering if he should say anything work-related since he didn't have any outstanding skills. Han Ji-hyuk calmly waved his hand, saying if he didn't have any, then never mind, which made Baek Sang-ho panic and hastily declare that he actually had a special skill. The black-haired young man surprisingly asked what it was, and Baek Sang-ho confidently replied that he was very good at gaming, making Ji-hyuk so shocked that he exclaimed, "What the hell are you talking about?" Han Ji-hyuk rested his chin on his hand, his face skeptical as he asked again, "Games." Baek Sang-ho excitedly laughed loudly, asserting that he was good at all types of games, and had even achieved high ranks in some of them, making Ji-hyuk angrily shout, "Stop talking nonsense." Undeterred, Baek Sang-ho still confidently asked, "You also like simulation or strategy games, don't you?" Han Ji-hyuk asked if he could show him proof, and Baek Sang-ho excitedly offered to show a video he had uploaded. The black-haired young man took Baek Sang-ho's phone, watching a video of an airplane assembled from parts, while he explained that the game was originally about assembling golems, but he had used it to build an airplane. Baek Sang-ho continued to explain that the game's physics engine was very detailed, and even though the engine was originally for golem arms, he had utilized its power to create an airplane that could take off. He thoughtfully further explained that combining unrelated parts to create a functional mechanism was truly very difficult, but secretly lamented in his heart, "I'm screwed. I'll have to apply elsewhere." Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk slammed his hand on the table, his face extremely excited as he declared, "You're hired! Definitely hired!" Ji-hyuk asked Baek Sang-ho if he could start working tomorrow, and though still shocked, he quickly agreed immediately. The next day, Baek Sang-ho appeared with a bright face, ready for his new job. He surprisingly looked down at a strange object on the table, a white skeleton with glowing red eyes and purple aura surrounding it, then asked, "What is this?" Han Ji-hyuk calmly replied, "What else? It's a computer." Baek Sang-ho was heavily shocked, unable to believe that object was a computer, and Ji-hyuk had to explain that calling it a control panel would be more accurate. The black-haired young man reached towards the control panel, saying, "Look, when you move this lever." A glowing purple skeleton immediately stood upright. The skeleton raised its hand, moving according to Ji-hyuk's command, and he said, "It moves like this." Ji-hyuk continued to instruct Baek Sang-ho, "I'll teach you how to control it, so use this skeleton to recreate the national gymnastics routine." Baek Sang-ho listened in surprise, and Ji-hyuk generously gave him a week to complete the task. Ji-hyuk explained that it looked simple, but it was actually a skeleton mage. He continued to explain that unlike ordinary skeletons, skeleton mages could use simple magic, and he had modified it into a control panel with buttons and levers, though it was hastily made, so it was quite clunky and difficult to operate. Han Ji-hyuk contentedly announced that Baek Sang-ho had completed the work 2 days ahead of schedule, asserting that he had a knack for spotting talent. Baek Sang-ho could only force a smile, thanking his superior for the compliment. Ji-hyuk asked about his feelings on this trial version, telling him to report back if there were any inconveniences. Baek Sang-ho was eloquently explaining the recognition speed and simultaneous control of 2 arms, but Ji-hyuk interrupted, saying he would fine-tune it later. The champion of the alliance placed high expectations on Baek Sang-ho, saying he was the company's first programmer. When the company hired more people, he would become their senior, so he had to work hard and train the new recruits later. Baek Sang-ho was surprised, wondering if he had to train others. Ji-hyuk laughed loudly, explaining that it was the natural course of life, and he would be promoted and get a raise. The young programmer suddenly came to his senses, resolutely shouting that he would do his best to meet expectations. The 2 men shook hands. Ji-hyuk excitedly said they would do well together, while Baek Sang-ho promised to dedicate himself fully. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk's phone rang, a call from the registration office. He calmly answered, confirming that everything at the shoe factory was fine. Then asked the person on the other end if there was a problem. The other end of the line tried to explain, but Ji-hyuk quickly hung up, telling them to report back if there were any issues. Kim Deok, before anyone else, the shoe factory owner, surprisingly asked who had just called. Ji-hyuk explained it was the director of the registration office, who kept calling for no reason, annoying him, then changed the subject to ask about Baek Sang-ho's situation. Kim Deok, before anyone else, smilingly reported that the programmer was doing very well. Initially, Baek Sang-ho struggled quite a bit and ruined many shoes, but now he had mastered the work. The champion of the alliance was satisfied, deciding to hire another programmer once Sang-ho was settled. Kim Deok, before anyone else accepted, promising to post the job advertisement immediately. The silver-haired Han Seo-ah unexpectedly interjected, saying they were falling behind in production. Kim Deok, before anyone else, explained that they weren't actually falling behind. It was just that the factories were expanding faster than the rumors about them. The white-haired girl asked again in surprise, while another skeleton was diligently working. The zombie assistant smiled. Another skeleton was happily dancing. Ji-hyuk asked when they could start receiving OEM orders from major brands. Kim Deok, before anyone else, explained that it had only been a little over a month since they acquired their first shoe factory, and the chairman was simply being impatient. Han Ji-hyuk stared blankly at Han Seo-ah and the skeleton posing like a true rocker, asking, "What the hell are you 2 doing?" The silver-haired assistant looked visibly tense, sweat beading on her forehead as she witnessed the skeleton's ridiculous transformation. The purple skeleton, now clad in a cool Bat-person outfit with a leather jacket, tight pants, and a vibrant purple mohawk, looked as if it had just stepped out of a rock concert. Ji-hyuk's eyes darkened, his expression clearly showing extreme displeasure with this prank. The young man immediately exploded, growling his command. "Change it back to its original form right now!" His gaze was sharp and cold, exuding a terrifying aura that made everyone shiver. However, just a few seconds later, Ji-hyuk changed his mind, awkwardly saying that this form was also cute and might make people less uncomfortable, but he firmly refused to accept the color pink and demanded it be returned to its original state. Meanwhile, a guest walking on the factory floor exclaimed with wide-eyed wonder, "Wow, this is really interesting." The man in the worker's uniform warmly introduced to Baek Sang-ho and the woman accompanying him that they were witnessing skeletons at work firsthand. Baek Sang-ho surprisingly remarked that he initially thought skeletons working would be terrifying, but the more he looked, the more he found them unexpectedly cute. Suddenly, Baek Sang-ho asked in surprise, "Huh? What's that?" The man in the worker's uniform then presented a pair of shoes, inviting Baek Sang-ho to buy them as a souvenir, proudly stating that these were handmade shoes crafted by the skeletons themselves. He revealed the price was only 6,000 won a pair, making Baek Sang-ho exclaim in astonishment that such quality at that price was truly a great bargain. Baek Sang-ho commented that the design was a bit simple and asked if the skeleton theme was part of the concept, to which the seller explained that it was just a decorative accessory and could be removed. Hearing this, Baek Sang-ho excitedly declared he would buy 4 pairs, but the seller politely declined, explaining that each person was limited to a maximum of 2 pairs, and he had to accept. Not long after, videos of these high-quality, super cheap bony shoes went viral on social media, attracting millions of views. Ji-hyuk's brand, Saran, suddenly became incredibly popular, its recognition skyrocketing at an unimaginable pace. Kim Deok, before anyone else, rushed over, holding documents and a piece of paper, excitedly calling out, "Boss, I'm here!" Ji-hyuk calmly took the paper from his hand. It was an order from Roku, a leading American sports brand, marking the arrival of a major partner the company had long awaited. Ji-hyuk smiled brightly, his voice full of determination. "Excellent! Let's start sample production immediately!" In the meeting room, Ji-hyuk and Jung Sung-hoon, an important partner, sat opposite each other, examining a sample pair of shoes. Jung Sung-hoon assessed that the shoes looked very good, with extremely low production costs but not bad quality, and he would propose it to senior management. Ji-hyuk and Kim Deok, before anyone else, sat awaiting Jung Sung-hoon's feedback, their eyes full of anticipation. Ji-hyuk smiled confidently at Jung Sung-hoon, asking, "Do you think this will succeed?" Jung Sung-hoon replied thoughtfully, his face full of contemplation. "I can't say for sure. The production cost is attractive, but the skeleton-based production technology is unproven." Han Ji-hyuk frowned, his tone full of surprise. "Unproven? Jung Sung-hoon asked sternly, advising them to be prepared. Do you know the contract terms? The young man immediately asked back, his face curious. Contract terms? He gently tapped his finger on the coffee cup, thoughtfully explaining that this was only a temporary solution, so the terms were not very favorable. Han Ji-hyuk was shocked, hastily asking if they had to lower the price again. Jung Sung-hoon shook his head, explaining that the contract duration and guaranteed order volume would not be large. Han Ji-hyuk was still confused about guaranteed order volume. Jung Sung-hoon patiently explained that major brands usually sign long-term contracts, committing to a minimum number of orders each month to ensure stable sales for the manufacturer. The young man nodded in understanding, asking again, So, it's to ensure minimum revenue, right? Jung Sung-hoon confirmed, adding that in return, the brand would have a stable supply of shoes throughout the contract period. He leaned in and whispered, saying that sometimes brands use this clause to force prices down, but in this case, there was no need to worry. Han Ji-hyuk softly hummed in thought. Jung Sung-hoon continued to explain that this was only a temporary contract to replace the suspended factory, so the duration was short and a large volume could not be guaranteed. Kim Dae-ok. Before anyone else's eyes widened in surprise, he further analyzed that if their main factory resumed operation soon, the excess inventory would become a burden for the headquarters. Han Ji-hyuk then asked about the maximum volume they could offer. Jung Sung-hoon stated that the contract was projected for 3 months, with a guaranteed volume of under 40,000 pairs per month, but this number could change. Kim Dae-ok before anyone else exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of volume is that? Jung Sung-hoon frankly admitted that such a number was not enough to attract major manufacturers. Han Ji-hyuk rested his chin in thought, wondering if small businesses like theirs would accept this contract just to hope for larger deals in the future. He knew well that if they relied solely on price, they wouldn't even pass the initial screening. Han Ji-hyuk asked if any factories had signed a contract yet. Jung Sung-hoon replied that the headquarters had sent proposals everywhere, but no contracts had been finalized. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly smiled confidently, decisively proposing an idea. Then let's do this. What's the point of a 3-month contract when their factory could resume operations at any time, causing trouble for Roko? He decided to propose a 1-month contract, automatically renewable if both parties agreed. The young man continued to shock by declaring that they would not require a guaranteed order volume or a deposit. Of course, the price per pair of shoes would remain the same. Kim Dae-ok before anyone else's jaw dropped in astonishment. Jung Sung-hoon looked at Han Ji-hyuk with an expression of extreme bewilderment, as the latter added that if there were any quality issues or defective products, they would compensate double the production cost as a penalty. The space fell silent, with only the coffee cups on the table remaining as witnesses to the intense negotiation that had just taken place. Han Ji-hyuk confidently asked, What do you think of those terms? Jung Sung-hoon, though still a bit hesitant, nodded in acceptance. All right, I will discuss these terms with headquarters. Han Ji-hyuk smiled smugly, thinking to himself, another contract secured. Kim Dae-ok. Before anyone else stood beside him, still bewildered. Suddenly, Kim Dae-ok before anyone else cried out in alarm, his face both shocked and angry. Boss! Han Ji-hyuk slightly frowned, appearing annoyed. The old shoe factory owner grabbed Han Ji-hyuk's shoulder, practically yelling into his ear. Why did you make the terms even worse? With these terms, they could sign the contract and never place an order. Han Ji-hyuk calmly replied, his eyes sharp. That's precisely the point. Kim Dae-ok. Before anyone else froze, stammering, What? The young man smiled confidently, explaining that samples are always free so customers can experience them without pressure. He then asked back, Can anyone beat our prices? Kim Dae-ok. Before anyone else was still confused, but the answer was already in his head. No, right? Han Ji-hyuk affirmed that trust is built on consistent quality, and the skeletons are masters in that field. Kim Dae-ok. Before anyone else nodded, admitting that what he said was true. The shoe factory owner wondered if any company could adjust production output as flexibly as they could, then definitively answered himself that it was impossible. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, declaring that all they lacked now was recognition, so they should just give away free samples for customers to try. The young man asserted that once they experienced it, partners wouldn't be able to stop at just one pair, and after this contract ended, they would have to beg the company to produce more shoes. In a luxurious car, Jung Sung-hoon thoughtfully flipped through the document. Han Ji-hyuk smirked mysteriously, his eyes sharp as if to say, Let them taste the true flavor of the undead. Roko's headquarters, building in the U.S., stood majestically under the blue sky. A hand gently rested on the documents on the table, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Andrew, Roko's CEO, looked directly and asked if this was truly the maximum production capacity they could achieve. An employee explained that they were already operating at full capacity, and increasing output would require hiring more workers, which current manufacturers were unwilling to do. He continued, stating that current manufacturers could only handle a maximum of 200,000 pairs. So, to meet the remaining 300,000 pairs, they would have to find a new factory. Andrew listened thoughtfully. Andrew asked about the factory in Fujian, China, and was informed that they required a 6-month contract with a commitment to produce 200,000 pairs per month. The CEO continued to ask about another factory in Xinjiang, and the employee reported that they agreed to a 3-month contract but wanted to increase the guaranteed production volume. The employee thoughtfully calculated, stating that they still needed an additional 70,000 pairs next week, then suddenly asked if the boss had seen that video yet. He explained that the video was about a summoner from South Korea who was running a shoe factory using summon beings. Andrew looked annoyed, asking why he brought this up. The employee patiently suggested Andrew watch the video first, but the CEO merely raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Isn't it just a video showing off an awakener's abilities?" Andrew thought it was probably just a performance, but immediately his expression changed, clearly showing his astonishment. Roko Korea had sent a report after the meeting with this factory, and that had caught the attention of the man in uniform. He looked at a working skeleton, wondering if this was real. The employee confirmed it was true and presented a contract. Andrew was astonished as he read the contract. A 1-month contract with an automatic renewal clause? No guaranteed output? And double compensation for defects? Andrew suspected a typo in the unit price, but the employee explained that according to the video, there were almost no labor costs, so that price was completely accurate. When Andrew asked about product quality, the employee stated that they had tested the samples and assessed the quality as quite good. The employee calmly explained that there was no harm in trying, because even if there were defects, they would compensate double the cost. Andrew smiled confidently, agreeing that there was no risk even if the quality was not as expected. He decided to place a small order, about 10,000 pairs, to start. The shout of "boss" echoed through the office, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Shoe factory owner Kim Daeok, before anyone else, burst with joy, holding up the documents and shouting that Roko had placed an order for 10,000 pairs of shoes. A young factory employee smiled excitedly, asking if they had enough materials to fulfill this large order, then confidently asserted that materials were easy to find and could be acquired immediately. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, anxiously asked if they should temporarily halt current production lines to prioritize Roko's order, but Han Ji-hyuk immediately dismissed the idea, confidently declaring that they had plenty of skeletons so they could produce simultaneously. The shoe factory owner thoughtfully explained that while the sewing could be handled, the shaping of the parts required stamping machines, and those machines were already operating at full capacity. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, his sharp eyes staring intently, asking in return if that was a big problem. A fierce burst of purple energy erupted, and fragments of bone shattered into dust in the air. The young man confidently declared that if there were no machines, they would create them themselves, leaving Kim Daeok before anyone else, who stood beside him utterly shocked. The factory owner's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Han Ji-hyuk continued to ask what else was needed, and Kim Daeok, before anyone else, replied that they lacked space because all 5 factories were already full. The young man immediately suggested using the Saran warehouse, which had plenty of empty space. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, anxiously explained that manufacturing at an unregistered facility was illegal. Han Ji-hyuk smiled mischievously, confidently revealing that he had registered that facility a long time ago. The factory owner seemed to have been left speechless by Han Ji-hyuk's thorough preparation, only able to nod in acknowledgement that there were no more problems. Han Ji-hyuk excitedly declared, "Excellent, let's get it done in a flash," leaving Kim Daeok before anyone else to stammer his agreement. The next day, at a tense executive meeting, Andrew and the senior directors were in discussion. An employee of Andrew explained that they could not delay any longer and needed to negotiate with their current factories to reduce the committed production volume. Andrew's blue eyes showed annoyance as he pondered. As Andrew was getting annoyed, his employee suddenly called out loudly, causing the director to frown and ask what was wrong. The employee reported on the skeleton-run shoe factory they had contacted yesterday, but Andrew coldly questioned him, assuming they had refused and ordering no changes to the contract. But the employee quickly denied it, explaining that they hadn't refused, but rather had already completed the order. Andrew's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe his ears, only managing to exclaim, "What?" The employee handed Andrew the tablet, explaining it was an email from Roko Korea and asking him to look it over. Andrew read the email, which stated that 10,000 pairs of shoes had been fully delivered, and the quality inspection results were all up to standard, with no defects whatsoever. He pondered, wondering if this was even possible, with quality, price, and speed all unbelievably perfect, and if this could be a golden opportunity for his company. The employee continued to explain that if that factory could produce 10,000 pairs in a day, they could certainly handle much larger orders. And since they didn't require committed volume and the contract only lasted 1 month, this was truly the perfect choice to fill the gap. Andrew gave a confident smile, deciding to place an order for all the remaining stock for the coming week, and this time it would include various designs for a more thorough evaluation. The shoe factory employee looked astonished upon hearing about the new order. 7 designs, 60,000 pairs? Kim Daeok, before anyone else, looked at Han Ji-hyuk with concern, saying that it seemed Roko was testing their limits. Han Ji-hyuk smirked, pondering the figure of 60,000 pairs of shoes, realizing that the partner had started paying attention to his maximum production capacity. Just then, the young man's phone rang. It was a call from Mr. Park, who asked if they could handle a ton of bone. The shoe factory employee jumped up, confidently declaring, "Of course, no problem at all," and asserted that they would show Roko what insane productivity looked like. After placing the new order for 60,000 pairs, Andrew and his subordinates were utterly astonished when Saran took only 2 days to complete it. From then on, everything ran smoothly like a perfectly oiled machine. In just 1 week, an additional order for 80,000 pairs was sent. That order was completed in just 2 days, and the very next week, an even larger order for 150,000 pairs arrived, and Saran delivered the entire order in just 4 days, taking a total of only 10 days to produce Roko's entire month's worth of stock. Thanks to Saran's extraordinary efforts, Roko perfectly filled the gap caused by the suspended factory. Andrew's employee explained that the suspended factory was expected to resume operations sooner than anticipated. Andrew walked with his associates, musing, but still acknowledged that it was good news. The subordinate continued to report that letting Saran handle production had significantly boosted their profits for a period. He also emphasized that Saran's product quality was always incredibly consistent, far surpassing all other manufacturers, and their ability to adjust production using skeletons was almost surreal. The employee turned to Andrew, called him boss, and explained that every year they incurred millions of dollars in losses from contracts with other factories. He continued to persuade that working with Saran had completely changed the situation, as they only needed to place an order, and the finished product would be delivered in a few days, minimizing inventory losses. Andrew listened intently, then nodded and said, "Excellent." Looking out at the towering Saran building, the Roko CEO made his final decision. Sign an official contract with Saran. Andrew's employee smiled confidently, presenting a stack of documents, declaring that this was the official contract sent from headquarters. He placed the contract on the table, inviting Han Ji-hyuk. "Please take a look." Han Ji-hyuk smirked, a triumphant look on his face. "See? I told you, they'd come begging us to make shoes." Andrew's employee explained that according to the contract, this was a 1-year agreement with a monthly committed volume of 150,000 pairs, terms good enough to make major manufacturers envious. Han Ji-hyuk picked up the contract, flipping through the pages, muttering, "Let's see." Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Huh?" The shoe factory employee looked at Han Ji-hyuk with a confused expression, asking, "Boss, are these terms good?" Han Ji-hyuk frowned, pointing at the contract in his hand, questioning the employee. "You call these good terms?" The young employee confidently nodded, asserting that they were indeed favorable terms. Han Ji-hyuk said nothing, only gazed thoughtfully at the contract, his eyes full of contemplation. He handed the document to Kim Deok before anyone else, suggesting he review it, and the shoe factory owner happily agreed. Kim Deok, before anyone else, began to read each line carefully, his expression gradually turning confused. Han Ji-hyuk impatiently pointed at the contract, urging the owner to point out any irregularities. However, Kim Deok, before anyone else, surprisingly replied that he saw no problem, explaining that the lack of information on designs and production quantities was consistent with their policy, and that this was just a standard OEM contract. Han Ji-hyuk looked at the owner with a puzzled expression, his mind full of question marks. He snatched the contract, suspiciously asking again, "Standard? Let me see." Han Ji-hyuk pointed directly at 2 harsh clauses. "All losses due to force majeure events of Party A shall be compensated by Party B, and if Party B delays delivery, they must compensate for damages." He angrily looked at Kim Deok before anyone else, questioning, "If the factory has an issue due to a coup, do we still have to compensate?" The employee explained that technically the contract required compensation, but headquarters had loosened it a bit. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened, and he growled, asking again, "Loosened?" He continued to press the employee on whether they still had to compensate, even if it wasn't their fault. But the employee only replied that this was standard industry practice and wouldn't be an issue if the product wasn't defective. The employee tried to reassure Kim Deok before anyone else, asserting that this was a standardized contract, and refusing it would prevent them from doing business with major brands, advising the owner not to worry too much. Han Ji-hyuk looked down, his expression cold, thinking about those clauses that seemed to be merely precautionary measures. His gaze suddenly turned sharp, and Han Ji-hyuk began to recall a business trip abroad. In his memory, a white-haired, pointy-eared man had once told him to just do one thing and not worry about the rest. But reality had turned out completely different. Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst a lavish party, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, telling himself that the one thing had ultimately become ridiculously complicated. He recalled the time he accidentally offended the son of an executive. They had gone furious and threatened disciplinary action, even though he was the one who had helped the company stay afloat. In his memory, Han Ji-hyuk strode across the red carpet leading to the throne, where a king reigned, surrounded by judging eyes. The young man suddenly realized something important. If you follow all their demands, you will only become a weakling. Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst a kneeling crowd, declaring boldly, "Forget standards or practices. Do everything my way." Returning to reality, Han Ji-hyuk looked at Kim Deok before anyone else, confidently asking, "Mr. Kim, haven't our results proven everything? In just 2 months, we've delivered hundreds of thousands of perfect pairs of shoes." Kim Deok, before anyone else, nodded in agreement. Han Ji-hyuk flashed a self-satisfied smile, pen in hand, and decisively said, "That's enough." He crossed out the compensation clause in the contract, smirking as he asked, "Party B compensates? Why should I do that?" Han Ji-hyuk continued by ordering the removal of the clause about accepting orders from other companies, astonishing the employee. The young man handed him the revised contract, declaring that this was what he accepted. The employee exclaimed in shock that headquarters would never agree to this. Han Ji-hyuk calmly asked again, asserting that there would be no problem if Roko didn't nitpick. He revealed that he would offer similar terms to all other brands. Han Ji-hyuk also emphasized that he would prioritize orders based on the signing order of contracts, making the employee sweat profusely. Han Ji-hyuk casually explained that cumbersome clauses only caused trouble, and if Roko placed an order, he would do his best to deliver. He declared that the final decision rested with Roko. Upon hearing the report, Andrew, Roko's CEO, was startled and horrified. A Roko employee indignantly claimed this was an act of disdain and they couldn't let a small company push them around. Another female colleague analyzed that while the profits from Saran weren't huge, they couldn't be ignored, and letting pride affect finances was inefficient. The man vehemently objected, worrying that accepting would set a bad precedent and affect other contracts. Andrew rubbed his temples, deciding to temporarily set aside the issue and monitor the situation once other factories were back to normal operation. However, Roko's CEO's decision quickly wavered when an employee reported that the factory was requesting an increase in production for the new DP-10 model. Andrew frowned, reiterating that last time they had deemed it too early to increase production, and the factory's request was unreasonable given the high cost. He also muttered that if it were Saran, production would have already started. Andrew angrily slammed his fist on the table, letting out curses. He admitted that Saran was a special case, but after experiencing that company's efficiency, all other partners seemed inferior in his eyes. Just then, another employee frantically reported that products from the Yonghe factory in China were defective, requiring a complete reproduction. Andrew asked again in surprise, and the employee explained that, fortunately, the quantity wasn't large, but the delivery deadline would definitely be delayed. Andrew pondered, noting that even though the factory would bear the reproduction costs as per the contract, Roko would face a shortage of goods. He sighed again, wishing that if it were Saran, these troubles wouldn't have occurred. The man asked about Saran's situation and reported that they had sent proposals to other brands, with some even requesting samples. Andrew nodded, admitting that with the results Saran had achieved, it was understandable that other brands were interested. His eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled the clause priority for brands that signed contracts first. Roko's CEO sat silently, strategizing. Andrew decisively ordered, "Proceed with signing the contract with Saran immediately." The man was surprised and about to ask again, but was cut off. Andrew roared, demanding immediate action because if other brands signed first, Roko would lose its advantage. Ultimately, Han Ji-hyuk's strategy was a resounding success. Roko signed a contract with triple the profit, and other major brands also flocked to place orders, with a total number of orders exceeding 1 million pairs that month alone. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, smiled contentedly. Han Ji-hyuk leaned back comfortably in his chair, wondering how long it had been since Roko returned to the market. A satisfied smile crossed his face as he thought about the continuous contracts pouring in, turning the factory into a giant money-printing machine simply by increasing the skeleton army. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, unexpectedly reported a new offer. Another company wanted them to produce clothing as well, surprising the young man. The shoe factory owner asked if he had experience in this field, and Ji-hyuk calmly replied that he knew quite a bit. With a sharp gaze, Ji-hyuk asked Kim Daeok before anyone else if this was another opportunity to utilize cheap labor. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, smiled confidently, asserting that profits from clothing were even greater than from footwear. Hearing this, Han Ji-hyuk immediately stood up, decisively ordering them to buy a garment factory right away and get to work. The young man excitedly suggested to Kim Daeok, before anyone else, that they should go all out, become a multi-industry manufacturing company, accepting all orders. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, happily agreed, believing that if they could produce shoes, other items wouldn't be a problem, especially with Han Ji-hyuk leading the way. Ji-hyuk nodded, declaring that they would work together to make that vision a reality. With an enigmatic smile and fiery eyes, he looked down at the miniature globe, declaring that he would make his name synonymous with global manufacturing, surpassing even the traditional world's factory. Clothes, hats, necklaces, and rings, all kinds of items were displayed. Ji-hyuk looked at the results with satisfaction. Saran had expanded into labor-intensive light industries, producing almost everything, and becoming a powerful, comprehensive manufacturing company. However, Kim Daeok, before anyone else, expressed concern. While the shoe factory was still bustling with orders, other factories often had idle skeleton armies. The shoe factory owner proposed a bold idea: combine all factories to maximize the efficiency of the skeleton army, moving them to other tasks as soon as one production stage was complete. But the biggest problem was space. The factories they bought were small, and after installing machinery, there was hardly any room left to work. Han Ji-hyuk lay face down on the table, admitting this was a big problem and agreeing that buying a larger factory would be ideal if they had enough capital. However, Ji-hyuk pondered, revealing that an even bigger problem awaited. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, surprisingly asked if the young master was listening to him, and Ji-hyuk immediately affirmed it. Ji-hyuk sighed, revealing the deeper reason. He had completely lost his motivation. World's factory or money were now just bothersome burdens. Kim Daeok, before anyone else, worriedly advised him to go home and rest if he wasn't feeling well, making Ji-hyuk's eyes immediately light up as he asked again, full of hope. The shoe factory owner burst out laughing, holding up a thick stack of reports, reminding him that a mountain of work still awaited him. Ji-hyuk grumbled, complaining that Kim Dae-ok before anyone else wasn't like before. But the latter just chuckled, pretending not to understand. After a moment of thought, Ji-hyuk decided that the remaining reports weren't too urgent and could wait until tomorrow, telling Mr. Kim to rest right there in the office. Ji-hyuk bowed formally to thank Kim Dae-ok before anyone else, surprising him so much that he exclaimed. Just then, Ji-hyuk's phone vibrated intensely, displaying an urgent alert. An unstable gate had just appeared near Zone O, requiring immediate evacuation to the nearest shelter. Han Ji-hyuk looked at his phone in astonishment, realizing the unstable gate was very close, and immediately ordered the evacuation of all staff. Factory owner Kim Dae-ok before anyone else, and another young man anxiously asked Ji-hyuk what kind of monster would require such an urgent evacuation order. The young man Han Ji-hyuk forced a wry smile, revealing they were mere skeleton. The emergency response team was dealing with the skeleton monsters, but it was estimated that it would take much longer to suppress them. A warrior shouted a report to the captain that the monsters were extremely stubborn and received orders to hold the line at all costs. Han Ji-hyuk and Han Seo-ah quickly moved through the streets. He moved forward, leaving the silver-haired girl Han Seo-ah behind. The young man sighed in relief, telling himself that luck had arrived because he had a bad premonition. Before him was a formidable army of skeletons, making Han Ji-hyuk exclaim in surprise, Those are my skeletons!" He realized they were centurions based on their formation, and it was fortunate that he had arrived in time. Ji-hyuk determined that the monsters were still in exploration mode, so the damage was not yet severe, but he needed to recall them immediately before they switched to combat mode. Purple energy enveloped a skeleton, but it seemed to have no effect. Ji-hyuk was surprised that his magic was ineffective, worried that if they switched to combat mode, things would get worse. A skeleton's glowing red eyes flashed with killing intent. Just as Ji-hyuk predicted, a skeleton lunged to attack a warrior. The warrior parried the blow in horror, clearly feeling the opponent's surging power. He exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the monsters had suddenly become much stronger and were attacking with full force. Han Ji-hyuk stared at a skeleton, wondering why they were acting according to the macros he had programmed, but he couldn't control them. He decided to try another spell, raising his hand to signal. A powerful blue energy enveloped a skeleton, but it still had no effect. The young man Han Ji-hyuk realized in disappointment that even this move was ineffective. A skeleton with blue hair and a long cloak lunged forward, attacking fiercely. A warrior was knocked back by it, blood splattering. The warrior's eyes revealed extreme horror. Han Ji-hyuk looked at Han Seo-ah, his face full of worry, and said he had seen that scene, telling her to stay here and wait. Another warrior approached to check on the injured captain, his face full of worry. The situation became desperate as the warriors were surrounded by countless purple skeletons. One of them lamented that they couldn't fight them alone. He wondered if this was the end. The captain was severely wounded, blood seeping through his armor, regretfully thinking about his newly bought car and blaming himself for letting his guard down. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just discovered something. The entire street was bathed in a brilliant purple light from countless skeleton warriors fiercely attacking. The bespectacled warrior frantically grabbed the captain, pointing to the sky and shouting for him to look in that direction. In the deep blue sky, a figure hovered in midair, surrounded by brilliant purple and blue energy, making everyone realize it was a high-level awakener. From above, Han Ji-hyuk looked down at the desperate warriors below, one of whom pleaded for help, saying that these creatures were not normal. He gave a confident smile, asserting that he was here precisely for that reason. The demon of Taros pointed directly at the disgusting skeletons, his tone full of menace. "You filthy bone piles, you're messing up my work. So, I'll crush you myself." The warriors below looked up, astonished by the young man's arrogant tone. The captain squinted, feeling that his face was strangely familiar. Suddenly, he realized in shock, letting out a gasp of surprise. Han Ji-hyuk hovered in midair, surrounded by brilliant purple magic circles, and a voice rang out confirming it was indeed Han Ji-hyuk. Purple energy erupted more powerfully around the young man, and people exclaimed his name in surprise. "The CEO of Jiran!" A massive surge of purple energy descended from above, sweeping away every skeleton in its path. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the entire area, obscuring visibility. When the smoke cleared, the road had turned into a desolate pile of rubble, with no trace of the monsters remaining. The bespectacled warrior and the captain looked at each other in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes, exclaiming that he was a multi-ability user. He asked if Han Ji-hyuk possessed such abilities again. The captain was still in shock, muttering that no wonder he had never created combat skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk gently landed on the ground. He walked away, leaving fading magic circles behind him. Amidst the rubble, Han Ji-hyuk stood there, his hands still imbued with rings of blue-purple energy, calmly saying that perhaps there was no need to create. The CEO turned his back, silently observing the desolate post-battle scene. Then, he turned to the warriors, giving a gentle smile and asking if everyone was all right. Two warriors sighed in relief, hastily thanking their benefactor, saying that they had thought it was the end of the world and would never forget this favor. Han Ji-hyuk waved his hand, saying it was nothing, just doing what needed to be done. But immediately after, a puzzled expression appeared on his face, wondering what was happening with his skeletons. An emergency response team warrior stood in surprise, secretly thinking that he never expected Han Ji-hyuk to possess such astonishing power. The young man bowed deeply in gratitude, saying that without him, they would have been wiped out. Han Ji-hyuk hastily waved his hand, telling the other person not to be so formal. Two warriors discussed the strangeness of the monsters. They seemed to possess intelligence and knew how to coordinate attacks, and there was even one that looked like a commander. Han Ji-hyuk turned, a puzzled expression on his face, asking his skeleton expert what he thought about this. The bespectacled warrior looked at him with a puzzled expression, not knowing who he was talking to. The bespectacled warrior panicked, hastily suggesting to prioritize moving the injured first because there were too many of them. The other warrior suddenly realized, thanked Han Ji-hyuk for his thoughtfulness, and promised to visit him later. Han Ji-hyuk merely instructed them to prioritize taking the severely injured first. He sighed in relief, watching the diligent skeletons carry the injured away. Han Ji-hyuk mused to himself that a centurion could overpower a D-rank awakener, proving that the awakeners here were weaker than he thought. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. He bent down to pick up something from the ground, holding the strange fragment in his hand. Han Ji-hyuk only hoped to find some clue from this mess. Back home, Han Ji-hyuk sat on the floor, engrossed with a pile of tools, while Han Seo-ah lay sprawled on the sofa, playfully toying with a glowing orb. He rechecked the programmed macros. They seemed to be intact. However, when he tried to use them, Han Ji-hyuk realized that this mana source was not his. He lay sprawled on the chair, sighing in disappointment as he realized his subspace wasn't working, because it only accepted inanimate objects imbued with his mana. Han Ji-hyuk nodded, finally understanding the problem. He turned to look at Han Seo-ah, who was playfully toying around, feeling a bit helpless. She suddenly sat up, irritably complaining that it was too noisy for her to think. Han Ji-hyuk was surprised to see her holding the orb, secretly wondering when it had been taken. He worried, monster cores weren't cheap? What if it broke? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, making his eyes narrow in contemplation. Han Ji-hyuk stared at the orb, realizing that the mana source from it felt similar to a monster core. This mana source was raw, wild, and pure, exactly like natural mana. A bold hypothesis suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that the skeletons were controlled by mana from the gate? Han Ji-hyuk deduced that when he returned to Earth, his body was intact, but the items in his subspace were absorbed by the gate instead of being transferred back to their proper places. He clutched his head, on the verge of tears, feeling that everything was illogical and hard to accept. Han Ji-hyuk finally understood. Because his mana was gone, the gate's mana had replaced it, causing the skeletons to follow the macros without responding to him. Wait, he suddenly realized something. Han Ji-hyuk deduced that if skeletons had appeared, then it was highly likely that other things would follow. The young man imagined the horrifying scenario of death knights or flesh golems appearing. He clutched his head and groaned, admitting that he was truly screwed because he had created them himself, but now couldn't defeat them. Han Seo-ah suddenly had an idea. She needed to create something. Han Ji-hyuk nodded. He needed an immortal army to fight for him. He looked at the pile of bone fragments, deciding he had to rebuild the Immortal Legion. The biggest problem in building the Legion was magic stones, but Ji-hyuk believed he could substitute them, just needing a bit of experimentation. He set down the mana orb, realizing he also needed a large number of corpses. To create high-level immortals, he would have to engrave magic circles with gold and reinforce weak points with metal. In short, he needed a lot of money. With the money earned from his current job, Ji-hyuk irritably noted it was still not enough to execute the plan. He let out a long sigh, wondering when he would finally be able to retire. The fastest way to earn more money was very simple. Both stood before the factory window. Simply increasing production would lead to continued revenue growth. However, he found this method too inefficient. As per Kim Deok before anyone else's suggestion, Ji-hyuk needed to buy a larger factory and implement a hybrid structure. But buying a factory required more money. So ultimately, everything still came back to financial issues. He thought he could go to the gates and hunt monsters for extra income. But he angrily yelled, after decades of fighting, now he had to go hunting again? Nevertheless, he walked on, telling himself he had no other choice in this situation. Han Ji-hyuk was on the phone, irritably refusing interviews or guild invitations, only accepting orders. The person on the other end introduced himself as Park Woo-jin, captain of the emergency response team, asking if he remembered him. He suddenly realized, so it's him. Ji-hyuk gave an awkward smile and asked about his health. Park Woo-jin replied that thanks to him, they had just been discharged from the hospital and wanted to express their gratitude on behalf of the entire team. The captain asked if it would be convenient to visit, and Ji-hyuk agreed, saying he would send the address. Han Ji-hyuk turned his head to look, a slightly annoyed expression on his face. A red sports car sped into the parking lot. He flinched at the loud noise, exclaiming in surprise. Emergency Response Team Captain Park Woo-jin, a D-rank awakener, suddenly appeared and called out to Han Ji-hyuk. The young man, having just stepped out of the bright red sports car, looked at the captain in surprise. Park Woo-jin expressed deep gratitude for what Han Ji-hyuk had done, while also worrying if he was bothering him. The black-haired young man waved his hand, reassuring him that he was just resting. The captain praised his impressive car, wondering about its expensive price. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in confirmation. The young man chuckled, admitting he had overspent when buying it, but an awakener like him couldn't drive an ordinary car. Park Woo-jin surprisingly asked if awakeners tended to buy luxury cars. Han Ji-hyuk confirmed that it was quite common. He explained that a luxury foreign car was often the first thing awakeners bought when they started earning money. Park Woojin looked surprised. He pondered something thoughtfully. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, hinting that he needed a favor. Park Woojin immediately responded enthusiastically, asserting that he was their benefactor, so he should just say it. The young man confidently declared that he had just come up with a brilliant business idea and wanted to hear Park Woojin's opinion. Park Woojin looked bewildered. The captain confusedly called his name. Both were striding through the Dongdaemun Dungeon byproduct market, and Park Woojin wondered why they were there. Han Ji-hyuk just smiled mysteriously, saying that everything had its reason. He turned to a vendor, asking if there was anything larger than the items on display. The vendor replied, asking how large he wanted it. Han Ji-hyuk explained he needed something at least the size of a horse, preferably a high-level, four-legged monster. The vendor's eyes widened in surprise. The vendor suggested a Demora, and Han Ji-hyuk repeated the name curiously. Park Woojin explained that a Demora was a large, feline-type monster, B rank, so it was quite durable. He nodded in agreement, decided to take the Demora, and asked if there were any other items. The vendor pointed to another type, smaller and weaker than a Demora, but resembling a horse. Han Ji-hyuk didn't hesitate, declaring he would take that one too. A dark vortex suddenly appeared, swallowing the bone fragments and items inside. Park Woojin was surprised to see the items disappear, wondering if that space was only for summoned objects or if it could hold other things. He scratched his head, admitting that after a few experiments, it turned out it could hold many other things, but he wasn't sure if it was just bones or something else. Park Woojin narrowed his eyes suspiciously, suddenly remembering that Han Ji-hyuk had also collected all the fragments last time. Han Ji-hyuk smiled and asked for the total price, while Park Woojin was still skeptical but told himself not to overthink it. Returning to the familiar room, Han Ji-hyuk declared that from now on, Park Woojin's role would be extremely important. Han Soa sat to the side, listening. Park Woojin immediately stood up straight, ready to receive orders with a determined expression. Han Ji-hyuk gave a confident smile, pointing towards the bone monster and declaring that he would start testing it now. Park Woojin immediately rushed towards the Demora with high determination, boldly asserting that he would do his best. The young man scratched his head, secretly thinking that this B-rank Demora was completely beyond his capabilities, but still hoped the other party would go easy on him. Han Ji-hyuk gave a mysterious smile, his eyes shining brightly in the dark, and decisively declared, "All right, let's begin." He stood next to the bone monster, gestured to Park Woojin, and said, "Just try riding it." Park Woojin looked bewildered, a series of question marks appearing around his head, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Han Ji-hyuk smiled and explained that the Demora had no saddle, and he would make one immediately. Park Woojin could only stammer. He stood beside the bone monster, which now had a saddle, and waved to signal Park Woojin to try again. Park Woojin turned his face away, somewhat sulkily reminding Han Ji-hyuk of his promise to help him. The young man was now on the Demora's back. It began to move, but Park Woojin looked completely uncomfortable. Park Woojin's face was contorted, and he groaned. "This is so uncomfortable." Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, telling him to hold on. Around them, clones of Park Woojin were also struggling with the bone monster. He waved, smiling encouragingly at Park Woojin to try again. The young man looked at him with an expression that was both determined and wary. Park Woojin, now riding more steadily, was surprised to realize the Demora was much more stable. Han Ji-hyuk smiled contentedly, telling him to try running. The sunset cast a brilliant glow across the sky, enveloping the large warehouse. Park Woojin, riding the Demora, told Han Ji-hyuk that it was good enough for normal use. He chuckled, calling this the first adjustment round. The young man wondered, asking if the Demora was a combat summon. Park Woojin's eyes lit up. He excitedly imagined riding it into battle. Han Ji-hyuk sternly affirmed that it was not for combat. He explained that if he needed cavalry, he would create centaurs, not ride monsters. He pointed at the Demora, declaring that it was purely for riding, and he intended to sell it as a mount. Park Woojin's eyes widened in astonishment, asking again, "Wait, you're going to sell it as a mount?" Han Ji-hyuk, with a stream of magical energy around his hand, told Park Woojin to wait a moment because they still needed to customize it. Bright blue energy began to flow throughout the Demora's legs. Its blue eyes suddenly lit up, full of vitality. Han Ji-hyuk smiled and asked Park Woojin how it looked. Han Seo-ah stood beside him, observing intently. Park Woojin exclaimed in astonishment as he saw the Demora light up, while Han Seo-ah also appeared extremely excited. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, pleased with everyone's reaction. He explained that although it didn't have many features, being able to ride it even inside teleportation gates would create a significant competitive advantage. Park Woojin immediately affirmed that it was absolutely true. He was so excited that he exclaimed he would spend all his savings to buy one, then wondered if it could come in other colors. He continued to suggest adding black bone armor, metallic details, and even tactile interaction capabilities with the rider. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, praising the ideas, while Han Seo-ah took the opportunity to take a selfie with Demora. The mount prototype was then lent to Captain Park Woojin, and the sight of him riding it through the city caused a public stir. As expected, countless requests for Saron's mounts poured in, leading Park Woojin to excitedly declare it a huge success, with the machines attracting absolute attention. Han Ji-hyuk suggested Park Woojin extend his vacation a bit longer, promising a 30% discount if he bought a mount later. Park Woojin annoyedly asked Han Ji-hyuk if he was serious, but ultimately sighed and agreed to use up his remaining vacation days. Han Ji-hyuk announced the start of designing custom options, focusing on armor and glowing eyes, just as Baek Sang-ho rushed in. Baek Sang-ho had just reported completing the requested adjustments when he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing Demora. He exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to witness an immortal mount in real life. Han Ji-hyuk invited Baek Sang-ho to participate in designing the customizations, which surprised the young man, who excitedly asked again, and he happily agreed. Baek Sang-ho then suggested using silver as the base color to match the bone, adding metallic accents to enhance its uniqueness, then pointed to the sketch. He confidently asked everyone about his design. Han Ji-hyuk marveled, praising the design for looking more refined and elegant, which made Baek Sang-ho excitedly ask again. Park Woojin wondered if this design was too soft, as mounts should look stronger. But Baek Sang-ho immediately replied that refined elegance sometimes conceals true power, and that was the thinking of novices. Park Woojin was surprised and angrily asked what novice meant, and what that hand gesture was for if he was mocking him. But Baek Sang-ho coldly explained that it was how he adjusted his glasses. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, crossing his arms and declaring that he liked this competitive spirit, as it would lead to excellent results. He told them both to stop arguing, then suggested making both designs and seeing which one received more votes. Han Ji-hyuk continued, if Baek Sang-ho won, he would receive a special bonus, and if Park Woojin won, he would get an additional discount, an offer that made both of them determined. Both declared in unison, "Leave it to me!" As expected, the flame of competition was ignited, and while Baek Sang-ho, Park Woojin, and Han So-ah lay exhausted on the floor, Han Ji-hyuk still smiled contentedly, as if he could hear the sound of money pouring in. Han Ji-hyuk introduced himself to the crowd, flashing a confident smile. The young man announced the launch of the Commander Skeleton mount, inviting everyone to start with the basic. Han So-ah excitedly pulled back the red cloth, revealing a glowing silver-white skeletal beast. The crowd below murmured. A man wearing glasses exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the basic form?" Han Ji-hyuk explained that this form might differ from what people had seen online. A blue mechanical detail suddenly lit up, signaling a transformation. The Demon of Taros stood beside the mount, which had transformed into a black and white mechanical creature, asking everyone if this was what they expected. The audience gasped in astonishment, cameras flashing continuously as they realized this was the image that had gone viral. The young man further explained that this design reflected the owner's preferences, allowing the mount's appearance to be customized as desired. He continued to introduce the monster evasion feature, which allows the mount to automatically find its owner when called, extremely convenient for use in gates. The crowd began discussing the mount's convenience and unique design, suggesting it would outperform regular sports cars. The champion of the Alliance announced the end of the introduction, inviting everyone to experience it for themselves, and beginning the lottery for the Commander Skeleton mount winner with a starting price of 150 million KRW. A nimble hand reached into the lottery box, preparing to find the lucky owner. Han Ji-hyuk excitedly announced number 37, and a woman in the crowd immediately raised her hand to confirm. The young man handed a tablet to the winner, inviting him to choose the option. Seo Han-seok looked at the tablet, saying he would choose from the available templates since he wasn't good at design. But the price was steep indeed. Han Ji-hyuk offered installment plans, but the light-haired man waved his hand, asserting he had enough cash. The Demon of Taros smirked, thinking to himself that his ample cash surely came from being a high-level awakener. Two audience members below recognized the winner as Seo Han-seok, captain of Unit 1 of the Hanul Guild. Seo Han-seok and Han Ji-hyuk heard the chatter, and the young man seemed impressed by the reputation of the Hanul Guild. Seo Han-seok asked if he could see what the mount looked like when equipped, as just looking at the catalog wasn't enough to visualize it. Han Ji-hyuk explained that it couldn't be equipped directly as that would make it a used item, but the parts could be displayed. Baek Sang-ho quickly brought the parts, while the Demon of Taros stood beside him, preparing to present. A holographic image of the mount appeared, displaying the custom parts along with their terrifying prices. Baek Sang-ho smiled, saying that Seo Han-seok had chosen the silver armor set, which made the light-haired man look annoyed. Seo Han-seok suggested engraving glowing initials onto the mount, wanting them on both sides. The phone screen displayed the cost of engraving the glowing initials, totaling nearly 700 million KRW, which made the light-haired man let out an oof. Han Ji-hyuk explained that the options alone cost 550 million KRW, bringing the total with the base price to 700 million KRW. The young man flashed a confident smile, saying he would register it, and asked him to place his hand on the mount's head. Seo Han-seok asked again in surprise, then reached out and touched Demora. A burst of energy erupted. Red-hot chains enveloped the mount as it glowed brightly. Its brilliant blue eyes flashed powerfully. Han Ji-hyuk looked impressed, then announced that the final step was to name Demora. Seo Han-seok excitedly replied, deciding to name it Yundori, Silverstone. Han Ji-hyuk smirked, thinking to himself that everything was perfect until the final name. He declared that Yundori now belonged to Seo Han-seok, and the crowd below cheered excitedly. The black-haired young man smiled, inviting the next Commander Mount winner onto the stage. The narration stated that previously, the public only had two ways to confront monsters. One was indirectly, through media or corpses. The other was to directly face them when they poured out of unstable gates, causing terrifying scenes. But now, a completely new method had emerged. A young girl and the boy accompanying her cried out in panic upon seeing a monster charging towards them. The boy reassured the girl, pointing out that someone was riding on the beast's back. He explained that it was a commander mount, a summoned creature, completely harmless. Another man looked impressed, recognizing it as Seo Hansok from the Hanul Guild, thanks to the letter E engraved on the mount's forehead. Seo Hansok smiled contentedly, ordering Yundori to move. The young girl and boy were astonished to see Yundori acting cute, and the girl even wanted to ride it. A light armored warrior waved, asking Seo Hansok if he was riding his commander mount to work. Another teammate exclaimed in surprise that this Demora was completely different from the ones he had fought. Seo Hansok introduced it as Yundori, but declined his teammate's offer to pet it, explaining that only the registered owner could do so. The guildmaster of the Hanul Guild, Kim Hanyul, appeared, looking impressed by the commander mount. Kim Hanyul wondered about Yundori's outer armor. Seo Hansok ordered Yundori to rest, while Kim Hanyul was still marveling. Kim Hanyul, with an eager expression, asked Seo Hansok for permission to examine Yundori more closely. Captain Seo Hansok suspiciously asked about Kim Hanyul's intentions, and he curtly replied that he just wanted to look. Seo Hansok sighed, warning Guildmaster Kim Hanyul to only look, while he had already quickly petted Yundori and chuckled mischievously. Kim Hanyul marveled, praising Yundori's armor for looking quite sturdy and not bad at all. The Hanul Guildmaster's eyes lit up, and he mumbled about the possibility of customizing this armor as he wished, based on the videos he had watched. Seo Hansok flinched in alarm when Kim Hanyul suddenly declared he would remove the armor for a closer look. Kim Hanyul tried to remove the armor but couldn't. He surprisingly wondered if he needed to use more force, while Seo Hansok screamed in horror that it was full body armor. Kim Hanyul was surprised when a large piece of Yundori's armor was ripped off by him, leaving Seo Hansok frozen, and those around them also astonished. Team leader Seo Hansok clutched his face in agony. His expression twisted beyond belief. He struggled and collapsed to his knees, shouting Yundori's name in despair upon seeing his pet broken. Kim Hanyul was dumbfounded, still holding the piece of armor he had just ripped off, wondering why it had come off so easily. Seo Hansok angrily yelled that the armor was a single piece, while Kim Hanyul defended himself, saying that he had ripped it off before the other could say anything. Kim Hanyul looked apologetic, scratching his head as he asked if he should buy a new one to compensate Seo Hansok. Seo Hansok, disappointed and sad, explained that if it were a new one, it wouldn't be Yundori anymore, then hesitantly suggested repairing it. Team leader Seo Hansok angrily ordered Guildmaster Kim Hanyul to go repair it himself and demanded that he stop messing with Yundori's armor and consult Han Ji-hyuk directly. Seo Hansok further added that Kim Hanyul should be grateful they overlooked this matter, simply because they understood a guildmaster's situation. A flashback appeared, showing that the commander mounts had been successfully sold, bringing in massive profits of hundreds of millions per unit, making all of Han Ji-hyuk's worries vanish. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," with a surprised and slightly confused expression. He looked at another commander mount that was completely damaged in the vehicle's trunk, wondering if it could be repaired. Kim Hanyul was on the phone with a worried expression, asking if it could be repaired. Han Ji-hyuk explained that repairing it was possible but would be expensive, as this level of damage required replacing all damaged bones and joint. Kim Hanyul frantically asked again if replacing the bones meant Yundori would have parts from other bodies, then reassured himself that bones were just bones after all. Kim Hanyul fearfully clutched his head, worried that Seo Hansok would kill him if he found out, while Han Ji-hyuk suggested that the fragments could be glued back together, but they would be more fragile. Kim Hanyul hastily picked up his phone with a serious expression, saying he needed to consult Seo Hansok about this matter. Han Ji-hyuk explained that Seo Hansok wanted to restore it to its original state because he had grown attached to it after only a few days, and the repair cost would be around 50 million KRW, but Kim Hanyul waved off the cost, only asking for it to be handled with care. Han Ji-hyuk looked puzzled and asked, "But how did it end up like this? Even if it were hit by a speeding car, it couldn't have ended up like this." Kim Hanyul scratched his head with a slightly embarrassed expression, confessing, "Well, actually, I tore it apart." Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard, exclaiming, "What?" The guildmaster of Hanul Guild explained that he had watched a video about how skeletons automatically assembled into armor. He excitedly gesticulated, describing how they separated and then, poof, became armor, making Ji-hyuk only able to sigh, "Ah, right." Kim Hanyul grinned, recounting that he had thought, "This is perfect for me." So he went to see it and intended to order a set. And then this happened. The black-haired man surprisingly asked, "By the way, can you make armor for humans?" Kim Hanyul turned around, asking Ji-hyuk in return, "Why do you need it for humans?" Then confidently said, "I think it would fit perfectly on my arm." "Ah, don't you know about my ability?" He confidently declared, "I have the power of gigantification." Guildmaster Hanul continued to explain that he could grow up to 10 meters tall, but finding suitable equipment was always a headache because he couldn't maintain his giant form indefinitely. Han Ji-hyuk, with an annoyed expression, asked, "Can't it be made from stretchy material?" Kim Hanyul scratched his head in confusion, saying, "Well, that's what I'm using, but—" Ji-hyuk interrupted, suggesting, "Instead of explaining, why don't you show me what the problem is? If I'm going to make armor for you, I'll need to see it first." Kim Hanyul fell silent with a thoughtful expression. He finally agreed, saying, "All right then, let's go outside." Kim Hanyul took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, declaring, "Gigantification." Guildmaster Hanul's body began to swell astonishingly, making Ji-hyuk and Han So-ah look up from below in astonishment. Han Ji-hyuk's mouth hung open, his face clearly showing shock as he witnessed the scene before him. Kim Hanyul transformed into a massive, muscular giant in a tight blue wrestling suit, while Han So-ah quickly took a picture. Ji-hyuk hastily held back his assistant's hand, saying, "Ah, all right, you can stop now." He turned to Guildmaster Hanul, who had returned to normal size and was taking off his shirt, remarking, "So, Guildmaster, you don't really need high defense armor." Kim Hanyul agreed. "That's right," as he pulled down his shirt, explaining, "I just need something to cover my embarrassing bits." He admitted, "Sure, I have a great physique, but I don't want to be a public laughingstock," making Ji-hyuk nod. "Fair enough." Ji-hyuk asked Guildmaster Hanul, "Do you know what it feels like to fight in a tight blue suit when everyone else is wearing cool armor?" Kim Hanyul confessed that he had always dreamed of having clothes that could freely adjust to his body size, and the armor function wasn't that important, then pleaded, "I'll pay any price." "Please, can you make it for me?" Ji-hyuk thought to himself. He had initially only intended to profit from selling commander mounts, but this opportunity to polish his relationship with an S-rank awakener wasn't bad either. Suddenly, an idea flashed in the young man's mind. He recalled his time on the Saron continent. When fixing macro errors, he used to attach skeletons to fighters to collect movement data. Ji-hyuk asked what the other's main weapon was, and Kim Hanyul replied that he used martial arts, because carrying weapons while in giant form was very inconvenient. A knowing smile appeared on Ji-hyuk's lips. He secretly praised. "Perfect!" The young man declared to Guildmaster Hanul that he would make that suit no matter what, making Kim Hanyul surprised by this sudden attitude. Ji-hyuk explained that if he was going to do it, he had to do it properly, ensuring full functionality, and asked the other to bring back the best materials. He listed specific requirements: high-grade monster bones, large in size, and still fresh, making Kim Hanyul extremely excited, declaring that money was no object. 5 days later, time passed in anticipation. In the office, Seo Hansok irritably asked Kim Hanyul to stop pacing because he was getting dizzy. Guildmaster Hanul replied that he couldn't contain his excitement as he was about to get his dream suit and was waiting for Yundori. He impatiently asked how much longer, and Seo Hansok reassured him that they said it would be done in the next few days and they would contact him. Kim Hanyul irritably asked when a few days exactly was, then turned to Seo Hansok, grumbling why he didn't call, and asked himself. He suddenly slumped, worried if they would rush and ruin the suit. Seo Hansok reassured him that everything would be fine, and reminded him of the quality of Yundori that Han Ji-hyuk had created. The team leader of Unit 1 advised Kim Hanyul to treat CEO Han well if the suit was successful, which surprised him. He realized Han Ji-hyuk was the only one capable of crafting custom gear, and wondered if he should invite him to join the guild. Seo Hansok dismissed that idea, saying that Han Ji-hyuk was already too rich and only cared about money, and didn't even bother with the gates. The two began to speculate about why Han Ji-hyuk had intervened in the previous unstable gate incident, wondering if it was because it was near his company or just out of curiosity. They recalled Han Ji-hyuk with an aura of power and concluded he was an unusual person, greedy for money but not rushing to use his abilities to profit. And despite revealing his power, he showed no interest in the gates. They wondered why Han Ji-hyuk was different from other awakeners, who always sought to grow stronger through the gates, and ruled out the possibility that he refused violence for personal reasons. Kim Hanyul put forth a bold hypothesis. Perhaps Han Ji-hyuk had some psychological trauma related to the gates, which startled Seo Hansok as if he had just found the answer. Suddenly, Kim Hanyul's phone rang, and he cheered excitedly. "It's done!" He immediately dashed out of the office, telling Seo Hansok to stay and handle the work. With a radiant smile and eyes full of anticipation, Guildmaster Hanul shot off like an arrow. Han Ji-hyuk appeared with a slightly surprised expression, greeting the newly arrived Guildmaster Hanul. Kim Hanyul immediately asked about the finished product, and the other pointed towards a covered object. The Demon of Taros invited Guildmaster Hanul to unveil the secret himself. Guildmaster Hanul was surprised, then eagerly reached out his hand. He decisively pulled away the covering cloth, revealing what was underneath. Kim Hanyul beamed, his eyes sparkling like stars, exclaiming, "Here it is, my armor!" Before him was a black and white armor set designed like a skeleton, exuding a powerful, majestic aura. Guildmaster Hanul excitedly asked if this was his armor, and if it would still work when he transformed into a giant. Han Ji-hyuk explained that this was the normal mode, and offered to help him try it on. Guildmaster Hanul immediately agreed. Kim Hanyul was wearing the armor, looking incredibly cool, and asked if he should transform right away. The champion raised a finger, signaling to wait a moment, then decisively snapped his fingers. He explained that the bones on the armor would become part of the armor after Kim Hanyul transformed, while Han So-ah stood nearby, listening attentively. Han Ji-hyuk pointed to a spot on the ground, asking Guildmaster Hanul if he saw Unit 1 there. He instructed Kim Hanyul to stand in position, spread his limbs, and wait for the red light to appear, signaling the armor was ready to transform. Guildmaster Hanul took a deep breath, shouted, "Gigantify!" and the red light began to glow brightly on the armor. The chest piece of the armor glowed brightly, beginning a spectacular transformation. The armor was no less impressive, transforming with sharp, powerful details. Each piece of armor seemed to be reborn, creating a completely new, extremely fearsome form. Han Seoa watched the transformation as if it were a 3D movie, holding popcorn and soda, her eyes wide with astonishment. Guildmaster Hanul had now transformed into a giant, the armor hugging his body, exuding an extraordinary aura. Kim Hanyul looked down at himself, exclaiming in disbelief, Is this my armor?" Han Ji-hook looked up, explaining that the armor was incredibly durable thanks to its high-grade materials, then asked Guildmaster Hanul if he liked it. Kim Hanyul was moved to tears, declaring it much better and more perfect than I ever imagined, and that he could finally become a father his daughter wouldn't be ashamed of. Han Ji-hook smiled, asked how to remove the armor, and instructed Guildmaster Hanul to stand in his previous pose, then said deactivate when the blue light appeared. Guildmaster Hanul complied, and his giant form gradually vanished, leaving only a faint blue streak of light. Kim Hanyul was astonished to realize he didn't need to change clothes after deactivating the power. Han Ji-hook smiled as Guildmaster Hanul expressed gratitude for making his lifelong dream come true. However, he humbly replied that the performance might not be worth the price. Guildmaster Hanul immediately waved his hand, asserting that he was content just to wear this armor. He said, "I feel completely satisfied right now." The black-haired young man asked about the remaining payment, and Kim Hanyul replied a mere 3 billion won, explaining that the raw materials were quite expensive. Han Ji-hook was surprised by that amount, asking Guildmaster Hanul again if he was sure it was enough. Guildmaster Hanul nodded, but then unexpectedly suggested he invest in Saron. Kim Hanyul hesitantly explained that investing here actually meant lending money, causing Han Ji-hook to ask again for confirmation. Han Ji-hook gave a confident smile, making an attractive offer. "If you invest in Saron, I'll guarantee you free lifetime A1S upgrades." Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Guildmaster Hanul pondered the lifetime A1S upgrade guarantee, then asked how much money was needed. Han Ji-hook replied, "The more, the better," promising to repay it as quickly as possible, while also revealing that Saron's monthly revenue had already exceeded hundreds of billions of won. Han Ji-hook decided to lend 20 billion won from his personal funds, telling himself he wouldn't use it to buy equipment anyway. Kim Hanyul was astonished by the huge sum, asking again if he was okay with that. Han Ji-hook promised to transfer the money as soon as he returned, expressing his trust in Guildmaster Hanul. Guildmaster Hanul replied enthusiastically, saying the honor was his. Suddenly, Seo Hansok excitedly called out Yundori's name. Kim Hanyul was excitedly recounting the transformation process, how the skeletal armor automatically attached itself like in a movie, while Undori hugged Seo Hansok tightly. Kim Hanyul was startled by a strange sound, while Seo Hansok anxiously realized it was the sign of an unstable gate that had just opened. Seo Hansok reassured them that it was only a D-grade gate, and the emergency response team was already on their way, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Guildmaster Hanul still looked serious, muttering about the unstable gate potentially causing public concern. Kim Hanyul suddenly shouted, "Then I'm off!" and shot away like an arrow, giving a thumbs-up goodbye. Seo Hansok was stunned, exclaiming that he usually avoided such things, so why was he rushing to a D-grade gate now? A fiery red, snake-like monster with hard scales was slithering out of a crack in the ground. Kim Hanyul, in his unique skeletal armor, was cheerfully holding 2 small purple snake monsters in his hand. On the television screen, a newscaster was reporting on Guildmaster Kim Hanyul of the Hanul Guild, who had made a surprising move by appearing at the unstable gate in his unique skeletal armor. Han Ji-hook was watching the news, hearing a commentator say that the skeletal armor was definitely a product of Saron's CEO Han Ji-hook. He thought to himself, that was fast. Han Ji-hook told himself that the important thing was that both sides were satisfied. Kim Hanyul had high-performance armor, he earned money, and most importantly, he collected combat data. Meanwhile, Han Soa was training Yundori, the tiny skeleton swinging its sword nimbly. Han Soa explained that thanks to this data, she could shorten the development time for combat macros. The silver-haired girl added that just a few battles would provide enough data, then suddenly commanded, "Stop!" Han Soa placed her foot on Yundori's head, the tiny skeleton looking annoyed, as she continued to talk about applying macros to the undead army. Han Ji-hook asked Han Soa what she was doing, seeing her sprawled on the floor, pointing a finger gun at the training Yundori. Han Soa frowned, irritably ordering him, "Don't interfere with data collection." Back in the office, Han Ji-hook scrolled through his phone, smiling as he realized the money was in his account, and it was time to upgrade everything to a new level. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man looked out the window, frustrated that limited orders were so difficult to secure, while Saron was monopolizing the market and their factories had reached maximum capacity. Suddenly, an employee rushed in, reporting that Saron was about to open a large-scale factory, startling the blonde-haired boss. The man in the black suit explained that Saron planned to maintain its existing factories and handle new contracts with the new factory, and was also looking for partners. The blonde-haired boss immediately ordered, "Secure those contracts at once." He growled, demanding that all remaining production capacity not tied to guaranteed orders must be contracted, and as much inventory as possible must be pushed into that factory before it reached maximum capacity. In another development, a silver-haired manager reported to Han Ji-hook that orders were pouring in since Saron announced the new factory contract. with Roko even proposing to secure 700,000 units. Han Ji-hyuk was astonished by the figure of 700,000 units. The young man quickly regained his composure, smiling confidently and saying that at this rate, Saron would produce most of Roko's goods, and it seemed they had come to their senses. He typed on his computer while approving all incoming contracts, but wondered why they only received proposals from mid-tier manufacturers. The silver-haired manager explained that top-tier manufacturers operated differently from mid-tier partners. Han Ji-hyuk immediately asked, "How so?" The manager further explained that mid-tier manufacturers relied on design and marketing, while top-tier manufacturers focused on technological advancements. He continued, "These companies had long-term partnerships and developed technology through joint research, so suddenly changing production lines was not easy." Han Ji-hyuk pondered technology. The manager reassured his young boss that everything would resolve itself over time. He asserted that no partnership lasted forever, and as Saron continued to grow, they would come seeking them out. He concluded that once those relationships were established, they would propose technology transfers to form partnerships, and orders would naturally flow to Saron. Han Ji-hyuk asked how he could be so sure. The silver-haired manager explained that this was how the Korean footwear industry collapsed, with top manufacturers, with their large scale and technical barriers, gradually leaving. He called it the natural cycle of the industry. Han Ji-hyuk wondered if they should prepare by developing their own technology. The manager agreed that improving technology was never a bad idea. The young man suggested, "So, should we establish a research department?" Han Ji-hyuk then asked the manager if he knew about the Korean Footwear Association. The silver-haired manager was surprised and asked what it was. He explained it was an organization founded when the Korean footwear industry was thriving. Han Ji-hyuk tilted his head, asking, "What does that mean?" The manager explained that it was an association established when the footwear industry in Korea was booming. Although it was almost inactive now, it was still the largest and only organization in Korea with about 300 shoe factories as members. Han Ji-hyuk said, "Oh," the manager continued. The factories affiliated with the association were elite survivors who had withstood cheap competition from China, so their accumulated technology was significant, especially for specialized footwear like safety shoes. He suggested that if Saron formed a technical partnership with those factories, they could quickly compensate for the lack of technological expertise. He also revealed that he had been a member of the association for some time but found it troublesome, so he had put off invitations to participate. Han Ji-hyuk praised his insight. Han Ji-hyuk said that based on what the manager had said, it wasn't a bad idea. He added that since the manager was already a member, his joining wouldn't be any different, and suggested they should try visiting once. A lively atmosphere filled the large hall where dozens of people were gathered. Han Ji-hyuk and the silver-haired manager entered, receiving a warm welcome to the Footwear Association. He wondered if the welcoming ceremony was always this grand. The manager shook his head, admitting he had never seen such a sight before either. The association president, a middle-aged man with a bright smile, approached to greet Han Ji-hyuk. The two men shook hands, but Han Ji-hyuk felt something was off about the association president. The president invited him to step forward, declaring him the star of today's event, and Han Ji-hyuk agreed. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes gleamed with a sharp, wary look. In a corner, the association president and two other men were observing him with knowing smiles. Han Ji-hyuk subtly smirked, thinking to himself, "This is interesting." He affirmed that this was not a simple welcoming ceremony, but harbored something deeper. The association president began his speech, recounting the golden age when Korea was once the world's second-largest shoe exporter. He continued to lament the decline of the footwear industry, with only a few hundred companies remaining, and none employing more than 500 people. The silver-haired manager standing next to Han Ji-hyuk explained that the industry had been in decline for a long time, unable to compete with China and Southeast Asia. Suddenly, the association president dramatically changed his tone, declaring that Han Ji-hyuk's appearance had brought new hope, thanks to the use of skeletal armor and advanced technology. He emphatically asserted that Han Ji-hyuk was reclaiming the footwear industry from China by utilizing cheap labor, asking if this was the dream they all longed for, to restore the industry and rise again. The crowd below cheered in response. The association president continued to appeal. If Han Ji-hyuk shared that power, they could rise together, proving to the world that sustainability was not solely based on cheap labor. The crowd chanted in unison, showing their support. But Han Ji-hyuk just stood there with a cold expression, realizing their true intentions and secretly regretting his participation. The silver-haired manager flinched, frowning in protest, saying that this was not what they had agreed upon, and that making this public was not right. Han Ji-hyuk observed the murmuring crowd, wondering what was truly happening. The silver-haired manager explained that the skeletons were not only Saron's core assets, but also Han Ji-hyuk's unique ability, and asking for them was no different from asking an awakened person to share their power. The association president quickly reassured them, saying they were only discussing possibilities and would offer fair compensation. But the manager firmly demanded a formal proposal, stating that the issue couldn't be casually pushed into the public eye. Han Ji-hyuk looked at the confused association members and the association president still trying to push the plan, realizing there was clearly someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. He called out to the association president, startling him into a response. Han Ji-hyuk smiled meaningfully, stating that there seemed to be a misunderstanding and suggested ending the meeting for the day so everyone could reevaluate their positions before reconvening. While thinking to himself, if you want the skeletons, you should have knelt and begged. Dare to play these games with me, and I'll make you regret it. The silver-haired manager anxiously called Han Ji-hyuk's name as he left. The silver-haired manager bowed his head, his face full of remorse, and said, "I am truly sorry." Han Ji-hyuk, perched on the desk, calmly replied, "Don't worry about it. It's fine if you didn't know." The manager frowned, anxiously reminding Han Seo that the CEO was displeased. The young man sighed, wondering if the other party had finally given up. The silver-haired manager vehemently objected, declaring that they didn't need to meet those unreasonable demands and didn't need the association either. Han Ji-hyuk admitted that the association's technology and connections would be good, but he asserted that they weren't essential. The young man asked if the manager realized someone was intentionally stirring things up. He revealed that after the ceremony, he had contacted a few people and discovered that the president and his faction were spreading rumors that Saron would lease the skeleton. The silver-haired manager wondered if the association president was the mastermind, but Han Ji-hyuk denied it. He explained that the association was now just an empty shell, and the president's role was largely ceremonial. The manager asked who truly held the power behind the president, then pointed out 3 companies, Taehyung Industries, Tal International, and MK Minikyung Trading, as the only ones with enough influence in the association. He further explained that they were the largest shoe manufacturers in Korea, but all their factories were located in China and Southeast Asia. These companies had survived the decline of the Korean shoe industry by moving overseas. Han Ji-hyuk listened thoughtfully as the manager continued to explain that these companies paid the highest fees to the association and were its biggest supporters, mainly to save face and maintain the image of a Korean company. The silver-haired manager asserted that smaller companies couldn't afford to do that. Han Seo, sitting in a chair, asked if the smaller companies were their enemies, stating that she was tolerant of allies, but strict with enemies. The silver-haired manager scratched his head, saying he thought they genuinely wanted the skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, suggesting that those people were merely swayed by the president's words, adding that if he were in their position, he too would have rushed to the ceremony and decided to overlook the matter. The young man sat up straight and declared, "Here's what we'll do. Let's deal with the 3 internal companies and all external threats." He explained why he stopped producing transport skeletons despite it being very profitable. "It's because too many people were already in that field. If I couldn't turn everyone into an ally, it wasn't worth doing." The silver-haired manager asked what? In surprise as Han Ji-hyuk continued, "But the shoe industry isn't like that. Now that I'm stronger, I think I can swallow the whole thing without any problems." Han Ji-hyuk smirked, declaring that if he allied with all the smaller companies and controlled the association, nothing external would matter anymore. Then, he could cleanly eliminate the 3 internal companies. The silver-haired manager asked if he intended to dominate the association by leasing skeletons to smaller companies. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, saying, "Oh, come on, listen to me first. I don't actually intend to lease them." He winked, explaining that simply creating a similar effect would be enough. The silver-haired manager smiled brightly, realizing that this way, both Saran and the members would benefit, and factory workers could also keep their jobs. Han Ji-hyuk ordered the association's bylaws to be brought to find a way to smoothly implement this plan. The manager immediately agreed. A few days later at the Shoe Association General Assembly, a man in a gray suit praised the association president. He expressed his impression and asked how the president had convinced Saron after hearing about the chaos at the ceremony. The association president laughed heartily, saying he just did his best, then was surprised to see Han Ji-hyuk and the manager walk in. The association president, with a smiling face, was talking to Han Ji-hyuk, thanking him for his decision. The silver-haired manager beside him looked at Han Ji-hyuk with a puzzled expression, wondering why he had that look. Han Ji-hyuk stepped onto the podium, facing the murmuring crowd, and loudly introduced himself. He smirked, took the microphone, and declared that everyone here wanted to talk about the skeletons, praising them as amazing workers who didn't need food, rest, or wages. The young man explained that after thinking it over, he had decided to lend them out, though it might not be what everyone was imagining. With a sharp gaze, he continued his speech, preparing to state an important condition. Han Ji-hyuk bluntly stated that he had a rather twisted personality. If asked directly, he might have been willing to help, but publicly announcing it without his consent and applying public pressure was unacceptable to him. The silver-haired manager looked surprised and confused by his words, while Han Ji-hyuk firmly declared that no justification was needed. He was still here to lend them, but there was a condition. He emphasized that he didn't like working with people he disliked, then presented his formal proposal. Han Ji-hyuk proposed impeaching the current association president, and if that happened, he would join the association and lend out the skeleton. The entire hall was shaken, and the association president was so astonished he couldn't speak, stammering about impeachment. The silver-haired manager explained that no president had ever been impeached in the history of the Shoe Association, but the bylaws allowed it. Han Ji-hyuk calmly explained that if half the members agreed, they could start a vote, and if 2/3 approved, it would pass, emphasizing that just because it hadn't happened before didn't mean it never would. The association president angrily objected, pointing out that only members could propose impeachment, and Han Ji-hyuk wasn't even a member yet. Suddenly, the silver-haired manager stood up and declared, "I hereby submit a motion to impeach President Yu Yong-oh." Han Ji-hyuk looked at the association president with a challenging expression, asking if this was acceptable. President Yu Yong-oh frowned unhappily, wondering why things were being dragged out like this. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, saying that since everyone was present, they should vote immediately on the motion to impeach President Yu Yong-oh. He raised his hand, ordering all those who supported the impeachment of President Yu Yong-oh to raise their hands. The crowd below began to murmur, and some association members raised their hands. Another member wondered in surprise if the association was finally doing something. Han Ji-hyuk announced that with 170 votes in favor, more than half of the 330 members had voted yes, and the impeachment motion was officially passed. He continued to call for a vote to finalize the impeachment of President Yu Yong-oh, while issuing an ultimatum. If 220 members agreed, he would join the association. Otherwise, he would leave immediately. With a radiant smile, Han Ji-hyuk declared President Yu Yong-oh officially impeached and demoted to an ordinary member. President Yu Yong-oh protested in horror, arguing that this was incorrect and required a formal General Assembly meeting to decide. Yu Yong-oh exclaimed, "No!" in horror, while other men behind him cheered excitedly. The association president was still stunned, his eyes bewildered as he looked at the phone in his hand. Han Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes sharply, wondering if that guy was trying to buy time or taking orders from someone. The young man smiled confidently, declaring that he wouldn't follow anyone's script, and it was time to fulfill his promise. "I will lend you the skeletons." But immediately, he raised his index finger, explaining that he was a businessman and wouldn't give anything away for free, even if they were in the same association. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly frowned, explaining that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, because the skeletons were not like ordinary workers. He wondered if he could manage over 300 companies and flexibly adjust the type of skeletons for each one, then answered himself, "That's a blatant lie. It's absolutely possible." He continued to explain, likening the skeletons to semi-automatic machines, most efficient when concentrated in one place. Dispersing them across various factories was logistically impossible, from maintenance to production. Therefore, the champion of the alliance made a counter-proposal. Instead of lending out individual skeletons, he would provide their labor to everyone. A man in the crowd confusedly asked, "Provide labor? What do you mean?" The young man simply explained, "Members just needed to bring their orders, and Saron would produce and deliver the finished products for a fee of only 1,500 won per item." He emphasized that their selling price, whether 10,000 or 100,000 won, wouldn't affect him. The silver-haired manager immediately wondered, asking the difference between this proposal and ordering directly from Saron. Han Ji-hyuk replied, pointing out a major difference. Saron currently only produced for export and did not participate in the domestic market. He continued to explain that, from now on, Saron would only accept domestic shoe orders from association members, and the company itself had no intention of entering the domestic market. The silver-haired manager and association president Yu Yong-oh were surprised, one asking, "Then why do we need to run factories anymore?" And the other immediately agreeing, "Exactly." Han Ji-hyuk smiled brightly, praising it as an excellent question. He explained that under the new system, they wouldn't have to worry about the costs of maintaining factories and employees anymore. But then, he looked worried, raising the issue of overall development. He said that even Saron couldn't immediately take on all the work of thousands of workers, and if there were layoffs, everyone would blame him. Therefore, he proposed a solution called the Skeleton Worker Integration Plan. According to this, the number of skeletons factories could borrow would be based on their existing number of production workers, at a ratio of 3 skeletons per worker. Another association member immediately objected, his voice full of annoyance. "So you want us to still maintain factories and employees, even though we want to use skeletons to reduce labor costs?" Han Ji-hyuk nodded in confirmation, admitting that it was certainly a burden. But he posed a counter-question. If it was already a burden for those who had endured so many difficulties, what about new entrants? The young man continued to explain that where there was money, there would be people to supply shoes. They would have to establish factories, hire production workers, and join the association. He asked the crowd in return, "How easy do you think that would be?" The hero powerfully declared that they had all worked very hard to reach their current positions. Therefore, he proposed that the remaining association members monopolize the domestic footwear market, using their factories and employees as barriers to block all new competitors. 3 men in the crowd, including the silver-haired manager, smiled contentedly, shouting in unison, "Let's reclaim the market that China stole. Ensure no one can disrupt our collective growth." Yu Yong-oh flinched, hastily asking, "Wait, what about exports?" Han Ji-hyuk turned to look at President Yu Yong-oh, asking in return, "Haven't Korea's shoe export routes been almost completely blocked for a long time now?" He admitted that wasn't entirely true, as some companies in the association still focused on exports. But then, Han Ji-hyuk coldly cut him off, saying that those overseas companies were not his concern. "Yu Yong-oh!" exclaimed in astonishment. "Excuse me!" The young man explained, "The Bone Worker Integration Plan only applies to factories and employees based in South Korea. Overseas factories and workers will not be counted." Yu Yong-oh tried to object, saying that even if the factories were overseas, the headquarters were still in South Korea. But his words were cut short in helplessness. Han Ji-hyuk asserted that he couldn't satisfy everyone, then frankly asked if his terms were convincing enough. In response to the young man's words, the crowd below immediately erupted, cheering excitedly and declaring their full agreement. Han Ji-hyuk smirked meaningfully, asking in return if the majority was satisfied, what was left to debate, or if someone was hiding their own agenda. Yu Yong-oh clicked his tongue in anger, his face full of dissatisfaction with the situation. The young man declared the discussion over and ordered action to begin, affirming that from now on, South Korea would be a land of opportunity for all. South Korean factories strongly rebounded, mobilizing all resources to reclaim the domestic market, with the skeletons from Saran as their foundation. Thanks to these efforts, orders for Saran soared continuously. Not long after, the Footwear Association held an official general meeting, with the first item on the agenda being the impeachment of the incumbent chairman. As expected, Yu Yong-oh was impeached and deposed, screaming in horror that this couldn't happen and was invalid. The silver-haired manager continued the meeting, moving on to the issue of membership standards and questioning whether companies with only headquarters in South Korea but factories overseas could truly be considered South Korean companies. He asked if everyone was thinking of Manhwa Industries and 2 other companies, then questioned if there was anyone else besides those 3 names. The silver-haired manager solemnly proposed that association membership should be limited to companies with manufacturing plants located in South Korea. A man in a black suit expressed concern about receiving many orders from Manhwa, and another man agreed with him. Han Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, coldly stating that the choice was theirs, but they would face the consequences, emphasizing that they were all adults and would surely understand his meaning. A man approached Han Ji-hyuk and asked if he could ask a question, and the young man nodded in agreement. The man wondered what would happen if a company with overseas factories decided to move its production back to South Korea. Han Ji-hyuk replied curtly that they would then meet the membership requirements. But the other man worried that it would make other association members uncomfortable. Han Ji-hyuk explained that Saran only produced for the domestic market, so having a strong competitor share market share would not be pleasant at all. The other man was startled and asked if the 3 major players were also eyeing the South Korean domestic market, finding it absurd due to their vastly different financial capabilities. He stammered an excuse that it was just a hypothetical example. The meeting continued with a vote on the proposal, and those who agreed were asked to raise their hands. The silver-haired manager announced that the proposal had been officially approved, and members who no longer met the requirements would be automatically removed from the association. As the silver-haired manager prepared to conclude the meeting with a final proposal, Han Ji-hyuk immediately spoke up, agreeing to listen. He smiled and nominated CEO Kim Deok before anyone else for the vacant chairman position, causing a man in a black suit to ask in surprise if the rule wasn't that only members with 3 or more years of seniority could be nominated. The silver-haired manager solemnly proposed electing Kim Deok before anyone else as chairman, and the crowd below immediately cheered in response. He sighed, chiding Han Ji-hyuk that he should have given him a heads up. Han Ji-hyuk gave a thumbs up, asserting that he trusted no one else but him for this role. But the silver-haired manager lamented that he was already too busy with company work. He smirked, suggesting that he just choose a good vice chairman and dump all the work on them. Finally, the silver-haired manager accepted, also proposing to use this opportunity to widely promote the achievements of the meeting, especially the cooperation between the awakened and sunset industries, and the revitalization of both sides. Han Ji-hyuk flashed a smug smile, declaring that everything was settled and it was time to focus on making money. He thought to himself that business was going frighteningly well. As if by magic, the Demon of Teros's plan was to expand the skeleton army to saturation, then continue to expand endlessly. Currently, Saran had 5,000 skeletons working at all their facilities. As a result, his monthly profit had skyrocketed to 20 billion won, including transport skeletons and command mounts. However, Han Ji-hyuk still found this amount insufficient to rebuild his mighty undead army. The young man thoughtfully spun his chair, wondering if there was any other way to earn more money. He scrolled through his phone, his sharp eyes searching for a new opportunity. Ji-hyuk's fingers quickly glided across the touchscreen, typing to search for information. Han Seo-ah was sitting on the floor, hugging a stuffed animal and explaining that the electronics industry mainly produced low-end products like light bulbs, tape recorders, and radios, which required a lot of manual labor. Ji-hyuk suddenly reached out and snatched the stuffed animal, startling the zombie assistant. Holding the stuffed animal, the champion of the alliance suddenly realized, now that I think about it, aren't all these things produced in China? He explained that when buying such simple products, people often prioritized cost-effectiveness over quality, while Han Seo-ah just held her head in exasperation. Ji-hyuk gazed thoughtfully into the distance, wondering if he should try his hand at the electronics industry. He continued to ponder, realizing the real problem was deciding what to produce, because electronics were far different from footwear. It wasn't just about materials and quick assembly. Ji-hyuk looked annoyed, saying that he had once thought about acquiring a South Korean company, but they had all gone bankrupt, leaving nothing to take over. He scribbled with a pen, considering hiring some experts and starting research, even though this wasn't high-tech work. But then he wondered if products of mediocre quality would sell. The young man continued to take notes, wondering how China had started, with cheap, low-quality products, and of course, a light flashed in Ji-hyuk's eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, "Counterfeit!" He walked out of the room, declaring that blatant copying was unacceptable. But what if he adjusted the method a little? Kim Deok, before anyone else, and another man in a gray uniform stood in the factory, surprised to see Han Ji-hyuk and calling him Chairman Kim. Ji-hyuk shrugged, smiling in response. "Chairman, don't call me that. Kim Deok." Before anyone else still smiled, saying that he was the association chairman, so the title was very fitting. Kim Deok, before anyone else looked slightly annoyed, suggesting Ji-hyuk call him, as before. Han Ji-hyuk laughed loudly, agreeing immediately. He excitedly said that he had just had an idea for a new business project and asked Kim Deok before anyone else if he could spare some time to discuss it. While the scene shifted to a building in Shenzhen, China, Yinchu Electronics, a company specializing in headphone manufacture. A bald man with a neat beard and mustache sat opposite his partner, asking about the other's company. Song-hoon An, manager of SR Electronics, smiled confidently in response, introducing his company as a brand new electronics branch. The bald man continued to inquire about the parent company's name, and Seong-hoon An explained that it was Saran, a conglomerate specializing in a different field. So few people knew about it. The manager quickly changed the subject, emphasizing that SR Electronics was a startup that needed to strengthen its product line and was acquiring licenses and investments from its parent company to quickly enter the market. The owner of Yinchu Electronics surprisingly asked again if producing headphones in South Korea would be profitable, but Seong-hoon An merely shrugged, saying it was the CEO's decision. Manager Song-hoon An bluntly stated his demands: the right to manufacture the product, the transfer of all technology, and even the right to export overseas, which surprised his counterpart. The bald man frowned, expressing concern about adding unnecessary competition to an already fierce market. Song-hoon An immediately offered a price of $700,000 up front, along with a proposal to buy all old equipment at 1.5 times the market price, emphasizing that this was a rare opportunity. The owner of Yinchu Electronics pondered, thinking that $700,000 was too little compared to the effort and dedication they had put into developing the product. Song-hoon An decisively raised the price to $1 million, declaring it his final offer. But his counterpart still tried to haggle a bit more. Manager Seong-hoon An pretended to stand up, declaring that an agreement couldn't be reached because $1 million was too low compared to the partner company's $2 million export revenue this year alone. The bald man frantically grabbed Seong-hoon An's arm, hastily urging him not to rush to end the negotiation. Song-hoon An smiled triumphantly, asserting that everything, from production to logo and model names, would bear their brand in South Korea, and he was ready to add the clause to the contract. The owner of Yinchu Electronics pondered, realizing this was almost money from heaven, and although production in South Korea might drive up costs, the distinct design would not affect loyal customers. Finally, the bald man nodded in agreement to sign the contract, and Seong-hoon An immediately praised his counterpart's wise decision. Song-hoon An suggested reviewing the contract, then unexpectedly asked about the processing of headphone components, specifically speakers, and requested to be introduced to the partner factory. Han Ji-hyuk appeared in a factory, smiling contentedly and declaring that SR Electronics had acquired numerous product licenses this way, a win-win deal that couldn't be more perfect. He explained that he could own the technology at a much lower cost than buying an entire factory, while the partner received immediate cash. A young man wearing glasses approached Han Ji-hyuk to report that the Chinese technicians were about to arrive. Han Ji-hyuk instructed Baek Sang-ho to closely supervise and carefully observe how the machines operated when the technicians arrived. He slyly told Baek Sang-ho to pretend to perform maintenance, but in reality, to thoroughly study their operation so that he could later replicate them with his skeleton army. Baek Sang-ho confidently accepted the task, and Han Ji-hyuk patted his shoulder, fully trusting the captain's abilities. Han Ji-hyuk pondered, thinking about his plan to perfectly sell Chinese knockoff products overseas. But first, he wanted to dominate the vacant South Korean market. A few weeks later, at a meeting with the supplier Daiso 1000 shop, Han Ji-hyuk greeted two other men, and they expressed their anticipation of meeting him. One of the men smiled, praising Han Ji-hyuk for his groundbreaking business methods, using skeletons that they had heard about. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, humbly replying that he was just lucky to become an awakened. The man wearing glasses immediately retorted, emphasizing that maximizing one's abilities was no small feat. Then he directly asked if Han Ji-hyuk wanted to supply products to them. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in affirmation. Indeed he did, just as a silver-haired woman with a ponytail appeared, placing a cup of coffee on the table. The man wearing glasses explained that Saran mainly focused on footwear and textiles, then asked if he was pitching products like towels. Han Ji-hyuk asked in return if those products were mainly imported from China, and he confirmed that most were. The man in glasses continued to ask about products manufactured in Korea. Han Ji-hyuk replied that there were some, and although the price might be slightly higher than Chinese goods, automation kept the costs reasonable. He pondered, asking if they were produced by automated machines, then muttered to himself, never mind. The man in glasses looked at Han Ji-hyuk with a puzzled expression, asking about stuffed toys, and then asked Han Ji-hyuk, what do you mean? Han Ji-hyuk explained that for stuffed toys, they should assume all of them were manufactured in China, as they required a lot of manual labor. He then instructed his partner to add them to the list, and he would inform them when production would begin. Han Ji-hyuk took a sip of coffee, his eyes sharp, reiterating his instruction to his partner to add the products to the list, and that he would inform them when production would begin. A humorous scene unfolded, showing the negotiation at a standstill as the man in glasses asked about socks. Han Ji-hyuk refused. He asked about small pouches. The young man refused again. He asked about handbags, and the young man still shook his head. The man in glasses sighed, looking exasperated, and asked what exactly Han Ji-hyuk wanted to sell. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, admitting he might have gone a bit overboard, then offered to introduce the real products. A series of modern, compact electronic devices were laid out on the table. A mini hairdryer, wireless earphones, a digital wristwatch, and a stylus pen. The man in glasses stared at the products, his face surprised. and asked if these were electronic devices. Han Ji-hyuk confirmed that they were, explaining that this product sold online in Korea for about 25,000 won, but the factory price was only about 10,000 won, and the young man confidently stated that he would supply them at a much lower price. The man in glasses sipped his coffee, his eyes full of doubt, and asked Han Ji-hyuk, how much cheaper? Han Ji-hyuk replied, perhaps around 7,000 won, causing the man in glasses to widen his eyes, his face utterly shocked, with large question marks surrounding his head. He frowned, asking Han Ji-hyuk if he hadn't said it sold for 25,000 won, so how could it now be 7,000 won? Han Ji-hyuk calmly explained that the 25,000 price was for Chinese goods, while what he was offering was Korean-made. The man in glasses was still surprised, saying that wasn't what he meant, then directly asked if this was legal. Han Ji-hyuk confidently nodded, affirming that it certainly was, explaining that they had acquired legal licenses, and all other products he brought here also had licenses, emphasizing that he only dealt in legal products. The man in glasses pondered, picking up the hairdryer to examine it, saying that after reviewing countless items, he had learned one thing. If it's cheap, there's always a reason. He was still incredulous, saying that this was unbelievable, so cheap yet so good in quality. Han Ji-hyuk smiled proudly, asserting, of course, I chose it myself. Han Ji-hyuk offered to leave some sample products for his partner to inspect, telling them to take their time checking them. The man in glasses looked down at Han Ji-hyuk, decisively declaring, there's no need. Let's proceed with signing the contract immediately. He excitedly explained that their company was a joint venture between On Group and a Japanese 100 yen store, then asked if Han Ji-hyuk could supply products to the 100 yen store side as well. Han Ji-hyuk smiled and replied, of course. He then asked if they should start with the contract. The man in glasses smiled, his eyes full of confidence, saying not to worry, and revealed that since Han Ji-hyuk had said he would come, he had already reviewed the contract details regarding footwear in advance. Han Ji-hyuk smiled brightly, took the pen, and said with determination, excellent. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's get this done quickly. SR Electronics targeted 1,001 stores like Daisom as their primary initial market in Korea because they possess the strongest distribution network for affordable electronic products nationwide. Their strategy was to get the products into the hands of the public, deeply embedding their incredible value into consumers' minds. And from that perspective, the distribution power of 1,001 stores was the most effective. Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, lost in thought about the truly difficult problem: how to market this product overseas. A man in a gray suit opened the door, announcing that the new Saron Rider owner had arrived. Han Ji-hyuk immediately replied, saying he would be right out. Suddenly, an idea flashed in the young man's mind. He wondered what if they used the Saron Rider as a prize. An image of a Saron Rider alongside a lottery machine appeared, showing that if they held a monthly raffle event where simply buying an SR Electronics product granted entry, people would flock to shop even just for fun. Han Ji-hyuk smirked confidently, declaring why chase customers when he could make them come to him. Outside a Daisom store, a bustling crowd passed by, demonstrating the appeal of discount stores. A young man held a note in his hand, lamenting that 1,001 stores were great because everything was cheap, but he always ended up spending tens of thousands of won. The girl accompanying the young man coldly reminded him, all right, today we're only buying what's on the list, no exceptions. And he hastily agreed, absolutely, no impulse buying today. However, as soon as they entered the store, the young man started to get sidetracked, muttering that he also needed sun-blocking curtain. He looked at the crowd gathered in a corner, confusedly wondering what was happening there. The young man approached, asking someone nearby, excuse me, what's going on here? And was told it was SR Electronics product launch event. Seeing the stacks of cheap products, he thought to himself, wow, this is really cheap. Should I buy one? Immediately, he reminded himself to stick to the predetermined list. But then his eyes landed on the advertisement sign. SR Electronics launch event. Buy any product and enter a raffle to win a full version Saron Rider. The young man gasped in surprise. Wait, a Saron Rider? The young man now held a product box in his hands, his eyes gleaming with ambition, thinking that item was terribly expensive and perhaps he should buy one. The girl next to him glared at him with murderous intent. She exploded, grumpily asking what he intended to buy, reminding him they had agreed no impulse purchases. The young man tried to justify that their hairdryer at home was old, but the girl retorted that it still worked fine and why replace it. He still insisted that buying one of each was like playing the lottery, making her angrily ask when he would finally grow up. As expected, the idea of giving away a Saron Rider captured everyone's attention, with numerous social media posts about SR Electronics products and overwhelmingly positive customer feedback. In the office, Han Ji-hyuk's phone suddenly rang incessantly. He picked up, confirmed he was Han Ji-hyuk, then listened in surprise to the announcement that everything had sold out and they needed to restock immediately. Han Ji-hyuk smiled smugly, asked how much more was needed, then ordered, as much as possible. Keep producing. The person on the other end complied. He then suddenly asked if anything unusual had happened, such as foreign buyers sweeping up large quantities. The person on the line exclaimed in surprise, huh? How did you know? Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, replying that he just had a hunch. He concluded that they had started attracting interest from the export market and instructed his partner to quickly restock. The other person promised to call back when everything was ready. The young man then hung up, ending the call. Not long after, He Meng, a Chinese distributor, held the new headphones in his hand, a knowing smile on his face, and thought to himself, "This is good." He Meng sat opposite Han Ji-hyuk, deep in thought about the new headphone product. He secretly assessed it as an incredibly high-value product, also coming with a giveaway event, completely different from the Chinese imported goods he had previously handled. The Chinese distributor suddenly flinched, an idea flashing in his mind as he looked closely at the design. "Wait, this design looks familiar." He Meng asked Han Ji-hyuk if this was an Inchu Electronics product, and immediately realized himself. "Ah, that's right, Inchu Electronics. I used to sell these. Now that I look closely, this design is identical." The man in the brown jacket affirmed that it wasn't just similar, but identical, because the company had purchased the license from Inchu Electronics and copied it precisely. He Meng exclaimed in surprise, "They bought the license? But why?" Han Ji-hyuk smirked, a confident expression on his face, asking in return if that mattered. Given there were no legal issues, He Meng conceded, then curiously asked the price Han Ji-hyuk intended to sell it for. The young man then stated a shocking figure, 12,000 won. The Chinese distributor burst out laughing in disbelief. "Wait, you're selling Inchu Electronics headphones for only 12,000 won and still holding a giveaway event?" Han Ji-hyuk looked directly into his opponent's eyes, his tone resolute. "Of course, every single product sold globally will be entered into the lucky draw." He Meng swallowed, his eyes gleaming with greed, thinking to himself, This is definitely going to rake in money." He stood up, pacing the room, carefully asking Han Ji-hyuk for confirmation. "Just to check, there aren't any export restrictions in the licensing agreement, are there?" He explained that he had to be careful about legality when selling online. Han Ji-hyuk calmly replied that he had purchased a special license for export. He Meng, seeing an opportunity, immediately proposed, "If there were restrictions, I wouldn't have bought it. Would you consider exclusive distribution through me?" He also promised to pay a higher price per unit. Han Ji-hyuk firmly refused. "Sorry, that's not possible." He explained that the price would remain the same, with no exclusivity, because he sold large quantities with low profit margins but high sales volume. He Meng still tried to persuade him, saying that if they acted quickly, they could capture the market early. He also offered strategic advice. If your main business is online, then push product listings early, increase rankings and sales, and you'll be at the top. Han Ji-hyuk smiled knowingly, acknowledging, "You really know your business." He Meng finally agreed. "All right, I'll import under your terms." A large text appeared, announcing that the insane wave of bulk orders has begun. At the same time, SR Electronics ramped up production of giant robot skeletons, ensuring output met market demand. Han Ji-hyuk stood in the middle, surrounded by electronic products like headphones, hair dryers, game controllers, along with an army of diligently working skeleton robots. The narration emphasized that these two parallel cycles of operation led to SR Electronics' explosive growth. While SR Electronics products dominated the market, the companies that had sold licenses began to feel anxious. A man in a gray suit, seemingly a manager, reported to Han Ji-hyuk that they were receiving many requests from companies wanting to renegotiate or terminate contracts. In particular, Inchu Electronics was threatening litigation, accusing them of being deceived into using SR Electronics instead of Suran. Han So-ah, sitting and listening to music, remained calm. Han Ji-hyuk coldly replied, "Let them sue." The manager continued to report that Inchu Electronics said if they renegotiated, they would withdraw the lawsuit and even offered to extend the contract. Han Ji-hyuk shrugged, indifferently ordering, "Handle it however you see fit." Afterwards, Han Ji-hyuk changed the subject, saying that more importantly, it was time to expand the product line. He asked the manager if he had any ideas. Han Se-ah, still wearing headphones, suggested, "Computer mice?" But the manager in the gray suit immediately objected, explaining that the computer mouse market was dominated by major brands, and PC users were extremely particular. The manager in the gray suit then suggested products where brand loyalty wasn't a critical factor, such as digital scales or desk clocks, items that didn't require brand recognition. Han Ji-hyuk looked pleased, saying he liked the idea. He requested selecting products that required significant manual labor to account for most of the production cost, and each type had to have good reviews and stable performance. The manager in the gray suit warned that this wouldn't be as easy as before, as Suran's name had spread widely in China. Han Ji-hyuk smirked confidently, declaring, "It's fine. Money will speak for itself." He asserted that they would always defeat competitors with better prices and mass production capabilities. The manager in the gray suit understood, replying, "Understood." The host in a striking red suit, his face radiant, joyfully welcomed everyone to SR Electronics' prize raffle livestream. Backstage, Han Ji-hyuk was checking the situation. He asked a man in a brown suit if the subtitles were running smoothly. The man replied that everything was being monitored in real time, and there were currently no issues. Han Ji-hyuk continued to ask about the number of viewers, and the man reported over 100,000 views from all over the world, a number that was still rapidly increasing. The black-haired young man anxiously asked if the server would crash, but the man in the brown suit reassured him that they had hired a professional studio to handle the broadcast, so there was no need to worry. Back on stage, the host excitedly announced it was time to introduce the prize, inviting everyone to behold it. The stage lights shone down, revealing a sleek, high-tech black robot cat, which drew gasps of admiration from the audience. The host stroked the robot cat, affirming that it was truly a work of art, and even more beautiful in person than on screen. Next, he instructed the audience on how to check the unique product number on each SR Electronics product to enter the raffle. The host winked mischievously, revealing the good news that all products sold worldwide would be entered into future raffles, giving everyone a chance. Without further delay, he announced that the raffle officially began, simultaneously pointing towards the colorful spinning cage. The spinning cage began to operate, the small balls inside rotating continuously, creating an atmosphere of extreme suspense. A blue ball with the number 4 rolled out, signaling that the lucky product had been chosen. The host held the number 4 ball, explaining that this was the lowest selling product in SR Electronics lineup, meaning an extremely high chance of winning for those who owned it. He announced the chosen prize was a mini vacuum cleaner, which surprised many. Han Ji-hyuk, standing behind, smiled contentedly upon hearing the host mention the mini vacuum cleaner, of which only 40,000 units had been sold. The host emphasized that the odds of winning a regular lottery were 1 inch 8 million, but with this mini vacuum cleaner, the chance was 1 inch 40,000, an extremely attractive ratio. The black-haired young man smiled confidently, reminding everyone to take care of their SR Electronics products, as no one knew which product would become the jackpot in the future. The host continued to stir up the atmosphere, announcing that he would draw the final lucky winner from the 40,000 products sold. The final winner was an ordinary man who had bought the mini vacuum cleaner on a whim while shopping with his wife, now standing on stage with a bewildered and happy expression. The prize raffle was a resounding success, creating an enormous ripple effect. Sales of all products skyrocketed, especially the mini vacuum cleaner, which had previously sold slowly but now sold out after the winner was found, leading to exceptional growth for SR Electronics. In his office, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back in his chair, smiling contentedly as money poured into his pockets. However, the smile on his lips suddenly faded, his sharp eyes becoming pensive as he thought about the cursed undead army and realized he needed to earn even more money. Suddenly, a manager in a black suit entered, announcing that Yahello Electronics had contacted them and their CEO wanted to meet Han Ji-hyuk. Hearing that name, Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking again, "Yahello Electronics?" The manager in the black suit quickly explained that Yahello Electronics was an efficiently operating mid-sized company specializing in air conditioners and humidifiers, with annual revenues reaching 500 billion won. Han Ji-hyuk raised an eyebrow, asking if they wanted OEM production or licensing for discontinued products, but the manager just shook his head, stating it was still unclear. The young man then ordered, "There's nothing to lose by meeting them. Arrange an appointment." The manager immediately complied. The scene shifted to an ancient traditional Korean house, where gentle moonlight shone, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. A middle-aged man with a friendly smile appeared, introducing himself as Jin In-ji, CEO of Yahello Electronics, and greeted Han Ji-hyuk. CEO Han politely returned the greeting, shaking hands with his new partner with a calm expression. Jin In-ji expressed his admiration at finally meeting the person he had heard so much about, but Han Ji-hyuk merely smiled modestly and invited him inside. Inside, a lavish dining table with traditional dishes and soju was already prepared. CEO Jin began the conversation, praising the idea of using zombies as mounts and producing affordable products to boost sales, admitting he was envious of that ability. He continued, confessing that if he had similar capabilities, his company could grow even stronger, and that was why he came to meet Han Ji-hyuk. The man explained that Yahello Electronics had 3 factories, 1 in Korea specializing in high-end products, and 2 in China focusing on low-cost products. Han Ji-hyuk wondered why he didn't move all production to China to save costs, given that high-end products could also be produced more cheaply there. Jin In-ji smiled meaningfully, preparing to explain. The head of Yahello Electronics revealed that the phrase 100% domestically produced gave customers a sense of security, which was hard to ignore. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in agreement, realizing it made products more reliable and ensured good after-sales service. Mr. Jin continued, saying he wanted to maintain the Korean factory for as long as possible, but the real problem lay with the Chinese factory. The man explained that with China's rapid economic development, labor costs had increased significantly, eroding the advantage of low-cost production. It was then that the idea of Saran Company flashed in his mind, with its low labor costs and the prestige of domestic production, a completely different class compared to Southeast Asia. Therefore, Jin In-ji made a bold proposal, move the 2 Chinese factories, generating 200 billion won in annual revenue, back to Korea, and establish a joint venture factory between Saran and Yahello. Han Ji-hyuk was surprised, asking again, "A joint venture?" CEO Jin explained that he knew Saran didn't lend out zombies, but in a joint venture, that wouldn't be an issue because the factory would bear Yahello's name, while Saran would still have shares. Han Ji-hyuk pondered, thinking that a joint venture factory didn't sound bad, as Saran could produce what it had and supplement everything else through the shared factory. However, more complex thoughts arose in his mind. A joint venture meant losing complete control over profits, and the zombie army required enormous funding, which could easily lead to accusations of embezzling company funds. Jin In-gi then asked if Han Ji-hyuk was interested in OEM contracts, but he flatly refused, asserting that in-house production was the core strength that had kept the company alive until now. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly had another idea, smiling as he suggested, "Then how about this? Let's consider the skeletons as automated production machines." Jin In-gi exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" The young man explained in detail. Yulam would build the factory, and Siron would set up the zombie-powered automation system inside. Then Siron would be responsible for operation and management, in return for a fee. Jin In-gi pondered the proposal, while Han Ji-hyuk continued to explain that he disliked complex shareholder relationships. Han Ji-hyuk directly asked Jin In-gi if he was worried about share distribution. He affirmed that Siron operated entirely on self-funding, apart from minor loans, and this should be seen as an extension of that philosophy. The CEO of Yulam Electronics immediately retorted that the larger a company grew, the more complex its shareholder structure became, and Siron would eventually go public. Han Ji-hyuk firmly said no, because shareholders will only start making profits. Jin In-gi mused, then nodded, understanding the young man's point, but he still needed assurance for this deal to succeed. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, explaining that this turned Siron into an employee of Yulam for a fixed period. And if Siron refused to renew the contract, Yulam would suffer heavy losses. Jin In-gi thought it over, while Han Ji-hyuk proposed adding a firm clause to the contract. Yulam must not harm Siron, and in return, Siron would automatically renew the contract. He then added an important point before concluding. Siron had never unilaterally terminated a contract with a client. He confidently added that all of Siron's clients had seen increased revenue, never a decrease. Then, Han Ji-hyuk clasped his hands, suggesting they conclude the discussion here. Jin In-gi smiled, agreed, and considered it a matter worth serious discussion. The young man smiled brightly, saying, "Then let's proceed with this contract immediately." He secretly thought that if this deal succeeded, it would be extremely beneficial, and perhaps they should expand the partnership further. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk looked worried, wondering if this would cause a backlash from the public, who might think jobs were being taken away. Jin In-gi dismissed that concern, saying it was unlikely because this factory had never existed in Korea. However, Han Ji-hyuk still warned that people were easily swayed if someone ignited the issue. The CEO of Yulam Electronics looked thoughtful, admitting that even Yulam's Korean employees might feel uneasy, worrying that their factory's workload would be entirely transferred to the new factory in cooperation with Siron. He conceded that it was possible. Jin In-gi proposed a solution. First, they would meet with Yulam's Korean factory union. A grand scene unfolded. Han Ji-hyuk and Jin In-gi shook hands on a large stage, witnessed by numerous reporters and continuous camera flashes, marking the official start of the joint press conference between Siron and Yulam Electronic. Han Ji-hyuk and Jin In-gi stood side by side, looking towards a middle-aged man approaching them. The middle-aged man introduced himself as the union representative, stating that he had reviewed the contract ensuring production volume and models for the Korean factory. He thanked Han Ji-hyuk for taking the initiative in this matter. Han Ji-hyuk smiled brightly, extending his hand in a friendly gesture, saying that he always prioritized mutual development. The young man continued to explain that many people misunderstood, but skeletons were not omnipotent. Human labor was still necessary to mediate between full automation and manual labor. Han Ji-hyuk passionately declared that bringing foreign factories back to Korea would revitalize the domestic economy. He emphasized that this also created additional jobs in skeleton management and office administration, providing a dual benefit. The young man affirmed that with tight contracts, they were ensuring the existing job security of Koreans. Jin In-gi nodded in agreement, looking at Han Ji-hyuk with trust. Han Ji-hyuk confidently declared this a significant step towards Korea's economic growth, while an illustrative image showed him and other entrepreneurs smiling contentedly. He passionately added that they were bringing back capital lost abroad, reinvesting it in their own country. The young man further asserted that Siron would strive to encourage foreign factories to return to Korea and contribute to economic development. He gave a meaningful smile, sending a message to all companies with factories abroad. He waved his hand, urging them to contact us quickly. Starting with Yulam Electronics, many foreign factories signed contracts to relocate to Korea, with over 10 companies officially agreeing, creating a positive atmosphere through repatriation and foreign investment. Agreements with numerous SMEs followed, with an estimated impact of several trillion won, while breaking news reported restrictions on B-rank hunters and below at the gates. Director Jin In-gi presented a problem, saying he had noticed growing dissatisfaction in the electronics industry. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, his expression clearly displeased, upon hearing the complaints. In the luxurious office, he sat opposite Jin In-gi, asking if they had done enough for those companies. The young man flatly dismissed the complaints, deeming them ridiculous and to be ignored. Han Ji-hyuk raised a finger, declaring that Siron would not cooperate with companies that destabilize domestic employment. Mr. Jin In-gi further reported that partners were looking for factory locations and wanted Siron's opinion on the best site. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes suddenly widened, a spark flashing as he realized something. In his mind, Han Ji-hyuk envisioned himself standing amidst a crowd, holding up a sign that read, "Seeking Investment Area," realizing his immense influence. The young man rested his chin on his hand, pondering if this could be a powerful leverage in negotiations. A cunning smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips. He decided that if he was going to do it, he would go all the way. He declared that he would concentrate all partner companies in a single location, making the local economy entirely dependent on Saran, much like Pohang or Ulsan. Without hesitation, Jin Inji immediately set off for Gunsan. Han Seoa, with a surprised expression, exclaimed in excited, "Wow!" All three, Han Ji-hyuk, Jin In-gi, and Han Seo, were enjoying snacks, and the silver-haired girl asked why Gunsan was chosen. Han Ji-hyuk explained that Gunsan was a large city with a nearby seaport, convenient for exports. He further revealed that the KM Motors factory had recently closed, turning the area into a job crisis zone. Director Jin In-gi smiled brightly, realizing this was a golden opportunity not to be missed. Han Ji-hyuk laughed heartily, declaring that they would negotiate well to extract every possible benefit from this deal. A dignified sign appeared with the words, "Governor Yoon Ho-chang." Governor Yoon Ho-chang and Han Ji-hyuk shook hands, a formal greeting gesture. In a spacious living room, Han Ji-hyuk and the governor sat opposite each other, beginning their conversation. Yoon Ho-chang smiled amiably, asking if they had come to discuss attracting partner company. Han Ji-hyuk confirmed, and at the same time, directly asked about the benefits Gunsan could offer if companies relocated there. The governor began listing. Gunsan was a special industrial zone with a 5-year exemption from corporate and local taxes. He continued to explain about credit guarantees, technology funds, and additional subsidies based on the number of employees. Yoon Ho-chang affirmed that Gunsan was not the only crisis zone, but the central government had decided on tax exemptions, so no other place could offer better incentives. Han Ji-hyuk clasped his hands, a meaningful smile on his face, asking if tax incentives were all they could offer. Yoon Ho-chang listened as his partner explained that he operated many factories and faced numerous challenges. Han Ji-hyuk revealed that his company used skeletons as workers, so to maximize sales, they needed to cram as many skeletons into the facilities as possible. But the floor area ratio, FAR, constantly hindered them. The governor of Gunsan asked again if Han Ji-hyuk was requesting them to raise the FAR to its maximum, and he immediately confirmed. Yoon Ho-chang expressed his discomfort, stating it would raise concerns about fairness, but Han Ji-hyuk shrugged, arguing their case was quite unique. He handed a stack of documents to the governor, telling him to look them over first. Yoon Ho-chang received the documents, which were a list of foreign companies that had approached them and businesses wanting to relocate to Korea. The governor's eyes widened in surprise at the number of companies, and Han Ji-hyuk asserted that it was only a small fraction of them. He continued to argue that if these companies moved to Gunsan, it would create many jobs. Yoon Ho-chang read the documents intently, and Han Ji-hyuk emphasized that it wasn't just about jobs, but also enormous tax revenue. He further explained that just 10 partner companies alone generated annual revenue of up to 800 billion won, not to mention the massive direct investment. Yoon Ho-chang fell into thought, then asked if Han Ji-hyuk could promise that all future partner companies would also settle in the Gunsan industrial complex. Han Ji-hyuk flashed a bright smile, declaring he would reciprocate the goodwill if the governor showed it. A few days later, Ulam Electronics, a company that had successfully partnered with a Chinese factory, returned to Korea. And now, that very Ulam Electronics factory had returned to Korea, not just anywhere, but right in the Gunsan industrial complex. A large crowd gathered in front of a modern building, witnessing Governor Yoon Ho-chang give a speech. Yoon Ho-chang spoke about the difficulties Gunsan had faced, from the shipyard closure to soaring unemployment rates, while many reporters and cameramen captured the moment. He confidently declared that Gunsan would only go up from here, and Ulam Electronics' return was just the beginning, with many other well-known companies soon to relocate. The governor compared this event to the wave of foreign investment during the era of rapid economic growth, and Han Ji-hyuk secretly thought he was truly excellent at marketing. A man in the crowd asked how many companies had confirmed their relocation. Yoon Ho-chang smiled, saying it would be best for Saran CEO Han Ji-hyuk to answer that question. Han Ji-hyuk stepped onto the stage, confidently announcing that 15 companies had confirmed their participation, with many others in negotiations, all planning to establish operations in the Gunsan industrial complex. A woman in the crowd holding a microphone stated that with just the confirmed companies, the projected revenue was about 1.2 trillion won. But she heard that Saron and its partner companies hired very few human workers because they used skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk confirmed that only about 6% of the workforce were human employees, with the rest being skeletons. But as the number of factories and skeletons increased, so too would the number of human employees. The CEO further explained that skeletons performed manual labor, but people were still needed to manage and support them, and skeletons certainly couldn't be used for administrative work. The woman in the brown vest exclaimed in surprise when Han Ji-hyuk calculated that to employ 10,000 unemployed workers, they would need to deploy approximately 200,000 skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk grinned, explaining that it was just a hypothesis, but Saron would deploy as many skeletons as possible. The CEO still smirked, thinking to himself that if he really unleashed a staggering 200,000 skeletons, the public's reaction would certainly be something to behold. Continuing his speech to the crowd, Han Ji-hyuk affirmed that this was a true partnership between Korea and Saron. He emphasized that skeletons were not stealing jobs. On the contrary, they were bringing outsourced jobs back home. For that reason, Saran was strongly committed to attracting more foreign companies to Gunsan, contributing significantly to Korea's economic development. Concluding his brief speech, Han Ji-hyuk bowed in thanks. Governor Yoon Ho-chang thanked CEO Han for sharing his perspective, then asked if there were any other questions. Han Ji-hyuk turned and walked away, thinking to himself, just wait and see. One day, everyone will realize that without Saran, they'll be in big trouble. He thought to himself, that included every partner company and every citizen in Gunsan. With an eerily cunning smile, Han Ji-hyuk held the Saran flag, which was melting into a purple liquid, and declared firmly, I will turn Gunsan into Saran City. 3 months later, Ulam Electronics had stabilized, and Saran officially established its headquarters in Gunsan, while also retaining its existing factories. With more and more partner companies flocking in, the number of new jobs created in Gunsan had soared to approximately 800. A silver-haired manager presented a list of new companies, explaining that these were companies that met the standards or still had growth potential. Han Ji-hyuk was surprised, asking if, even after thorough screening, so many companies still came. He explained that initial partners like Ulam Electronics were doing very well, and notably, many companies on this list were actually competitors of current partners. The CEO dismissed any concerns about competition, ordering to accept them all. And if current partners complained, tell them to focus on exports. He added that there was no need to huddle in a small domestic market like a frog at the bottom of a well. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk asked who was proposing to expand the awards event to include partner companies' products. The silver-haired manager replied that it was just a rumor he'd heard. It seemed they didn't want to ask directly, so they spread it everywhere. The CEO nodded, instructing, just pretend we haven't heard anything. Han Ji-hyuk handed the documents to Chairman Kim, telling him to proceed if it looked good. Chairman Kim received the order, and Han Ji-hyuk continued, saying to keep expanding the partner network as long as they were still making money. Just then, a young employee rushed in, calling Han Ji-hyuk and reporting that the fire department was urgently requesting help. The employee anxiously explained that a large fire had just broken out at a nearby logistics warehouse. Han Ji-hyuk stood high above, looking down at the fierce sea of flames engulfing the warehouse, his expression darkening as he muttered, this situation is really bad. A firefighter hastily called Han Ji-hyuk, apologizing for the sudden request but explaining that the situation was too critical and he was the only one they could think of at the moment. Han Ji-hyuk subtly smirked, thinking to himself that it had been a long time since he'd controlled hundreds of things at once. But now, there was no other choice. The young man's eyes suddenly widened, a flash of surprise crossing his face as he realized something. Han Ji-hyuk hovered in midair, decisively ordering all firefighters and workers below to take out their phones, emphasizing that he would compensate them for any damage, and instructing them to install the CCTV app immediately. His plan was set. Camera-equipped skeletons would scan the entire area using pre-programmed macros. Meanwhile, firefighters would monitor live footage on their phones to pinpoint the locations of survivors. A firefighter quickly reported, Number 14, we need to open the front door, and received a decisive reply. Understood. Han Ji-hyuk's hand glowed brightly, intricate magic circles swirling powerfully. He thought to himself, for more intricate tasks, he would directly control each skeleton individually. The fire still raged fiercely, a voice echoing a report. No one there. Next, Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst a surge of blue energy, continuously receiving urgent reports. Number 56, passageway blocked. Clear the way. Number 3, Ampere. Door crushed. Jammed. Open it. Number 7, someone's trapped. Check immediately. The young man's eyes gleamed with intense focus as an urgent voice called out, There's someone here! Number 67! Number 67! A skeleton quickly approached, discovering a woman lying motionless on the smoke-filled ground. The surrounding scene was still a chaotic mess of rubble, and flames continued to lick at everything. Han Ji-hyuk's face showed clear worry, sweat beading on his forehead. He raised his hand to direct, and another skeleton rushed forward, but unfortunately, it was crushed by collapsing rubble. Fortunately, Han Ji-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief when the survivor was unharmed, even though a skeleton was destroyed during the rescue. However, he immediately became serious again, realizing the place could collapse at any moment, and quickly ordered other skeletons to assist. Firefighters and skeletons coordinated smoothly, a voice calling out, We found a survivor! Bring a stretcher immediately! The woman was placed on a stretcher, and a firefighter confirmed she had no life-threatening injuries. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in satisfaction, instructing everyone to continue the rescue work for the remaining people, and received an enthusiastic, Yes, sir, in response. He let out a sigh of relief, wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead, his face showing clear fatigue but also deep satisfaction. The firefighter bowed repeatedly, thanking Han Ji-hyuk profusely and expressing gratitude that thanks to him, they had completed the rescue mission without any casualties. The firefighter emphasized that without Han Ji-hyuk's help, the damage could have been much more severe, and they had even intended to rush into the inferno themselves earlier. The young man's eyes widened in surprise at the firefighter's confession. Han Ji-hyuk asked again, his voice full of surprise, You guys were going to rush into that hell with just fire suits? He then asked the firefighter's opinion on using skeletons in rescue operations. The firefighter replied without hesitation, Undoubtedly excellent. We can save people while staying safe behind them. Han Ji-hyuk smiled with satisfaction, emphasizing that the true value of skeletons lay in their ability to undertake dangerous tasks in place of humans. He continued to ask the firefighter, What if you not only shared their vision, but also directly controlled them? The firefighter immediately realized the immense potential, exclaiming, "Direct control? That would be a huge game changer." Han Ji-hyuk gave a meaningful smile, asking if the firefighter would mind helping him on his day off, emphasizing that this could shape the future of Korea's fire service. The media exploded with reports about the Gunsan warehouse fire, where skeletons were successfully used, igniting a debate about their application in firefighting. In a room, two firefighters intently watched the news report, a younger one wondering if the government would consider adopting this technology. The firefighter in the black helmet immediately dismissed the idea, sarcastically remarking that the government wouldn't even fund decent fire suits, let alone a bunch of skeletons. The crowd of firefighters murmured about the enormous cost, a younger one worrying that they would have to pay out of their own pockets, while such warhorses could cost billions of won each. Suddenly, a burly man in a black t-shirt appeared, calling out to everyone in a stern tone, surprising those around him. He gathered all his teammates, announcing important news, and that it was definitely good news. The burly man confirmed it was excellent news, then revealed he had been collaborating with Representative Han during his break. Hearing this, the young firefighter surprisingly asked if Representative Han was the necromancer from Seron they knew. He smiled, then loudly invited Representative Han to enter. Han Ji-hyuk appeared, astonishing the young man and the other firefighters. Each of his confident steps echoed decisively on the floor. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at everyone, expressing his sincere apologies for the delay and acknowledging their extraordinary effort. As dark energy surged around him, he boldly declared that their arduous struggle would end today. Then Han Ji-hyuk introduced the remote-controlled firefighter skeleton, and a skeleton in a firefighter suit appeared impressively. Outside, the fire station building stood under a blue sky, accompanied by a skeptical question. A firefighter skeleton? Han Ji-hyuk explained that last time he had to make do with a phone camera, but now, with the support of a partner company, they had developed high-resolution fire-resistant cameras, allowing them to see everything clearly, even in a sea of flames. He went on to introduce specialized firefighter boots, co-produced with a shoe association, and also revealed plans to research and produce their own fire-resistant suits in the future. Han Ji-hyuk excitedly said that with the captain's help, they had integrated many rescue techniques and field expertise, making it easier than ever to rescue victims. The captain smiled proudly. He further revealed that he had upgraded the skeletons to operate independently without direct control from him. The captain wore a special helmet, and Han Ji-hyuk explained that it was connected to the skeleton's head, allowing them to adjust the camera's direction simply by turning their head. Han Ji-hyuk continued to demonstrate that controlling the skeleton was not difficult. By using a controller like playing a game, it could kneel or bow. For tasks requiring high precision, Han Ji-hyuk introduced the control glove, which the captain was wearing. The captain praised the new skeleton profusely, asserting that it was completely superior to the previous version, and guaranteed that they would no longer have to directly rush into a sea of flames. The young firefighter exclaimed in surprise. However, the black-hatted firefighter remained skeptical, thinking that everything sounded too good to be true. Han Ji-hyuk turned to look at the doubting man, a confident smile on his lips. The middle-aged firefighter smiled reassuringly, announcing that Chairman Han had decided to donate all the skeleton units for the safety of Gunsan citizens. The black-hatted firefighter exclaimed in surprise, asking again, while the young man beside him jumped up, cheering with joy. Han Ji-hyuk further explained that not only was he donating them, but he also planned to provide an additional 50 skeleton units to other fire stations in Gunsan, along with free lifetime maintenance services. The black-hatted firefighter smiled gratefully, bowing to thank him for the immense support for the city's protectors. Immediately, news of Han Ji-hyuk, Seron's CEO, donating skeleton units to the fire department spread rapidly across all media outlets. Although some experts expressed concerns about the risks of deploying unproven units, strong public support quelled all objections. The skeleton units were delivered and officially deployed at rescue sites, proving their superior effectiveness in real combat. Despite their proven performance and the eagerness of both citizens and firefighters, the fire department hesitated, making no further moves. As time passed, another industry in the 3D sector contacted Han Ji-hyuk, expressing a desire to use the unmanned skeleton units on construction sites. The man in glasses, dressed in a polite suit, affirmed that these units could significantly reduce workplace accidents. He smiled with satisfaction when the other person expressed understanding of his concern regarding the skeletons causing job losses. The man in glasses explained that the skeletons were merely equipment and still required human control, a point Han Ji-hyuk fully agreed with. After careful consideration, he concluded that while they weren't suitable for meticulous tasks, they could perfectly handle simple duties like transporting materials. He stated that he couldn't lend them for free and asked the man to explain how the construction industry operated, as he didn't fully understand it himself. The man in glasses began to explain the operational mechanisms of the construction industry in detail, with Han Ji-hyuk listening intently. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk was startled, interrupting the other person when he heard the detail about equipment rental. The man in glasses explained that construction companies often rented heavy machinery from specialized rental companies instead of owning all of it. Han Ji-hyuk asked again to confirm that even the heavy equipment operators were hired by the rental companies, and the man in glasses nodded in affirmation. He pondered, realizing that the idea of a heavy equipment rental company sounded extremely interesting. Han Ji-hyuk immediately declared that he would establish a rental company right away, so they could rent skeletons from him. Han Ji-hyuk stared blankly as a skeleton unit carried Han Seo-ah, his zombie assistant, past. He suddenly had an idea when he saw another skeleton unit swiftly transporting construction materials. Han Ji-hyuk remarked that Gunsan seemed to be severely lacking jobs, as too many people applied despite advertising only within the city. He asked about the general reaction, and the silver-haired man explained that people were still hesitant because it was only temporary work, not full-time or long-term contracts. A few days later, Han Ji-hyuk officially established Saron Rental Company, and as soon as he posted job advertisements, thousands of people flocked to apply. Han Ji-hyuk walked decisively, his confident voice ringing out, "That makes sense. So, shall we begin?" Hundreds of people gathered, forming a dense crowd, among whom a young man in a red beanie and another in a black baseball cap listened intently. Han Ji-hyuk appeared on the stage, smiling brightly, and introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I am Han Ji-hyuk." He turned his back to the audience, admitting that many must have been disappointed to see that the job advertisement wasn't for long-term or full-time contracts. But then, he emphasized not to dismiss it quickly, as this could be their lifelong career. The man in the black baseball cap asked in surprise when Han Ji-hyuk frankly revealed that Saron Rental Company operated as a labor brokerage firm. He excitedly announced that the company would provide manpower wherever needed, then suddenly shouted, ordering the skeleton to appear. Immediately, a tall skeleton worker with glowing blue eyes appeared, controlled by a man in glasses holding a control device. Han Ji-hyuk further explained that the company provided skeleton manpower, and their job was to wear control devices to operate these skeletons. He called it a symbiotic relationship between humans and skeletons, and decided to give a live demonstration for everyone to easily visualize. Two skeleton workers immediately began effortlessly carrying heavy boxes, demonstrating their extraordinary work capability. They moved swiftly, completing the work in the blink of an eye, and Han Ji-hyuk asked if everyone understood his idea. The man in the black baseball cap exclaimed in surprise, asking if they would control those skeletons to work, and Han Ji-hyuk confirmed that was correct. He gave a knowing smile, explaining that manual labor was often arduous, dangerous, and detrimental to health. But this job was different. 3 operators, including a woman in a pink hoodie and 2 men in glasses, were comfortably operating the skeletons remotely, completely safe. Han Ji-hyuk reiterated the work of transporting goods with skeletons, explaining that Saron Rental had many similarities, and the operators there also worked under similar conditions. Work meant money, no work meant no money. He revealed a shocking secret. Except for those who voluntarily resigned, no skeleton transport operator had ever been laid off due to lack of work. He admitted that adapting wouldn't be easy, as controlling robots was completely different from manual labor, but guaranteed that once they got used to it, they would earn a lot of money. He gave a confident smile, asserting that as long as they had the will to work, they would never lack jobs, and invited anyone interested to submit their applications to the staff in front. A clipboard listing temporary construction workers appeared, showing the jobs awaiting. At a construction site, a manager in a hard hat shouted, ordering everyone to come to the site and reminding them about workplace safety. The construction site manager looked at the list, confused, asking if the 4 men in front of him were all the workers, as they had no general laborers. He smiled reassuringly, explaining that more new workers would arrive, though technically they resembled equipment more. Just then, a large bus slowly entered the construction site, carrying the special workers. From the bus, a series of skeleton workers disembarked, causing the firefighter, young firefighter, and black-hatted firefighter standing nearby to exclaim in astonishment, "Skeletons? What the hell is this?" A man in glasses from Saron Rental Company shook hands with the construction site manager, confirming that all 20 units had been delivered as requested. The construction site manager confusedly asked about the strange bus, and the Saron delivery man immediately explained that it was the control station where the operators controlled the skeletons from inside. The deliveryman gave a confident smile, urging them to get to work immediately. The construction site manager hesitated slightly but still agreed. On the construction site, the skeleton workers had already begun working swiftly, one of them asking about the location to move the cement bags. The construction site manager replied with a start, instructing them to move them to the 5th floor. The skeleton worker simply confirmed understanding. Immediately, a series of skeleton workers swiftly carried heavy cement bags, climbing nimbly up the towering scaffolding. A skeleton worker looked up, seemingly exclaiming in astonishment at its own incredible working speed. In the luxurious office, Manager Kang reported to Han Ji-hyuk that Jangwoon Construction Company needed more skeletons for their apartment project in Seoul. Han Ji-hyuk smiled contentedly, giving a thumbs up in approval. Satisfied with the work progress and the manager's capability, he ordered Manager Kang to send more skeletons. Manager Kang nodded in confirmation but then revealed a difficult problem, a shortage of operators. Han Ji-hyuk frowned in surprise, not understanding why there was a shortage of people when work was going smoothly. Manager Kang gave a forced smile and explained that each skeleton required 3 operators, and most skilled personnel had already been dispatched to other construction sites. Han Ji-hyuk mused. This was the first time he had encountered a labor shortage in this unique business. He asked about the experienced worker team in Daejeon, then quickly made a bold decision. Split the team, mix rookies with veterans, and send them to both Seoul and Daejeon. To encourage them, he offered extra pay to veteran employees to mentor the newcomers. Manager Kang immediately nodded in agreement. However, Han Ji-hyuk couldn't help but ponder, realizing that such a continuous labor shortage required a more fundamental solution. Manager Kang proposed the idea of establishing a training center. Han Ji-hyuk asked in return if it would be an academy specializing in training new recruits. He thought about the academy model, then suddenly said he had an even better idea. Han Ji-hyuk declared decisively, "Let's turn it into a training center." Manager Kang, surprised, asked again, not understanding his boss's intention. Han Ji-hyuk explained that it would be a specialized school called Saron Academy, guaranteeing 100% employment at Saron for graduates and completely free tuition. However, if they didn't meet the standards, they would be immediately dismissed. Manager Kang wondered about the tuition fees. While behind them, a crowd was fiercely protesting with slogans like "Stop" and "Eliminate." Han Ji-hyuk showed a hint of annoyance. He asserted that they would not charge tuition because otherwise the company would be accused of fraud, collecting money without guaranteeing employment. He emphasized that this was merely a form of recruitment and they would only charge a small material fee for practical sessions. Han Ji-hyuk smiled triumphantly, affirming this was a brilliant idea and ordering its immediate implementation. Afterward, he decided to choose instructors, calling for Manager Beck. Manager Beck entered, asking if Han Ji-hyuk had called for him. Han Ji-hyuk warmly welcomed him and invited him to sit. Han Ji-hyuk inquired about the work situation, and Manager Beck reassured him that everything was going smoothly, even though the new recruits were still quite clumsy. Han Ji-hyuk revealed his plan to establish a training center and wanted to entrust Manager Beck with its management, causing the man to exclaim in astonishment. Manager Beck, still in shock, pointed to himself and asked again, "Me? Run a training center?" Han Ji-hyuk firmly stated that he was the most talented person there. The manager scratched his head, hesitantly suggesting he was better suited to controlling skeletons at construction sites. Han Ji-hyuk immediately reassured him that he wouldn't be stuck there forever, only needing to build a team of trainers and a basic training system. Hearing this, Manager Beck immediately asked how long it was expected to take. Han Ji-hyuk thought for a moment, then gave a figure of 3 to 6 months. Despite a long sigh, Manager Beck accepted, declaring, "If that's your order, I'll do it." A light flashed in Manager Beck's eyes, and he suddenly realized, "So the training center will need a lot of practice skeletons, right?" Han Ji-hyuk nodded in confirmation. While Han Ji-hyuk calmly observed, Manager Beck began to sink into thought, hand on chin with a calculating look. Seeing this, Han Ji-hyuk gave a mischievous smile, encouraging, "Do you have an idea? Just speak freely." Manager Beck immediately became enthusiastic, a little hesitantly beginning to present his idea. The manager put forth a bold proposal. "What if we gave the worker skeletons 3 or 4 arms?" He further explained that with superior cognitive abilities, they could use one arm to hold things while the other arms worked, theoretically significantly increasing efficiency. Manager Beck mused that he had thought of all sorts of things, but couldn't push the skeletons beyond their default functions. He believed that with the training center, experimenting on practice skeletons could yield interesting results, but then emphasized that only Han Ji-hyuk could make it a reality. Han Ji-hyuk closed his eyes in thought, then suddenly opened them wide with determination, realizing this could be a great opportunity. He admitted his creativity had maxed out while running Saron, and perhaps it was time for others to experiment. He then put forth a brand new proposal. "So how about this? A training center cum research laboratory." Manager Beck was so surprised he couldn't utter a word. Han Ji-hyuk explained that he would personally guide them on how to operate the skeleton control algorithms, so Manager Beck and his team could freely combine different functions as they wished. Furthermore, Han Ji-hyuk would visit once a week to make those adjustments a reality. Manager Beck's eyes lit up, and he asked in disbelief, "Really? You'll let me freely experiment with everything I want?" The manager was ecstatic, declaring he could stay at the center forever and be happy. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, reminding him that the top priority was still training new recruits. Manager Beck clenched his fist with determination. "Of course! I'll focus on training during work hours and use my free time for research." Han Ji-hyuk smirked, saying that if Manager Beck voluntarily worked unpaid overtime, he wouldn't stop him. He guaranteed all necessary support, because if Manager Beck succeeded, his own life would become much easier. Saron renovated an abandoned training facility outside Gunsan into the Saron Training and Research Center. From the moment it opened, countless applicants flocked there, and new employees were trained at a dizzying pace. As the workforce stabilized, more and more industries sought Saron's rental services. At this moment, Han Ji-hyuk was in a meeting with Manager Kang and another white-haired girl. Manager Kang reported that they were receiving requests from all sorts of fields, from warehousing to moving companies, all of which were jobs requiring manual labor. Han Ji-hyuk closed his eyes and gave instructions. If there was surplus labor, send them, otherwise politely decline. He emphasized the need to prioritize long-term contracts over short-term jobs. Manager Kang confirmed his understanding, then further reported that construction workers were asking about precision skeletons. Han Ji-hyuk wondered, and Manager Kang explained that these were skeletons specialized in performing meticulous tasks. Han Ji-hyuk frowned in annoyance, suggesting they should figure it out themselves. He explained that Saron could do it, but it would damage the company's image. He emphasized that Saron's motto was simple: skeletons handle the heavy lifting, humans handle the details. Understood? Manager Kang immediately replied, "Understood. I will relay this message." The office door swung open, and someone entered. Han Ji-hyuk let out a long sigh, announcing that Saron Footwear, SR Electronics and Saron Rental had merged, bringing in 300 billion won each month. He looked straight ahead, asserting that at this rate, the company could definitely be called Saron Group. He gave a smug smile, asking the white-haired girl if Chairman Han Ji-hyuk of Saron Group sounded good. The white-haired girl immediately took out her phone to photograph him, while the man declared that with the research center established, it was time to formalize everything. She tilted her head in confusion, not understanding Han Ji-hyuk's meaning. The man ordered the paperwork to be completed, and immediately, excitement spread throughout the company as Saron Group prepared for its inauguration ceremony. The founding members were proud to see Saron become a powerful conglomerate, while employees were highly motivated by the opportunities for growth. But then, an unexpected incident occurred, ruining everything. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, asking Manager Kang if it was an accident. Manager Kang nervously confirmed, explaining that the incident happened at a construction site in Cheongnam. He detailed, a worker skeleton fell, swung a steel bar around, collapsing several support pillars and causing a part of the building to collapse. Han Ji-hyuk questioned in surprise. A skeleton tripped and accidentally swung a steel bar? He asserted that it was impossible, because anyone who understood how they worked knew they only followed commands from the operator. He further explained that their movements were controlled by pre-programmed algorithms. Even when losing balance, they automatically adjusted their posture to stabilize and continue moving. They were designed to stop immediately upon sensing resistance. Han Ji-hyuk deduced that one or two support pillars being damaged might be possible, but for all surrounding pillars to be destroyed without the safety algorithm activating was unthinkable. He sternly asked, "What did the operator say about this?" Manager Kang hesitantly reported that the operator claimed to have tripped and caused the skeleton to swing the steel bar. Han Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes suspiciously, asking again, "Oh, is that so?" He asserted that if this news spread, people would start thinking skeletons were dangerous, so it needed to be handled quickly. He angrily wondered, do they really think they can pull a stunt on me? Han Ji-hyuk ordered all surveillance camera footage to be retrieved and the operator brought in. He declared he would ensure they never dared to think of trying this again. Han Ji-hyuk narrowed his eyes, questioning if the skeleton had really tripped as reported. Han Do-yoon, the operator, was sweating profusely, firmly asserting that the incident had indeed occurred. The black-haired man continued to ask if Han Do-yoon had also said the skeleton swung a bundle of barbed wire, and Han Do-yoon hesitantly confirmed. Han Ji-hyuk slammed his hand on the table, sternly questioning Han Do-yoon if he realized the gravity of this issue. Han Do-yoon's face turned pale, while Han Ji-hyuk explained that if this incident destroyed trust in skeletons, it could shake Saron to its very foundations. His eyes flashed with a fierce red glow, and terrifying electricity emanated around him. Han Ji-hyuk gave a menacing smile. "If anyone dares to meddle in this, I will personally make them regret it." He looked directly at Han Do-yoon, pressing him once more. "So I'm asking one last time, are you absolutely certain it tripped?" Han Do-yoon lowered his head, sweat still pouring, weakly asserting that it had indeed fallen. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, looking at the skeleton standing nearby, finding it strange because skeletons were not programmed to trip so easily. He ordered Han Do-yoon to try making the skeleton fall himself. Han Do-yoon asked again in confusion, but Han Ji-hyuk emphasized, "I said, make it fall. You need to feel it yourself to understand how ridiculous your claim island." Han Do-yoon hesitantly placed his hand on the skeleton, trying to push it. He put all his strength into it, pushing harder. But the skeleton stood firm as a rock. Han Do-yoon strained, his face red with anger and fear. But the skeleton didn't budge. Han Ji-hyuk asked Han Do-yoon if he felt anything, then asserted that unless an awakened person used coercive power, a skeleton would not fall so easily. He continued to point out that wasn't the only illogical thing. As the skeleton offered an apple, Han Ji-hyuk raised his mechanically gloved hand, asking Han Do-yoon to observe closely as he clenched it. The skeleton also mimicked him, trying to crush the apple in its hand. Han Ji-hyuk explained that the fingers couldn't close completely due to safety restrictions, even though a skeleton's strength could easily crush an apple with one hand. He questioned Han Do-yoon if he truly expected Han Ji-hyuk to believe that this skeleton had swung a bundle of barbed wire and destroyed all the support pillars, and Han Do-yoon could only weakly repeat that it was the truth. Han Ji-hyuk smiled meaningfully, asking Han Do-yoon if he really wanted to stick with this story, then revealed that skeletons were equipped with 360-degree black box recording systems, and that was his own ability. Han Ji-hyuk reached out, activating his special ability, leaving Han Do-yoon frozen in shock. Han Do-yoon's face changed color, revealing extreme terror. A holographic image of a panicking Han Do-yoon appeared next to the skeleton. Han Ji-hyuk pointed at it and said, "See, that's you, Han Do-yoon." Han Ji-hyuk smiled triumphantly, declaring that the camera was only for the operator, but he saw everything himself. He would review this incident and know exactly what happened, then added a meaningful remark. "Of course, that's a lie." Han Do-yoon looked worried, explaining that restoring the footage would take time because the skeleton's head had been destroyed. He continued, concerned that public opinion about the skeletons would worsen if they wasted time. Han Ji-hyuk smiled meaningfully, declaring he would give the other party one last chance. He maintained his smile, saying that if Han Do-yoon told the truth, everything would be easier. He confidently asserted he took the bait. Of course, Han Do-yoon stood before Han Ji-hyuk's desk, hesitantly beginning his story. He explained that the building collapsed without the skeleton even touching it, speculating that safety measures were cut due to rushed construction. Han Ji-hyuk asked about the skeleton's head and camera, and Han Do-yoon, sweating, admitted they had smashed them with rocks. He questioned who gave the order, and Han Do-yoon immediately pointed to the construction manager. Han Ji-hyuk sternly said they needed to find out if the construction manager acted alone or if someone higher up was involved, then asked Han Do-yoon if he was dragged into it without knowing everything. Han Do-yoon panicked, asserting that he had a family to support and therefore no other choice. Han Ji-hyuk, with a radiant expression, offered Han Do-yoon help, assuring him that cooperation would make things easier for both of them. The construction manager sat alone in a cafe, looking annoyed. The middle-aged man wondered why he was called out, thinking to himself that meetings like this never ended well. Han Do-yoon approached the construction manager, asking if he had made him wait, and the manager responded with a question about the purpose of the meeting. Han Do-yoon, looking worried, expressed his concern about the accident involving the skeleton, which horrified the manager. The construction manager panicked, ordering Han Do-yoon to stick to the script. He tried to reassure Han Do-yoon, asserting that there was no evidence. Han Do-yoon suddenly asked, "But what if there is?" which confused the manager. But then he confidently asserted that it was impossible because there were no security cameras, and Do-yoon was the only witness. Han Do-yoon asked if that was all, which surprised the manager. Han Do-yoon, with a serious expression, questioned what the plan would be to handle the collapse if there were no skeletons. The manager was silent for a moment, then remarked that Han Do-yoon was unusually nosy today, asking if he wanted more money, as he had already paid 80 million won. Han Do-yoon quickly denied asking for more money, but secretly pressed a recording device. The manager narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of suspicion. Suddenly, the manager grabbed Han Do-yoon's arm, discovering a recording device, which terrified him. Han Do-yoon's face turned pale. Cold sweat streamed down. His eyes panicked as the recording device was discovered. The construction manager gripped Han Do-yoon's arm tightly, warning him in a sharp tone. "Han Do-yoon, if you keep causing trouble, we'll all go to hell together." He reminded him that he had taken the money, and now they were both in the same boat. Han Do-yoon stammered, his eyes full of fear as he heard the threat. The manager asserted that the money was a cooperation fee, and even if there was evidence, it wouldn't matter if they coordinated their statements. He confidently declared he would cover everything up. Han Ji-hyuk sat on the chair, looking at the glass of water on the table, thoughtfully recalling Han Do-yoon's confirmation that he had seen the black box footage. The construction manager frowned, wondering if something was wrong since Han Ji-hyuk could create skeletons instantly, but then said restoring the footage would take time. He concluded that Han Ji-hyuk hadn't directly seen the footage, and Han Do-yoon had been tricked, merely pretending to have evidence. Han Ji-hyuk sat on the bench, his eyes sharp, a slight smirk on his lips, thinking smart as he heard the manager's deduction. The construction manager asked Han Ji-hyuk what they should do next, and he replied that they needed to prepare for both scenarios, whether he had evidence or not. Han Ji-hyuk sat on the stone bench, smiling confidently, holding his phone and declaring, "Keep plotting." His phone was recording, displaying a duration of 0 hours 19 minutes and 48 seconds, like a defiant affirmation. Han Ji-hyuk explained his plan. Today, they would coordinate their statements, record the conversation, and stall for time. Han Do-yoon would pretend to demand more money, and if everything went smoothly, he would be adequately compensated. He smiled triumphantly, his eyes glinting mischievously, thinking to himself, "Too bad. I've already recorded everything." Han Ji-hyuk explained his ability. This magic usually amplifies sound waves from a distance and transmits them to his ears, but he could also redirect it elsewhere if he wished. With glowing red eyes, Han Ji-hyuk smiled eerily towards a building where Saron Group's inauguration ceremony was about to take place, wondering if he should create a big fireworks display with this recording. The scene of Saron Group's inauguration ceremony appeared. 5 people standing before a red ribbon, preparing to cut it in front of numerous reporters and guests. A gleaming golden pair of scissors was poised to cut the red ribbon, signaling a new beginning. Applause echoed throughout the hall as the ribbon was cut, a solemn and excited atmosphere pervading. Han Ji-hyuk stood on the podium, smiling brightly, expressing his thanks. He continued to express his gratitude for the warm welcome, but couldn't celebrate, mentioning the recent accident blamed on a skeleton, and invited the reporters inside. Reporters jostled each other, noisily moving inside, creating a chaotic yet dramatic scene. Han Ji-hyuk sternly declared the accident blamed on the skeleton was ridiculous, asserting that he had worked hard for people to see skeletons as useful tools, and each skeleton was equipped with safety measures. He continued, stating that he had conducted an investigation to find the cause of the incident, and coincidentally, he had found something quite interesting, inviting everyone to listen. The large screen behind Han Ji-hyuk displayed the construction manager's dialogue threatening Han Do-yoon that he had taken money, and if they were exposed, he would also be implicated. The dialogue on the screen continued, with the construction manager ordering Han Do-yoon to clean everything up and promising to take care of his future, dismissing Han Do-yoon's hesitant protests, asserting that they were in the same boat, and he knew too much to back out. The chairman sternly warned Han Do-yoon on screen, his tone full of menace. "If you want to survive, shut your mouth and do as I say." Han Ji-hyuk stood before the microphone, his eyes sharp as he declared he would never present fake evidence at such an important event. He asserted that even if the accusations had no legal value yet, simply requesting an official investigation would expose the truth, and even that wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. The young man sternly declared that Taeyu Construction Company had ruined its reputation, And from today, they were officially blacklisted. The crowd of reporters below began to murmur, constantly pointing cameras and phones at Han Ji-hyuk, capturing every moment. The chairman was stunned, sweat pouring down, hastily declaring he would sever all business ties with Taeyu. He turned his head, his eyes full of doubt, wondering if Han Ji-hyuk had colluded with someone to do this. Chairman Bowen smiled triumphantly, while the other chairman stood behind, completely shocked. Unable to believe his eyes upon seeing Chairman Bowen appear, he stammered, calling out Chairman, his face pale with astonishment. Han Ji-hyuk subtly smirked with confidence, his eyes glinting triumphantly. Han Ji-hyuk shook hands with Chairman Bowen, smiling radiantly and expressing his desire for an excellent partnership from now on, while the Taeyu chairman screamed in his head. Unable to believe how Han Ji-hyuk had managed everything, Kim stood there, his face pale, stammering apologies to the chairman for letting everything fall apart. The chairman roared in anger, reminding Kim of a series of similar incidents before, all under his supervision. And now, the company's reputation was on the brink. Kim bowed, sincerely apologizing, then cautiously asked about the request to meet Chairman Han. The chairman frowned, his voice full of disappointment as he revealed Han Ji-hyuk had refused to meet, showing that this young man was truly serious about this matter. Kim forced a smile, trying to appease the chairman by arguing that no matter how efficient Saron Rental's skeletons were, they wouldn't be enough to replace all the workers, so they should just ignore that arrogant Han Ji-hyuk and continue with their work. The chairman glared at him, unable to believe his ears. "Are you serious?" He sternly explained that almost every construction company was satisfied with using construction skeletons, and Saron Rental was rapidly accelerating their production. The chairman warned that if this continued, robots would soon completely replace manual labor, and if they were the only ones still paying full wages, the company would no longer have a chance to compete. The chairman turned his back, pointing into the distance, his voice full of disappointment as he scolded Kim for never making progress, despite being told to think further ahead. Kim bowed his head, muttering apologies, calling him father. The chairman pointed at his watch, ordering his son to admit he had ordered the cover-up, but to deny all accusations of neglecting safety measures. He emphasized that the official story would be the construction manager's fault, and Kim was just trying to limit the damage. The chairman was holding his phone, looking worried, when he suddenly flinched upon hearing news from the other end. "Chairman, we're in big trouble." Bowen Construction Company just met with the redevelopment committee, and they proposed cutting construction costs by 15%, he exclaimed in shock, unable to believe the number. 15%? The chairman's phone vibrated incessantly in his hand, the screen displaying an incoming call from Yu Sung, CEO, Director Choi. The chairman hastily answered the phone, his voice full of worry as he asked Kim if they could meet immediately, as this urgent meeting concerned the Seoul Redevelopment Alliance. The chairman and Chairman Bo-eun sat opposite each other at a luxurious dining table, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Chairman Bo-eun calmly explained that the current situation could push Taeyu Construction Company out of the game, and he emphasized the importance of the alliance, a group formed to pursue common business goals. Kim exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his ears when he heard Chairman Bo-eun say that they might have to remove Taeyu Construction Company from the project. Chairman Bo-eun calmly confirmed that Han Ji-hyuk was behind everything. Kim hastily asked what Han Ji-hyuk had said, and Chairman Bo-eun recounted that he had only asked if he regretted staying with Taeyu, and told him to keep an eye on Bo-eun Construction Company. Chairman Bo-eun continued to explain that Bo-eun was now cutting costs by 15%, then suggested that Kim try to reconcile with Han Ji-hyuk. Kim frowned, admitting he was wrong to think Han Ji-hyuk was just another labor-hungry businessman. He sternly declared that he could not accept a single company manipulating the entire industry. Chairman Bo-eun analyzed that Han Ji-hyuk had played a very clever move. If Saron had established its own construction company, they could have fought back. But he didn't do that. Instead, he provided skeletons to everyone, turning it into a shared business victory. Chairman Bo-eun emphasized that with reduced labor costs, shortened deadlines, and soaring profits, everyone now wanted skeletons and no one would side with Taeyu, even welcoming the competition. Kim realized in shock that other companies would rather compete with Taeyu than confront Han Ji-hyuk. Chairman Bo-eun stressed that Taeyu was in a difficult position because 15% was a huge amount of money, enough to turn an apartment complex into a luxury project, and Taeyu couldn't compete. Kim hastily pleaded not to make a hasty decision and asked to speak with Chairman Han. He hoped to negotiate a deal. Chairman Bo-eun dismissed it, saying that would be discussed after he found a solution, and although he respected history, he wouldn't be patient forever like those other two companies. He asked if he could offer some advice, and Kim listened in silence. Chairman Bo-eun emphasized that family was important, but if the business collapsed, the family would also fall apart. He advised Kim that if he couldn't sever ties, he should at least pretend to. In a flashback, a younger Kim was happily playing with his son, Han Do-yoon. Father and son stood side by side, looking intimate and happy. However, Kim's gaze suddenly became stern as he looked at his son. Kim closed his eyes, painfully exclaiming that he understood. A trembling hand placed the teacup on the table, a clinking sound echoing. Han Ji-hyuk coldly asked Chairman Kim of Taeyu Construction Company why he had come today. Kim bowed his head, expressing his desire to personally apologize for past disputes and deeply regretting that his son had caused trouble for Han Ji-hyuk. Han Ji-hyuk smirked, silently noting that he would normally overlook such a sincere apology, but not this time. He declared he would make an example of those who dared to oppose him. Chairman Kim sternly declared that his son had acted without his knowledge and affirmed that there would be no exceptions and that person would certainly pay for his transgressions. Han Ji-hyuk smirked, coldly replying that he was mistaken, as he had never placed much hope in investigations or legal penalties from the start. Chairman Kim hastily explained that he had no intention of severing ties with his son, but Han Ji-hyuk dismissed it, emphasizing that those measures were not enough to satisfy him. The young man sternly demanded that if Kim was truly unaware of the incident, he must prove it by firing Director Kim and all those involved from the company. Chairman Kim bowed his head, confusedly replying that he understood, but then hesitated as if wanting to say something more. He anxiously expressed that it was common to see in the news how chairman's children caused trouble only to be secretly brought back into the company later. Hearing this, Han Ji-hyuk sternly declared that he would blacklist Director Kim and all those involved, not just for Taeyu Construction Company. Chairman Kim frantically asked how long the ban would last, and he coldly replied, "For life, of course." He exclaimed in shock that it was too harsh, meaning Director Kim would never be able to set foot in this industry again. Han Ji-hyuk explained that this incident fortunately caused no casualties, but people could have easily died, and after causing such a grave matter, allowing him to remain in the industry was unacceptable. Chairman Kim hastily offered to ensure his son received a severe warning, but the young man countered, "Or should we just do it the usual way, targeting all of Taeyu Construction instead of just one person?" Chairman Kim listened in silence, and he continued that he would not interfere with him providing for his son, as familial ties couldn't be severed anyway, as long as there were no professional connections with him. He asked again if merely expelling his son would be enough, and Han Ji-hyuk coldly replied that he wasn't cruel enough to pursue the entire family when he hadn't actually killed anyone. Chairman Kim understood, bowed his head in apology, and affirmed he would take the necessary actions. Han Ji-hyuk then ordered him to handle everything, also reminding him that the redevelopment project in Gyeonggi Province still belonged to him but would be excluded from the alliance. Immediately, Chairman Kim of Taeyu Construction took action. Not only Director Kim and his close associates, but also the site manager were removed. All who could be used as scapegoats were suppressed and removed from the company. Han Ji-hyuk kept his promise, removing Taeyu Construction from the blacklist, and now he casually asked about the situation of Chairman Kim's son. Han Do-yoon cheerfully explained that Chairman Kim's son had rebelled, forming his own company with close aides, and even the site manager had joined. Han Ji-hyuk coldly ordered them to be crushed, and Han Do-yoon immediately understood. He suddenly remembered, cheerfully announcing that the fire department wanted to discuss fire-resistant skeletons, and exclaimed excitedly, "It's finally here! Excellent! Let's keep going!" As the business gradually stabilized and skeleton production needed to expand, the company reached a point where it could develop independently, and Ji-hyuk began building an army of undead. In a large warehouse, two skeletons were fiercely battling, one resembling a worker, while the other was styled like a punk rocker. The punk rocker delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's face, making the worker skeleton stagger. Quick as lightning, the worker skeleton ducked, avoiding the attacker's dangerous kick. Immediately, it counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick that sent the punk rocker flying backward. Han Ji-hyuk appeared, coldly stating, "All right, that's enough for now." Han Ji-hyuk smiled and told the white-haired girl that their macros were working quite well, thanks to Guildmaster Kim Han-ul. The white-haired girl remained silent, seemingly annoyed, as Han Ji-hyuk thought it was time to create a death knight. The young man held his phone, called Chairman Park, and told himself that he couldn't use human corpses. Han Ji-hyuk called Chairman Park, asking him to purchase and deliver several types of monsters he was about to list, while behind them, the worker skeleton and the punk skeleton man were still fiercely battling. After many experiments, Han Ji-hyuk chose alpha orc corpses as the final material to create death knights, explaining that they were the right size and sturdy enough. At first glance, these death knights didn't look much different from regular skeletons. However, the key difference lay in their ability to retain their original power through a mysterious crafting process. Han Ji-hyuk confidently declared that even though they were only B rank, they could still be used with confidence, then added that they would be designated as Elite Guard Team Number 1 from now on. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk paused, a thought flashing through the young man's mind. Instead of letting them sit idle after creation, Han Ji-hyuk wondered if he could make money from them, causing the white-haired girl beside him to frown in confusion. A cunning smile spread across his lips as Han Ji-hyuk realized they would work very well as bodyguards. In a world where unstable gates could open at any time, unleashing monsters everywhere, the demand for awakened bodyguards was entirely natural. However, awakened individuals usually preferred to enter gates and pursue higher power, because for them, becoming a bodyguard meant giving up their potential for growth. That's why the bodyguard profession was considered the worst job among the awakened. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, coming up with the idea of dispersing immortal bodyguards everywhere and summoning them as an army in an emergency. A perfect plan. The young man continued, asserting that he had been recognized as an A-rank awakened, so why not? He told himself that these immortal beings would not be used for combat, but merely as bodyguards. Han Ji-hyuk held the phone to his ear, waiting for the other end to pick up. As soon as the call connected, Han Ji-hyuk cheerfully greeted, "CEO, long time no see," then continued to tell team leader Park Woo-jin, that he needed his help with something important. Park Woo-jin asked in return if it was about a new Immortal Commander design, as he also had some ideas, but Han Ji-hyuk hastily dismissed it, explaining that it was for public safety, which confused Park Woo-jin, but he still agreed to participate. Suddenly, Han Do-yoon screamed in terror as an armored skeleton charged straight at him. The young man immediately counterattacked, swinging his glowing sword directly at the opponent. Han Do-yoon exclaimed in shock, "Damn it!" While in the distance, Han Ji-hyuk coldly ordered him to continue attacking. Han Ji-hyuk continued to remind Han Do-yoon that any method was acceptable, even playing dirty. Han Do-yoon staggered, dodging the skeleton's attack, then delivered a powerful kick. He continuously swung his sword, creating dazzling blue light streams, relentlessly attacking the skeletons. Han Do-yoon seemed confused, sweating profusely, his eyes full of doubt about the current situation. He turned to ask Han Ji-hyuk about the creature that had just appeared, while a skeleton guard stood silently behind him. Han Ji-hyuk calmly replied that it was a summoned creature. He smiled and asked Han Do-yoon if he noticed that it wasn't attacking. Han Ji-hyuk explained that he was hiring it as a bodyguard. He confidently declared that this was a D-rank skeleton guard, strong enough to counter awakened individuals, and he planned to release them in various ranks. Han Do-yoon seemed surprised and admitted that the opponent possessed an enviable ability. He wondered why Han Ji-hyuk deliberately ignored their offensive capabilities, because if they could attack, they could be sent into gates to hunt monsters. Han Ji-hyuk explained that the first reason was employment issues, because if he flooded the market with monster-hunting skeletons, awakened individuals would have no place. He continued, the second reason was money, because bodyguards were more expensive, and this would bring higher profits. Han Do-yoon asked Han Ji-hyuk what rank he intended to release them up to. Han Ji-hyuk affirmed it would be up to B rank. He expressed surprise, thinking that Han Ji-hyuk was no longer just an A rank awakened. Han Ji-hyuk smiled back. Think what you will. Han Ji-hyuk asked Han Do-yoon to help him with further testing, especially with lower ranks, if any of his subordinates were free. He agreed immediately. The scene shifted to a world where no one knew when a person might awaken, and criminals were no exception, causing everyone to secretly fear powerful awakened individuals. 3 awakened individuals with sharp eyes appeared, especially the wealthy. They always feared being attacked. A news report showed an increase in kidnappings and threats by awakened individuals. Among them, chairman of Yoryong Group, Yo Woon-gu, who had been kidnapped by an awakened individual as a child, became obsessed with safety. He asked Director Park in shock, "You're quitting?" The chairman asked if it was because of low pay, but Director Park smiled and replied that he felt he was paid too much. The chairman was confused, trying to convince Director Park that if anything was uncomfortable, he would fix it, and emphasized his trust in him. Director Park explained that he knew that, and that's why it was hard for him to say. He added that he was approaching 40 and wanted to challenge himself to become stronger. Yo Woon-gu suggested that Director Park postpone his resignation and take a leave of absence to travel. However, Director Park refused, stating that he was truly mentally exhausted. The chairman tried to reassure him that there were many other bodyguards, so there was no need to worry too much. Director Park expressed his concern, explaining that if he left, there would only be 2 B-rank members and lower-rank awakened individuals left, which would be insufficient if an A-rank awakened individual targeted the chairman. Yo Woon-gu was silent for a moment, then said that he would try to endure a little longer until a replacement could be found. Director Park thanked Yo Woon-gu and promised to find a replacement as soon as possible. A few days later, a message appeared. "I was rejected." Yo Woon-gu asked Park Woo-jin if he had offered enough money. He replied that he had offered 3 times the usual income from the gates, but they said it was impossible. The desk phone vibrated violently, signaling an urgent call. Chairman Yo Woon-gu picked up the phone, his face full of confusion as he asked what was wrong. The other end of the line reported that Han Ji-hyuk, chairman of Saran Group, had contacted them and was looking for bodyguards. Mr. Yo Woon-gu was surprised and immediately suggested calling back and scheduling an appointment. But then, he changed his mind, asking for the phone number to contact them directly himself, seemingly not wanting to miss the opportunity. Han Ji-hyuk appeared with a radiant smile, thanking those who had come. Chairman Yo Woon-gu and another man stepped forward, their faces serious. The 2 chairmen shook hands, Yo Woon-gu expressing his pleasure at meeting Han Ji-hyuk in person for the first time. Han Ji-hyuk smiled back, explaining that since the 2 corporations had no overlapping business areas, this was their first meeting. The chairman of Yoryong Group brought up the topic of bodyguards, asking if he had anyone in mind yet. Han Ji-hyuk smiled and invited him inside, reassuring him that there was no need to worry about that. Yo Woon-gu stepped inside, his eyes wide with shock, as he saw a strange creature. A skeleton guard stood tall, wearing a skull mask and black armor, making Yo Woon-gu exclaim in astonishment, "This island! A skeleton!" Han Ji-hyuk stood opposite, explaining that this was the bodyguard he was looking for. Yo Woon-gu asked in confusion, "You mean the bodyguard is a skeleton?" And Han Ji-hyuk confirmed, "That's right." The chairman of Yoryong Group expressed concern, believing that skeletons had no combat ability. Han Ji-hyuk smiled and explained that initially they were not created for that purpose. But recently, due to increased safety demands, they decided to focus on creating them properly. Yo Woon-gu said that the bodyguard he was looking for must be able to handle awakened individuals, and Han Ji-hyuk immediately replied, suggesting a live demonstration would be better than an explanation. then asked if there was an F-rank awakened individual present. A man in a black suit, with black hair, stepped forward, confidently identifying himself as an F-rank awakened individual. Han Ji-hyuk stood in the middle, pointing towards the skeleton guard and the F-rank man, declaring that if he could penetrate the skeleton's defense and attack him, he would be generously rewarded. Yo Woon-gu and the accompanying man looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and surprise at this bold offer. The F-rank man lunged to attack the skeleton guard with a powerful punch, determined to claim the reward. His punch struck the skeleton guard's armor, creating a blue energy surge. But the skeleton guard immediately launched an extremely fast counterattack, knocking the opponent to the floor. The F-rank man lay flat on the ground, his face astonished, unable to believe what had just happened, while Yo Woon-gu exclaimed a surprised, "Oh!" Han Ji-hyuk smiled, declared the match over, and explained that skeleton guards were created to prioritize protecting their assigned person even over themselves, could provide 24/7 protection as they didn't need to eat or sleep, and gently reminded the F-rank man that there was no reward for losers. Chairman Yo Woon-gu muttered thoughtfully, appreciating the 24/7 protection capability of the skeleton guard team, who could even deal with awakened individuals. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, asserting that there was no need to worry about betrayal because he was the master of those skeletons, and wondered who in this world was more trustworthy than himself. The chairman nodded repeatedly, expressing absolute satisfaction, which made Ji-hyuk playfully ask back, "Right?" However, Yo Woon-gu's expression suddenly changed, admitting that one thing he wasn't entirely satisfied with was their skills, and stated that he was looking for a new bodyguard to replace Director Park. The Demon of Taros immediately reassured him, explaining that the previous skeleton was only F-rank, and he possessed many higher-rank skeletons, from E, D, up to B. A B-rank skeleton appeared majestically, making the chairman hesitate to ask if they could, and Han Ji-hyuk definitively confirmed that they could absolutely deal with B-rank awakened individuals. The young man explained that if he brought a few B-rank skeletons, stopping an A-rank awakened individual was entirely feasible, though it would depend on the actual situation. Yo Woon-gu immediately asked how many B-rank skeletons he had, and received the concise answer, 5. An illustration appeared, showing that the power of 5 B-rank skeletons could be equivalent to an A-rank awakened individual, based on the rule that one higher-rank awakened individual can deal with 5 lower-rank awakened individuals. However, Han Ji-hyuk also further explained that these skeletons had no direct offensive capabilities. They were created to focus entirely on defense and protection, though they could still suppress opponents when necessary. The chairman turned to ask Director Park if 5 B-rank skeletons could stop an A-rank awakened individual, and he replied that he wasn't sure. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly had a bold idea. "How about we test it? Right now," he said, his eyes full of curiosity, as he had never tested the power of an A-rank awakened individual. Park Woo-jin took off his jacket, declaring that this opportunity didn't come often, so he would go all out, even accepting everything being destroyed without a single complaint. Yo Woon-gu worriedly asked if everything was destroyed, would there be no more skeletons to bring along? Then didn't forget to praise Director Park's superior skills. The young man waved his hand reassuringly, declaring that even if they were destroyed, he could create more, then snapped his fingers skillfully. Park Woo-jin clenched his fists, declaring he wouldn't hold back. Behind him were 5 skeleton guards ready for battle. Director Park lunged like an arrow, his fist flaring with brilliant light, ready to strike. His punch tore through the air, emitting an explosive surge of energy, creating a powerful spectacle. He unleashed an earth-shattering punch, forming a powerful shockwave that spread throughout the space. Surprisingly, Park Woo-jin's face showed clear astonishment, his eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening. He punched straight at a skeleton, but it stood firm in front of him, making Director Park exclaim that if it were a normal person, they would surely have been obliterated. Han Ji-hyuk observed the scene with a slightly surprised expression as the skeletons began to move, creating dry, clattering sound. Park Woo-jin quickly recoiled, dodging the relentless attacks from the skeleton guards. He frowned, thinking to himself that these skeletons were truly professional bodyguards, not to be underestimated. Looking at the formidable opponents, Director Park couldn't help but wonder if they were truly just mindless skeletons. Director Park Woo-jin was surrounded by an army of skeletal bodyguards, looking incredibly badass, yet also threatening. The young man clearly showed his worry, mentally preparing for a difficult battle. He began to move, charging into the encirclement of pitch-black skeletons without a moment's hesitation. Park Woo-jin exploded with power, unleashing a lightning-fast attack that sent a skeletal bodyguard flying into the sky. His eyes blazed, his entire body surging with energy, as he unleashed a destructive punch, crushing his opponent. Suddenly, another skeletal bodyguard gently lifted a bewildered Han Ji-hyuk and shot away like an arrow. Director Park turned his head in astonishment, watching the bodyguard carrying his client flee for dear life. He stood amidst the rubble, looking at the 2 skeletal bodyguards defeated at his feet, a look of utter helplessness on his face. Park Woo-jin violently pulled out his arm, which had been impaled by a piece of his opponent's bone, and angrily declared, "That's enough!" Han Ji-hyuk, being carried away, suddenly had an interesting thought and exclaimed in surprise, "Escape mode?" The black-haired young man was still in shock, asking again about escape mode, while Han Ji-hyuk explained that it was a last resort, where one unit helps the target escape while others sacrifice themselves to buy time. The Yoryong group chairman smiled brightly, praising profusely that Director Park's skills were truly top-notch. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in agreement, admitting he initially thought 5 bodyguards would be enough to block an A-rank individual, then asked for Park Woo-jin's assessment. Director Park seriously affirmed that these skeletal bodyguards were extremely excellent and believed they could save the chairman's life at least once, unless targeted by an S-rank awakener. Yo Won-gu thoughtfully asked if there would be any difficulty adding 2 more, bringing the total to 7, because 5 seemed unreliable after Director Park's test. He decided to choose 7. Han Ji-hyuk explained that because they lacked offensive capabilities, their hiring fee was only half that of an awakener bodyguard of the same rank. But they provided 24/7 protection, which sounded like a bargain. The Yoryong group chairman agreed. A chilling scene appeared, with shattered bone fragments. The narration revealed thousands of awakener-rank skeletons that could revive at any time, along with over 10,000 regular skeletons. Director Park looked at Han Ji-hyuk with eyes full of admiration, thinking to himself that he truly could do everything alone. Park Woo-jin smiled with relief, instructing Han Ji-hyuk to take good care of the chairman. Han Ji-hyuk replied with a confident smile, reassuring him that there was no need to worry. In a dark alley, a guy in a black hoodie with purple hair was puffing on a cigarette, white smoke swirling in the air. He told the black-clad figures around him that they were just intimidating a little. A blonde-haired guy, wearing a black mask, nervously asked if everything would be all right, because the target was still the chairman of a large conglomerate. The smoker smiled slyly, declaring there was no need to worry as long as they weren't caught. Besides, the one who requested this job was also a member of that very conglomerate family. He continued to sneer, revealing that they had received all the inside information. The black-clad guy pointed, explaining that A-rank Director Park had resigned, B-rank team leaders had also quit and were no longer at the mansion, and only 7 newly hired bodyguards remained. An intruder was speculating that the 7 newly hired bodyguards were certainly not formidable individuals. The masked black-clad figure gave the order, and they immediately acted, leaping down from the rooftop. The purple-haired guy in the black hoodie gave the order, specifying that Chairman Yo Won-gu's room was on the 2nd floor, and clearly assigned tasks. The alarm must have gone off. I'll check outside. You guys handle the inside. The other 2 immediately obeyed, swiftly clinging to and climbing the mansion wall. The purple-haired guy in the black hoodie walked leisurely, muttering indifferently about the other intruders. He looked up, surprised to see that everything seemed to have ended too quickly. The purple-haired guy squatted on the railing, muttering irritably, "Hey, if you're done, give me a call." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and cold sweat poured down as he realized something was amiss. The scene inside the room shocked him. The room was in ruins, his bodyguards lay scattered, and a dry, skeletal figure stood towering beside Chairman Yo Won-gu's bed. He gritted his teeth, angrily yelling, "The information has been leaked!" A sudden attack struck, causing the purple-haired guy to cry out in pain and fall down. The intruder quickly stood up, his sharp eyes turning back to face his attacker. He threw a powerful punch at the skeletal bodyguard, creating a blinding flash of light. His powerful punch directly struck the opponent's skull mask, but it seemed to have no effect. The purple-haired guy exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that to block his attack, this skeletal bodyguard must be at least B rank, truly not to be underestimated. He continued to unleash a barrage of punches, but the skeletal bodyguard stood firm like a rock. The skeletal bodyguard's glowing red eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent, signaling an impending counterattack. The intruder was completely stunned, sweat pouring down like rain at the opponent's terrifying power. Chairman Yo Won-gu's mansion shook violently, engulfed in ruins after the raid. A breaking news report covered the intrusion into the Yoryong group chairman's mansion, and the perfect and unbelievable outcome. Saron's skeletal bodyguards had safely subdued the attackers. After that shocking incident, Han Ji-hyuk received a call with a blunt question. "CEO Han, do you have any available skeletal bodyguards?" He smiled, realizing the popularity of skeletal bodyguards had skyrocketed, and explained that only F and E ranks were left, not C or B ranks. The client still insisted on hiring B-rank bodyguards, making Han Ji-hyuk ponder deeply. The client even joked that A rank would be even better, making him think to himself, A rank. I can create them, but rumors say skeletal bodyguards are A rank, so summoning A rank would be too obvious. However, another thought flashed through his mind. Was it really necessary to hold back? Wouldn't possessing a higher rank significantly reduce the number of troublesome individuals? The client on the other end of the line called out, pulling him back to reality. The white-haired girl lay sprawled on the sofa, informing Han Ji-hyuk that she was about to take the rank test, and if she achieved S rank, she would produce more B ranks to celebrate. Han Ji-hyuk held his phone, replying to the girl in a calm tone, the screen showing a call with Chairman Yo. He pondered thoughtfully, wondering if upgrading his rank was truly necessary when everyone thought he couldn't reach A rank. Han Ji-hyuk stood up, decisively ordering the white-haired girl to accompany him to the Gungsan Awakener registration office, which seemed to displease her. His phone rang again, making Han Ji-hyuk irritably wonder who was calling again. He looked at his phone screen, sighing wearily when he saw the call was from the nagging registration office. Although he didn't want to, Han Ji-hyuk still decided to answer the call, because he had to go to the registration office anyway. He answered the phone, and immediately an excited voice rang out from the other end. "Hello, CEO Han." Han Ji-hyuk frowned in annoyance when he heard the excited voice. "You finally answered the phone." The other end continued to pressingly ask if he had decided to take the Awakener test yet. and complained that everyone knew he wasn't F rank but refused to update his rank. Han Ji-hyuk calmly explained that he wanted to take the test at the Gungsan registration office, causing the person on the other end to exclaim in surprise, "Really?" The man on the other end promised to prepare everything perfectly and call back. Han Ji-hyuk simply replied with an agreement. After hanging up, Han Ji-hyuk pondered, wondering if he had been a bit too harsh when talking to the other person. Outside a large building, two men were chatting. One asked if Han Ji-hyuk would achieve S rank, and the other confidently affirmed, "Of course." The two men continued to discuss, wondering if Han Ji-hyuk could achieve SS rank. One suggested that his raw combat power might be low, but the other argued that his influence alone was enough to be called SS rank. A pair of feet strode powerfully on the tiled floor. The man wearing glasses suddenly exclaimed as he realized Han Ji-hyuk was approaching. Han Ji-hyuk turned his back to the crowd of reporters, decisively ordering, "Everyone stop." He smiled mischievously, raising his hand to summon a black energy orb, while warning everyone not to come too close because he was about to summon skeletons. A gigantic spatial gate opened behind Han Ji-hyuk and the girl, from which a series of worker skeletons with skull masks began to emerge. Han Ji-hyuk introduced, "These are the Saranshu's skeletons," and they stood silently. He continued to introduce the T-32 prototype, a skeleton wearing a blue tank top, and finally, the latest skeletal bodyguard with black armor and a powerful skull mask. The white-haired girl handed the man wearing glasses a catalog in which Han Ji-hyuk explained were fully listed the types, abilities, and specifications of the newly summoned skeleton. The man wearing glasses flipped through the catalog, his face showing astonishment as he read about the maximum capacity of the construction type and firefighting features. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, announcing that he would go inside to begin the test, and invited everyone to freely learn about the skeletons, adding that there would be an interview afterward. Han Ji-hyuk entered the building, leaving the white-haired girl and the man wearing glasses watching him, while the black-haired man exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? Is this some kind of skeleton exhibition?" Han Ji-hyuk was thinking about the reason for releasing a large number of skeletons, a close-up of his sharp eyes, showing calculation and determination. A black-haired man, wearing a black and orange sports jacket, stood with his back turned, surprised to hear someone call his name Guildmaster Kim Hanul. Han Ji-hyuk appeared, greeting Kim Hanul with a friendly smile, while the Guildmaster was utterly surprised. Kim Hanul asked back, bewildered, not understanding what Han Ji-hyuk meant when he said he had volunteered to come here. The black-haired young man explained that high-ranking awakened, from A rank and above, needed the support of those at the same level to test their strength, as their abilities were too diverse to be measured solely by machines. A young woman with her brown hair tied up, wearing a black suit, smiled and introduced herself as Lee Jin-young, director of the Awakened Management Bureau. The director shook Han Ji-hyuk's hand, beaming, while the black-haired young man beside her asked about a white-haired man standing in the back. Lee Jin-young introduced the white-haired man as Woo Do-hyun, an SS rank awakened and guildmaster of the White Flower Guild. The director turned to Han Ji-hyuk, her eyes full of hidden meaning, saying that she had really wanted to meet him to ask why he had done these things to them. Lee Jin-young gave a puzzled smile, explaining that his creation and use of tens of thousands of skeletons had caused them a lot of trouble. The girl continued, saying that everything had become chaotic, from tax issues related to the skeletons to the enactment of laws concerning summoned creatures, while the number of skeletons continued to increase, even forming a corporation. Han Ji-hyuk laughed heartily, admitting that was exactly what he wanted, because now their influence was too great, making it difficult to act hastily. Director Lee Jin-young said that she had no intention of criticizing Saran or limiting the potential of Awakened, but she just wanted to say that they had struggled a lot because of his actions. The director smiled, changing the subject to the main purpose of the day, the test, and revealed that internally they had almost determined Han Ji-hyuk would achieve S rank. Lee Jin-young further inquired about his plans, asking if he intended to continue releasing more Guardian skeletons in the future, and the young man immediately affirmed that they had already created A rank skeletons. The director nodded, her eyes thoughtful, saying that initially they had planned to mobilize researchers to comprehensively test Han Ji-hyuk's abilities, including summoning, attacking, and flying. However, Lee Jin-young suggested skipping all those complex tests and only conducting a basic test for Han Ji-hyuk's convenience. Han Ji-hyuk gave a meaningful smile, agreeing with the director's proposal. The black-haired young man muttered that he had acted too recklessly, and the Awakened Management Bureau must have seen how difficult he was to control. Director Lee Jin-young beamed, thanking Han Ji-hyuk for his understanding. Guildmaster Kim Hanul was surprised to hear Han Ji-hyuk say that he would provide his phone number to contact Director Lee Jin-young to avoid further trouble in the future. Kim Hanul exclaimed in surprise, saying that if he had known he was so reasonable, he would have sought him out sooner. Director Lee Jin-young signaled the end of the conversation, announcing that the test would begin immediately. The director explained that first they would test the physical strength of the summoned creatures with machines, and then there would be a simple, friendly match with Guildmaster Kim Hanul, just a few exchanges of blows. Kim Hanul frowned, seemingly disappointed, muttering that he had been hoping for a more heated match with Han Ji-hyuk. But now, all his excitement had vanished. Woo Do-hyun mused, sensing a powerful surge of energy even before entering the arena, affirming that he had felt it. Han Ji-hyuk was utterly surprised, having never encountered such a terrifying aura in his life, even wondering if he had enough strength to face it. Kim Hanul exclaimed in astonishment, asking Han Ji-hyuk if he truly thought he was no match for Woo Do-hyun, and the calm, white-haired guildmaster replied, "Perhaps." The black-haired guildmaster muttered that SS rank was indeed a completely different league. Woo Do-hyun thought to himself. Han Ji-hyuk had hidden his mana too well, and perhaps he had underestimated the awakened on Earth. In Woo Do-hyun's memory, in the world of Seron, sensing an opponent's mana was the basic way to assess strength. The strongest individuals in Seron considered concealing mana a minimum essential skill. Han Ji-hyuk gave a wry smile, telling himself that concealing mana was too troublesome, and since Earth's awakened couldn't sense it, he had let his mana flow freely, admitting he had been too careless. Woo Do-hyun decisively declared, "All right, as per Guildmaster Woo's suggestion, let's proceed directly to the match." The two men stood facing each other on the vast arena floor, the atmosphere growing tense. Han Ji-hyuk curiously asked Woo Do-hyun how he had sensed his mana, and Woo Do-hyun calmly replied that he had suddenly felt it, precisely at the moment he reached SS level. Han Ji-hyuk secretly analyzed. Woo Do-hyun hadn't learned mana systematically like in Seron, but had grasped it through countless real combat experiences. Woo Do-hyun gently spun the spear in his hand, his eyes sharp, saying there were many things he wanted to ask, but it wasn't necessary, because the fastest way to understand an opponent was to confront them directly. From a distance, Lee Jin-young spoke up, ordering both combatants to raise their hands when ready. Without hesitation, both Han Ji-hyuk and Woo Do-hyun simultaneously raised their hands, signaling they were ready for the confrontation. Lee Jin-young decisively declared, "Then, let's begin." Immediately, a blinding flash of light erupted, surprising Han Ji-hyuk. In a blink, Woo Do-hyun appeared right behind Han Ji-hyuk, whispering, "My ability is instant acceleration." The white-haired guildmaster quickly retreated a distance, looked at Han Ji-hyuk, and asked if his opponent was intentionally holding back, explaining that he was informing him to ensure fairness. Han Ji-hyuk smirked confidently, declaring he would show Woo Do-hyun his true abilities. Immediately, purple mana violently erupted, and a multitude of skeletons began appearing around him. The power of purple mana from Han Ji-hyuk erupted terrifyingly, tearing apart the ground, creating deep cracks, and sending debris flying everywhere. Without flinching, Woo Do-hyun charged straight ahead, the spear in his hand emitting a brilliant blue light, ready to meet the attack. With a powerful swing of his spear, Woo Do-hyun unleashed two sharp blue energy streams, rocketing towards Han Ji-hyuk like lightning bolts. Han Ji-hyuk immediately summoned a gigantic bone shield to block the attack, purple mana violently erupting around him. The bone shield shattered into countless fragments, but the purple mana continued to explode powerfully, creating an invisible barrier. Han Ji-hyuk exclaimed in surprise. His opponent's attack hadn't even directly touched his spear yet, still shattered it, explaining that it was a method combining rotational force and aura explosion. Han Ji-hyuk curiously asked Woo Do-hyun what his bone shield was made of that could block the attack so easily, and Woo Do-hyun calmly replied, "Just like you, Guildmaster. I used aura to block aura." Woo Do-hyun smirked slightly, a rare sense of excitement surging within him. It had been a long time since he had found an opponent who made him want to go all out. Han Ji-hyuk also grinned brightly, his eyes blazing, excitedly saying, "Then, let's continue." Woo Do-hyun gave a confident smile, the spear in his hand emitting a brilliant blue light, declaring, "Then, I'm coming again." The two opponents looked directly into each other's eyes, Han Ji-hyuk's gaze sharp, while Woo Do-hyun's was full of challenge. The black-haired young man's eyes flashed with intense focus, while Woo Do-hyun's eyes turned a mysterious purple, and he exclaimed, "All right, here I go." Immediately, Woo Do-hyun shot forward like a flash of lightning, his blue glowing spear tearing through the air, creating dazzling streaks of light. His sharp spearhead aimed directly at the target. Woo Do-hyun's eyes filled with determination. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, watching the spearhead hurtling towards him at terrifying speed. The black-haired young man thoughtfully assessed, "Indeed, this is SS rank. Even 10 S-rank individuals couldn't compare to him." Woo Do-hyun continuously unleashed lightning-fast attacks, creating countless afterimages that swept past Han Ji-hyuk, each blow carrying destructive power. He continued to observe, thinking to himself, however, at most he only reaches the level of a 7-star master. A powerful footstep stomped onto the floor, creating a resounding sound. Woo Do-hyun stood upright, looking at his opponent and questioning, "You haven't attacked me once this entire time." He slightly bowed his head, his tone a little disappointed. "It seems I'm still not strong enough to make President Han go all out." Woo Do-hyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said seriously, "Then, I will show you a secret weapon." A surge of fiery red energy enveloped his armored arm, and Woo Do-hyun gritted his teeth, explaining, "I have an ability called Berserker. It makes me difficult to control, but in return, it enhances my physical capabilities to the extreme." The spear in Woo Do-hyun's hand now blazed with crimson fire, creating an imposing image. His face contorted from the surging power, his eyes burning red as if wanting to incinerate everything. Woo Do-hyun charged forward at unbelievable speed, becoming just a blurry red streak, making Han Ji-hyuk exclaim in astonishment, "He's too fast!" Han Ji-hyuk flinched and stepped back, the fiery red spearhead hurtling straight towards him, creating immense pressure. The spear, carrying destructive power, whirled in the air, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Wu Doyun's armored fist gripped the spear shaft tightly, his entire body ablaze with furious flames. He let out a resounding roar, pouring all his strength into the final attack. A massive crimson shockwave erupted from the spearhead, tearing apart the ground and spreading throughout the space. Wu Dohyun's earth-shattering power created a blinding red light explosion, destroying everything around him. After the attack, Wu Dohyun stood amidst the rubble, his spear still faintly glowing red. He panted, sweat beading on his forehead, a hint of confusion on his face. A soft splash sound echoed as Wu Dohyun stepped into a puddle, and he muttered in embarrassment. Oh dear, how humiliating. Han Ji-hyuk created a gigantic vortex of dark energy, causing the surrounding ground to crack open, demonstrating his destructive power. He frowned in annoyance, wondering about his strange awakened ability. It's baffling how just a slight loss of reason causes my power to skyrocket. The young man turned to look at Wu Dohyun, who was standing quite a distance away, declaring that he would show his opponent his secret weapon. He raised his hand, and glowing purple bone fragments floated in the air, asking Wu Dohyun if he knew why he used bones as conduits. A piece of purple bone became visible, and Ji-hyuk explained, "Because the bone contains death energy, I use it to throw and detonate." He continued to explain, comparing the bone to a bullet and the death energy to gunpowder. But the destructive power was still not strong enough. Therefore, when a fatal blow was needed, Ji-hyuk would extract and concentrate all the death energy, forming a block of pure gunpowder. The concentrated death energy solidified into a deep, swirling purple-black orb, radiating terrifying power. Holding the orb in his hand, the young man looked at Wu Dohyun, asking if his opponent could feel its dreadfulness. He let the orb float in midair, wondering if this was enough to outclass his opponent. Wu Dohyun stared at the tiny orb, which moved slowly, his face full of skepticism. Nevertheless, his intuition continuously screamed warnings of imminent, deadly danger. Death was clearly present in his mind. Just touching that orb would instantly end his life. Finally, Wu Dohyun raised his hands in surrender, trembling as he said, I surrender!" He flashed a radiant smile, his voice full of confidence. "A wise decision." A girl in a black suit exclaimed in surprise. What just happened? The man beside her was also stunned. They couldn't believe Wu Dohyun surrendered so quickly, even though his speed was more than enough to dodge. Wu Dohyun was still in shock, clutching his neck, muttering about the terrifying aura he had just felt. The girl looked straight ahead, stating that anyone could clearly see who the winner was. She immediately ordered her subordinates to prepare an emergency press conference, and the other person asked, "What should we announce?" Han Ji-hyuk smirked, and the girl announced that South Korea had gained a 6th SS rank awakener. The girl's eyes gleamed with astonishment, realizing that Ji-hyuk might be even stronger than SS rank, a level beyond all imagination. News of South Korea's 6th SS rank awakener quickly spread, causing a public sensation. Media channels vied to report on Han Ji-hyuk, who was once suspected of rank manipulation, but had now proven his formidable power. This event was widely reported and spread to many other countries, elevating South Korea's status. Han Ji-hyuk sat relaxed in a luxurious office, his face content as he enjoyed the fruits of his ultimate power flex. This confrontation with Wu Dohyun was truly beyond imagination, forcing Han Ji-hyuk to reevaluate. A master rank expert had revealed his full power, enhancing his abilities in a flash. The young man pondered, telling himself that he needed to create an S-rank skeleton strong enough to contend with SS rank opponents. He checked his phone, realizing that South Korea had no S-rank gates, but China did. He considered two options, hunting them himself or buying monster corpses with money. In the end, Ji-hyuk decided to spend the money. He called his manager, cheerfully requesting to buy S-rank monster corpses from China to try crafting. However, the plan fell apart from the start when he received news that China refused to sell. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, unable to believe they were afraid he would create an S-rank skeleton. The young man was irritated, wondering why he was being controlled like this, then ordered to buy from another country. Finally, Ji-hyuk had to import monster corpses from Europe and successfully created an S-rank skeleton. He crossed his arms, his face full of displeasure, thinking that if China continued with this attitude, it would be very troublesome. He was restless, unsure what to do about this tense situation. Just then, his phone rang, displaying a call from Commissioner Lee Jin-young. Ji-hyuk picked up, surprised, asking what was happening. Commissioner Lee Jin-young reported that an SS rank gate had opened in China, from which countless undead had emerged, and they needed assistance from Chairman Han. His eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing about an undead gate. A terrifying scene appeared in his mind. A gigantic undead monster along with countless growling skeletons. The young man tried to remain calm, saying he understood and would contact them later. Ji-hyuk pondered, wondering why an undead gate had appeared at this exact moment, and in China. He gripped his phone tightly, sensing something was wrong, suspecting this might be a trap. The white-haired girl standing behind him clearly showed worry, while he told himself that if it was real, he would deal with it. But if it was a trap, then it would be a huge bargain, and Ji-hyuk would squeeze out everything he could. An airplane soared across the deep blue sky, taking him to China. On the plane, Ji-hyuk sat with his arms crossed, his face stern, thinking about the newly appeared undead gate. Unseen undead monsters continuously rose, causing terrifying chaos. Many awakeners bravely entered the gate, but all went missing, making him realize with shock that this was truly a powerful undead army. A hand was placed on the photos, and a questioning voice asked, "Is this all you have?" Park In-GWI, China's SS rank awakener, stood there with a stern expression, announcing that they had recovered some footage from the dashcams of the deceased. The blurry footage only showed a white shadow soaring across the sky. Its specific form, unclear. Han Ji-hyuk bowed his head in apology, explaining that no one had returned alive after facing the monsters, so this was all they had. The black-haired young man wondered if it was truly an undead or just a pure white monster, but Park In-GWI immediately corrected him. "You might not understand Chinese, but they clearly called it a skeleton." The Chinese awakener emphasized that that single skeleton alone was enough to thwart all hunting efforts of the entire team. And if the gate reached its limit, the consequences would be unimaginable. An illustration showed the standard method for clearing a gate. First, as many monsters inside as possible must be eliminated. A brown-haired warrior unleashed a powerful move amidst a ruined space, demonstrating the ferocity of the battle inside the gate. Next, if the gate reached its limit and monsters poured out, the warriors would have to eliminate them outside. A hideous orc with blue flames rising from its head, showing the diversity and danger of the monsters. Han Ji-hyuk pondered, worried that 2 SS rank individuals had gone missing. This was truly too dangerous. The three, Han Ji-hyuk, Park In-GWI, and a girl in a black suit, gathered around a makeshift table, and the Chinese awakener asked about the next plan. Han Ji-hyuk decisively declared, "We will enter the gate with 12 SS rank individuals. To minimize casualties, only SS rank individuals will be chosen." Park In-GWI and the girl in the black suit were surprised, while the black-haired young man pondered the number of 12 SS rank warriors. Suddenly, Park In-GWI smiled confidently, declaring his cooperation, which made the girl beside him exclaim in surprise, "Chairman Han!" The girl anxiously asked Han Ji-hyuk, believing this plan was too dangerous and that they should at least seek help from South Korea's SS rank awakeners. Han Ji-hyuk looked at the girl, his tone calm. If you're that worried?" He gestured for her to follow him, and they both left the campsite, entering a secluded part of the forest. The young man held out his hand, and in his palm was a tiny skeleton figurine, looking quite endearingly cute. The girl in the black suit was utterly surprised, her eyes wide as she took the strange item, not understanding what it was. Han Ji-hyuk explained that if anything happened to him, this item would notify her. But if there was no signal, she should just ignore it. The girl was still confused but nodded in acceptance, temporarily understanding his meaning. Han Ji-hyuk turned and walked away, waving goodbye and reassuring her not to worry too much, that he would return. The girl watched his retreating back, whispering a wish for his safe return. Park In-GWI and another man stood on a high cliff, looking towards the gate, along with other SS rank awakeners who were preparing. Park In-GWI looked around, wondering why there were no monsters to be seen, and the man accompanying him explained that he had deployed many scout skeletons. The man accompanying Park In-GWI mused, speculating that perhaps all the monsters had already been eliminated by the scout skeleton. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk flinched, his sharp, knife-like eyes narrowing slightly. His gaze suddenly became extremely vigilant, as if he had just discovered something extremely dangerous. Han Ji-hyuk immediately warned his teammates that a monster was hiding ahead. Just as he said, a skeleton wearing a fedora, with bright blue eyes, was lurking in the foliage. Another skeleton, taller, wearing a black cloak and holding a sword, stood imposingly amidst the trees, its back turned towards them. Park In-GWI exclaimed in surprise. He had never created scout skeletons with such terrifying forms. Suddenly, the skeleton spun around, its boneless face revealing a chilling smile, and charged forward at a terrifying speed. A burst of blue energy erupted, tearing through the air. Park In-GWI realized in a panic that the skeleton was attacking his scouts, and it was right there in the forest. Park In-GWI's scout skeletons were shattered, scattering everywhere in a cloud of dust. Han Ji-hyuk quickly stopped the man next to Park In-GWI, preventing him from charging forward. He explained that there was another monster on the opposite side, not just one. Park In-GWI immediately ordered them to split into 2 teams, then turned to instruct Han Ji-hyuk. "Chairman Han, please stay on guard and report if any more enemies appear." Han Ji-hyuk responded decisively, his voice echoing through the space. "Yes, understood." Standing alone in the silent forest, Han Ji-hyuk pondered what was happening, wondering if this was related to his immortal army or if it was just a normal SS rank gate. He sighed softly. If it was just a normal gate, it would be truly disappointing. But then Han Ji-hyuk smirked, seemingly no longer needing to worry about that. Suddenly, from all directions, dozens of awakened wearing armor and wielding sharp weapons charged straight towards Han Ji-hyuk. Park In-GWI appeared, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared directly at Han Ji-hyuk, coldly declaring, "Han Ji-hyuk, you are too dangerous. For the sake of China, you must die here." Han Ji-hyuk burst into hearty laughter, his tone full of provocation. He ran a hand through his hair, his smile growing more enigmatic, and said to Park In-GWI, "You wrapped this gift too well. I almost didn't recognize it. A burst of energy erupted from Han Ji-hyuk, creating a powerful shockwave that blew everything around him away. One of the enemies charged at a terrifying speed, swinging his sword straight at Han Ji-hyuk. But Han Ji-hyuk was a step faster. A burst of blue energy erupted from his body, creating a powerful shield. He unleashed a powerful punch, piercing through the enemy's armor, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious instantly. The enemy was sent flying by Han Ji-hyuk's punch, creating a blazing trail of fire on the ground. Han Ji-hyuk stood firm, his gaze sharp and cold, while another SS rank warrior charged from behind. The airborne enemy unleashed a brilliant purple attack, creating an explosion of debris at Han Ji-hyuk's feet, causing him to fall. Park In-gwi appeared, holding a chain weapon, preparing to attack Han Ji-hyuk, who was lying on the ground. He swung the chain, and a sharp blue energy blast shot forth, hitting Han Ji-hyuk and sending him flying. Despite being sent flying, the young man landed steadily on one foot, completely unfazed. Han Ji-hyuk faced the 6 SS rank warriors surrounding him. His thoughtful gaze, realizing this was a tough situation, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips, as if he was brewing a grand plan. Park In-gwi stood amidst the dark backdrop, his expression serious. Suddenly, Han Ji-hyuk summoned a massive army of shadow monsters with glowing red eyes, declaring that he was not alone. Park In-gwi was stunned, unable to believe his eyes at the horrifying sight. He watched in horror as the other SS rank warriors lay scattered, blood pooling, while Han Ji-hyuk and his monster army stood tall. Han Ji-hyuk gave a mischievous smile, questioning Park In-gwi with an adorable expression that calling him a monster hurt his feelings. Park In-gwi lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated, while Han Ji-hyuk stood above him, looking down with a cold tone. Han Ji-hyuk bent down, a surge of purple energy surrounding his hand, and asked Park In-gwi if he wanted to explain everything. He placed his hand on Park In-gwi's head, purple energy flowing, and calmly stated that he now understood everything. Through Park In-gwi's memories, Han Ji-hyuk saw their plan, to lure him into a trap by faking his death in an SS rank gate. They also planned to deploy a large number of SS rank awakened into the newly opened E rank gate to eliminate monsters. Specifically, they would send one individual with shapeshifting abilities and another with teleportation abilities, even sacrificing weaker awakened. Han Ji-hyuk questioned Park In-gwi about the 2 monster skeletons, asking if they were the 2 shapeshifters. Park In-gwi explained that there was only one shapeshifter, accompanied by one teleporter. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly realized that those 2 were the 2 missing SS rank awakened. He angrily asked again if they only sacrificed the weaker awakened. Han Ji-hyuk furiously cursed the bastards who did that. Park In-gwi hastily justified that he was also forced by threats. Han Ji-hyuk immediately dismissed his excuse, sarcastically remarking that no country in the world would threaten an SS rank awakened. Han Ji-hyuk briefly looked thoughtful, telling himself that he wanted to thank those who had fallen. But then, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Because how could skeletons talk? Park In-gwi knelt, pleading desperately, but Han Ji-hyuk coldly ordered him to be silent. The young man stood amidst the scattered corpses, blood splattered everywhere, muttering as if contemplating something. A bluish-purple energy orb appeared in his palm, and Han Ji-hyuk confidently thought he could create something to experiment with. Immediately, a corpse on the ground began to decompose horrifyingly, leaving only white bones. The process complete, a dry skeleton with tattered armor materialized. Next, another part of the corpse also gradually turned into bone. The young man extended his hand, decisively shouting, "Arise!" The skeleton immediately moved, as if granted new life. Its upper body also began to move, forming a complete figure. Before him stood a complete, towering skeleton warrior. Han Ji-hyuk exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The skeleton warrior's feet hovered above the ground, emitting a strange purple light, making Ji-hyuk feel that something was unusual. He intently observed the hovering skeleton, his eyes full of thought. The young man covered his mouth in astonishment, wondering if this was the ability to fly. He couldn't believe that an awakened's ability could remain within a corpse. A radiant smile appeared on his face, exclaiming that this was truly amazing. Han Ji-hyuk turned to call Park In-gwi, who immediately responded with fear. With a half-smile, he asked Park In-gwi if he wanted to become a skeleton. Park In-gwi's face turned pale, and he hastily pleaded that he would do anything if his life was spared. Han Ji-hyuk coldly laid down a condition. Then bring someone else to replace you. The young man crossed his arms, pondering the other awakened doing dirty work for the Chinese government. With a cunning smile, he declared that he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully if he ignored those bastards, and ordered Park In-gwi to lure them here. A man in a stylish suit asked his 2 comrades in surprise if everyone had been defeated. He couldn't believe it when he heard that Han Ji-hyuk had single-handedly defeated 6 SS rank awakened. The man in the black coat trembled as he recounted his narrow escape, asserting that Han Ji-hyuk was a monster and they had to cooperate to deal with him. The man with glasses thoughtfully asked, if 6 SS rank individuals couldn't do it, could they manage on their own? He turned his back, declaring that he had a plan, admitting that dealing with Han Ji-hyuk's teleportation ability wouldn't be easy. In a flash, the man with glasses unexpectedly attacked the man in the black coat from behind, coldly declaring, "I'll take care of you." The man in the black coat was sent flying, collapsing amidst a brilliant red energy surge. Park In-gwi, covered in blood, clutched his head and cried out in pain. "Park In-gwi, you traitor!" He tried to flee, but the man in the suit pursued relentlessly, blue light flashing with every step. The man in the suit smirked maliciously, declaring, "No way. You are my gift." He stood casually amidst the rubble, a swirling black spatial gate behind him, a blood-stained knife in his hand, calmly stating that he didn't even need to lift a finger. Park NGWI looked up with a glimmer of hope, asking, "So you'll spare me now?" The man in the suit explained that the 2 defeated foes were just base pay, and now he needed a bonus. Park in. GWI asked in surprise. Bonus? He ordered Park in GWI to go out and request reinforcements, because even though the attack had failed, he had left the enemy half dead. Park in GWI anxiously asked what would happen if he were caught. The man in the suit reassured him that if Park in GWI cooperated well, he wouldn't be caught, then reminded him that he was already an accomplice, one who had killed his own comrades. He continued to persuade Park in-gui to trust him and work hard, saying this could be his chance. Broken glasses lay scattered on the blood-stained ground, and Park in-gui repeated, "A chance?" The man in the suit further explained that he needed a shadow, and Park in GWI was perfect because he also spoke Korean. He placed his hand on Park in-gui's chest, and a dark purple energy surged eerily. Park in GWI flinched, clutching his chest and exclaiming in shock, "Cough! What the hell is this?" The man in the suit grinned, explaining it was his insurance, and joked that from now on, if Park in GWI died, he would instantly turn into a skeleton, then quickly added, "Of course, I'm lying." Park in GWI still looked at him with suspicion and wariness. Letting out a soft groan, the man in the suit finally said, "All right, so let me explain the plan." Park in GWI was pushed out of the combat zone by a golden light where others had already fallen. He rushed out of a teleportation gate, falling to the ground. The man in the floral shirt stood there, asking, "What happened? Why are you out here alone?" Park in GWI looked up with a horrified expression, eyes wide. He stammered that everyone, except him, had been annihilated. The man in the floral shirt asked again, his voice full of doubt, "That guy, Han Ji-hyuk? You definitely dealt with him, right?" Park in GWI remained silent, not saying a word. The man in the floral shirt exclaimed in disbelief, "No way, you still haven't dealt with him?" Park in GWI, with bloodstains on his face and jacket, immediately retorted, "But I successfully inflicted a fatal wound on him." In his memory, Park in GWI recalled the warning. That guy cannot be caught alone. We need reinforcements, as many as possible, even S-rank individuals. At the same time, Han Ji-hyuk stood, with his back turned, a mysterious smile on his face, as if he had foreseen everything. Following Park in-gui's words, the Chinese government mobilized a massive force of 40 people, including S-rank Awaken. The man in the floral shirt stood with his arms crossed, confidently looking at the blazing energy source. With 40 people, they're sure to succeed this time, right? However, an ominous premonition arose within him, an indescribable sense of unease. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, throwing 3 warriors into the air, making them cough violently. Park in GWI and the man in the black coat beside him both showed clear horror, their eyes unable to believe what was happening. The man in the floral shirt hastily asked, his voice full of impatience, "How is it? Did they succeed?" Park in GWI hung his head, his voice filled with despair. "They failed." He was stunned, his face paling in shock. "What?" The man in the black coat beside him exclaimed in confusion. "But Guildmaster Park already inflicted a fatal wound on him." Park in GWI said firmly, his eyes full of determination, "We must not give him a chance to recover. We have to pursue him now and end this." The man in the floral shirt looked at Park in GWI, hesitantly asking, "So that means—" He panicked, sweat pouring down. "We need more reinforcements." "More people again?" The man in the floral shirt waved his hand frantically, anxiously saying, "At this rate, all the high-level awakened in China will be wiped out, but there's not much time left. Before he recovers." He continued to panic, exclaiming, "No, even so, this is truly a disaster." Just then, he received shocking news. "We just received a report that the skeletons in Korea have suddenly stopped functioning." "What?" The man in the black coat immediately analyzed. "Doesn't that mean he's in such a crisis that he can't control the skeletons? Please make a decision quickly." The man in the floral shirt took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. "All right, we will gather more people once again. This time, we must succeed." Elsewhere, a girl in a black suit was walking through the forest when she received an urgent message. "Chief, we just received news from Saron that the skeletons have stopped functioning. Everything is in utter chaos." The girl anxiously asked over the phone, "Did something happen to Chairman Han?" "For now, please calmly wait." The other end of the line angrily retorted, "How can I be calm? How much influence does Saron have on Korean society?" The girl in the black suit calmly replied, "Don't make a fuss. Just wait. First, prevent the press from reporting. I will personally go and check the situation." The other end reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, the girl sighed, her eyes full of confusion as she wondered, what exactly is going on? The girl in the black suit was deep in thought, her hand gently touching her pocket. The top priority now was to contact Chairman Han Ji-hyuk. But how could she contact him when Han Ji-hyuk had transformed into a tiny skeleton resting snugly in her palm? The skeleton's blue eyes suddenly glowed, as if it were trying to convey something. The girl gasped in fright, her eyes widening as she saw the tiny skeleton move. Could it really be Chairman Han Ji-hyuk? The small skeleton even raised its hand to form an OK sign, looking incredibly cheeky and perplexing. She quickly asked, her eyes full of worry, "Are you safe? Are you injured anywhere?" In response to her worry, the skeleton simply gave a thumbs up, signaling all good. Seeing this, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. What a relief. She continued to question whether the other skeleton stopping their activity was also part of his plan, and what he intended to do next. The tiny skeleton softly whispered into the girl's ear, conveying a secret message. The girl in the black suit was surprised, but then nodded in understanding, replying briefly, "I understand." The skeleton settled back into her palm, and she didn't forget to tell him to behave himself. Just then, the phone in the girl's pocket vibrated intensely. She quickly answered, her tone professional, "Yes." Vice President Kim Deok-bae. On the other end, Kim Deok-bae urgently asked if the chairman had gone out, and the girl could only reluctantly reply yes. Vice President Kim Deok-bae frantically announced that all the skeletons in the factory had stopped functioning, and anxiously asked if something had happened to the chairman. He irritably blamed himself for letting him go alone, then resolutely stated he would find a solution, and the girl could only agree. The girl in the black suit looked down at the tiny skeleton in her hand, sighing exasperatedly, telling herself that she had already gone along with his wishes, so now he had to come back and clean up this mess. At the same time, elsewhere, Han Ji-hyuk stood on a high cliff, gazing into the distance. He subtly smirked, his sharp eyes sweeping over the scene below, muttering to himself, "Let's see." The young man stood tall on the cliff's edge, looking down and remarking that many enemies had gathered. Han Ji-hyuk smiled smugly, satisfied to see that everyone had gathered, proving that the play he orchestrated had unfolded perfectly. Beside him were two other men, one in a hoodie and one in armor, both looking forward as Han Ji-hyuk began to ponder, "What should I do now? There are two options." The first option, he reasoned, was to eliminate all the newly arrived individuals, then spread rumors that China was trying to assassinate him. If he did that, China would certainly face global public outrage, but in reality, it wouldn't cause any significant damage. Furthermore, he wouldn't gain much benefit, as China would do everything to minimize its responsibility. Han Ji-hyuk smirked confidently, declaring he would choose the second option. He strode forward, having already devised a plan to extort not only bodies but also a lot of money. The young man stood on the cliff, a knowing smile on his face, knowing that everything would unfold after he opened his third gift first. Meanwhile, 4 other men were cautiously advancing through the lush forest. A man, in a simple black coat, questioned Park In-gwi, expressing surprise at the leader's superior strength. Park In-gwi, with resolute eyes, affirmed that this time they must eliminate the target at all costs, or there would be no other chance. The man in the black coat nodded in agreement, admitting that even with a surprise attack, the opponent was still too strong. Suddenly, he flinched and spun around, shouting cautiously, "Someone's there!" A figure appeared, causing the ambushers to exclaim in astonishment. "What, Han Ji-hyuk?" Han Ji-hyuk casually approached, looking completely unruffled. The man in the black coat's eyes widened, unable to believe he was still unharmed. Han Ji-hyuk suddenly clutched his stomach, fresh blood staining his shirt, and exclaimed in surprise, "I clearly saw Guildmaster Park stab him through the stomach." Immediately, Han Ji-hyuk erupted with power, launching into a furious assault, while Park In-gwi realized something was wrong in horror. A blood-soaked arm lay motionless on the ground, a testament to the brutality of the battle. Amidst the scattered corpses, Park In-gwi stood stunned, still holding 2 blood-stained knives in his hand. Han Ji-hyuk gently patted Park In-gwi's shoulder, smiling as he praised. "Well done," he added gleefully in a teasing tone. "You did much better than I expected, didn't you?" Park In-gwi asked tremblingly, his eyes filled with fear mixed with hope. "After what I've done, will you spare my life?" Han Ji-hyuk was momentarily surprised, then suddenly understood the situation. The young man casually revealed, leaving Park In-gwi speechless. "Actually, I was planning to kill you right after everything was over, huh?" He smirked, his eyes sharp as he looked at Park In-gwi. "You're confident you'll be more useful than a dry skeleton from now on, right?" Park In-gwi's face paled, and he quickly stammered, "Oh, of course." Han Ji-hyuk nodded in satisfaction, declaring that he would trust Park In-gwi, and that he would be his subordinate from now on. Park In-gwi bowed in gratitude, but Han Ji-hyuk didn't forget to add a cold warning. If he dared to betray him, he would turn into a dry skeleton. Park In-gwi mumbled a question, his face full of worry about the next step. Han Ji-hyuk flashed a cunning smile, calculating silently. The young man smirked mysteriously, electric sparks around him signaling a new plan forming. With destructive power erupting behind him, Han Ji-hyuk confidently declared he would go blackmail the Chinese government. Vice President Kim Deok-bae, with a stern face and eyes harboring murderous intent, vowed to himself that this time he would definitely send his enemy to the afterlife. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, dust flying, signaling the appearance of an extraordinary individual. China's SS rank awakener, Park In-gwi, strode out majestically from the dazzling light, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kim Deokbae flinched in horror, exclaiming, "Park In," Gui's name in utter surprise. He questioned Park In GWI about the situation, asking if everything had been resolved smoothly. Park In GWI continued to walk calmly, confirming that the subjugation of the monster had been successfully completed. Kim Deokbae was utterly shocked, unable to believe his ears, his expression as if he had just seen a ghost. The demon of Taros, Han Ji-hyuk, appeared beside Park In GWI, smiling smugly and saying that it was all thanks to his help. The young man feigned modesty, waving his hand and saying there was no need to thank him, as he was just doing what a person should do. Kim Deokbae immediately grabbed Park In, Gui's collar, growling, "Park In, Gui! Don't tell me you betrayed us!" The awakener replied coldly, asking if that still mattered now, leaving him speechless. Park In Gui looked directly at Kim Deokbae, declaring that his actions were giving him an opportunity. He continued to explain that it was a chance to pin all the blame on the monsters and bury all the truth smoothly. Kim Deokbae trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and cursing Park In GWI as a bastard. Han Ji-hyuk gave a mischievous smile, saying that if he didn't like negotiating, there was still the option to go all the way. His eyes were as sharp as razors, declaring that next time, he wouldn't stop at this level. Vice President Kim Deokbae trembled, his throat constricted, and cold sweat poured out. He swallowed hard, finally reluctantly accepting and saying he would contact his superiors. A few days later, the scene shifted to a luxurious, quiet room with lush green plants. A polite hand was extended, accompanied by a greeting, "You've worked hard." Director Baek Sang-ho from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs introduced himself, offering a friendly smile. The Demon of Taros also happily responded, introducing himself by name. The young man whispered to the casually dressed man in the black coat beside him, asking about the person he saw at the gate, and received the answer that the person was being detained for investigation. Director Baek Sang-ho invited Han Ji-hyuk to sit down. He sat down, and the director solemnly thanked Han Ji-hyuk for cooperating with China to defeat the monster, while Han Ji-hyuk humbly replied that it was just what needed to be done. The Demon of Taros asked about the fate of the remaining awakeners and those who had sacrificed themselves, to which Director Baek Sang-ho smiled and replied that they would be honored as heroes and receive appropriate compensation. Han Ji-hyuk gave a smug smile, declaring that now all that remained was to enjoy a peaceful life, but his eyes suddenly gleamed with cunning. Before that, the Demon of Taros would have to receive appropriate remuneration for handling the monster. Director Baek Sang-ho remained calm, smiling as he asked if he had any conditions, assuring that they would do their best to meet them. Han Ji-hyuk didn't hesitate to state his first demand. He wanted to bring Park In, Gui, his guild members, and their families currently in South Korea under his command. The director closed his eyes, nodding slightly, implicitly understanding that Han Ji-hyuk had calculated carefully and confirmed the intentions of those involved. Director Baek Sang-ho mused, telling himself that China would not easily let go of Park In GWI, the main instigator in this incident, but to resolve the situation, they had no other choice. Han Ji-hyuk smiled and asked if there were any other conditions, then demanded that China stop preventing him from buying monster corpses. His eyes were full of cunning, implying that the price for handling the monster should at least be commensurate. Baek Sang-ho listened, confirming he understood and would convey the conditions he had put forth. The director was confident that these conditions would be accepted without hindrance, and arranged to speak with him again tomorrow after the Demon of Taros had rested. Night fell, and the city lights twinkled through the high-rise window. In the luxurious room, Han Ji-hyuk leaned back comfortably in his chair, while Commissioner Lee Jin-young sat opposite, expressing extreme surprise. The brown-haired girl was still stunned, recounting that when she heard the skeletons had stopped moving, she truly thought something bad had happened. Han Ji-hyuk gently closed his eyes, smiling apologetically, explaining that there were some unavoidable circumstances. Commissioner Lee Jin-young questioned if he could recount what happened at the gate, but Han Ji-hyuk merely chuckled and replied that it was nothing major. She looked at him skeptically, saying that if he said so, she wouldn't ask further. But Lee Jin-young turned away, recalling the scene of China continuously sending massive reinforcements into the gate. The brown-haired girl held her phone, her face anxious as she recalled the news that the skeletons had stopped, and asked him to understand the feelings of someone who was restless. Han Ji-hyuk scratched his head, looking a bit awkward, and repeated his apology. Commissioner Lee Jin-young breathed a sigh of relief that he was safe, then suddenly excused herself for a moment. She stood up, holding the phone to her ear, her voice full of surprise as she introduced herself as Lee Jin-young and asked what was happening. The brown-haired girl repeatedly said, "Yes, yes," but her eyes widened in astonishment. Han Ji-hyuk calmly sipped his coffee, while Lee Jin-young's voice echoed from afar, full of shock, asking again what she had just heard. The Demon of Taros immediately spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk, his eyes wide with astonishment as he heard Lee Jin-young report that another SS-rank undead gate had appeared in China. He covered his mouth with his hand, unable to believe that another undead gate had suddenly appeared at this very moment. Han Ji-hyuk looked straight ahead, his face hardening with worry, sensing that something bad was about to happen. The sky was clear blue. White clouds drifted serenely over the mountaintops, the scenery unusually peaceful. However, A brightly glowing otherworld gate suddenly appeared on the cliff face, signaling an ill omen. A hand set down a coffee cup, the dry clink echoing in the silent space. Han Ji-hyuk was surprised, exclaiming with worry, "So, another SS rank undead gate has appeared in China?" Commissioner Lee Jinyoung nodded in confirmation, her face clearly showing confusion. Memories flooded back of a skeletal monster wandering in the desolate jungle. Fortunately, a high-ranking awakener had promptly dealt with the monster, which was known to be an S-rank monster. Afterward, the awakeners entered the gate to investigate and discovered another gate not far from there. They continued searching for the source of the monsters, their heavy footsteps imprinted on the white snow. Then, horrified eyes widened, unable to believe what was unfolding before them. A colossal army of skeletons, neatly lined up, appeared in abundance. The search team was forced to retreat when faced with an overwhelming number of monsters. A cold sea of dry bones. Lee Jinyoung worriedly suggested,
"It's best if we quickly return to our country before getting caught up in this."
Han Ji-hyuk coldly replied, his tone resolute. "Number?" He looked straight ahead, his eyes full of determination. "We will go to that gate." Lee Jinyoung asked in surprise. "You're going to the gate?" Han Ji-hyuk affirmed.
"That's right,"
she irritably questioned. "Why? You just returned from a gate not long ago." Han Ji-hyuk mused. That's true." Lee Jinyoung, suspicious, questioned further. "China lost many high-level awakened due to this incident, didn't they? They'll be short-handed to deal with the gate, so wouldn't helping them be good?" Han Ji-hyuk gave a bright, fake smile, scoffing. "A person's kindness has its limits, doesn't it? Why would I willingly put myself in such a risky situation?" Lee Jinyoung slammed her hand on the table, her voice full of frustration. "There's no reason for Chairman Han Ji-hyuk to get involved in this." Han Ji-hyuk hesitated. "Well, what the director said is all true," the young man explained, his face serious. "I have my own reasons. First, they said there are many monsters. If we also send in a large number of skeletons from our side, we can minimize the damage." He continued, "And since they are undead monsters, my going will be very helpful." Lee Jinyoung looked at him with an annoyed expression, her eyes full of skepticism. "Even so, that doesn't mean Chairman Han Ji-hyuk absolutely has to show up." Director Baek Sang-ho, looking out at the city from his office, calmly said, "China would be very happy if Chairman Han Ji-hyuk said he would help. However, I am the director of the Korean Awakened Management Bureau. Protecting our country's awakened is my top priority." Baek Sang-ho continued, his tone resolute. "You just returned from a gate not long ago. I think you're overdoing it. It might sound cold, but this is a problem China needs to solve themselves." Director Baek Sang-ho looked straight ahead, his sharp gaze questioning. "Or is there another reason you must go to that gate? Clearly, this gate wasn't caused by China. They wouldn't risk setting another trap after losing so many of their own awakened. And also those lined-up skeletons that Lee Jinyoung mentioned." Han Ji-hyuk pondered, realizing that this army of skeletons could very well be his own undead legion. Though angry with China, he understood this was a problem he had to solve, for no particular reason. Just that. Han Ji-hyuk countered, asking if the reason, "Because I think I can do it," was enough. And, if his actions reduced casualties, what could be better? Lee Jinyoung closed her eyes, instructing him to return immediately if he sensed danger, then sighed in acceptance. Baek Sang-ho chuckled, remarking that even if he tried to stop him, Han Ji-hyuk wouldn't listen, and he didn't deny it. Afterward, they informed the Chinese government of their intention to assist in conquering the gate. Director Baek Sang-ho smiled, recounting that China had happily accepted, promising generous rewards. A colossal SS-rank gate appeared amidst the majestic mountain scenery. Han Ji-hyuk stood before the gate, marveling. "Is this an SS-rank gate?" Baek Sang-ho explained that the reconnaissance team had reported a colossal number of monsters inside, and asked if he needed any further assistance. Han Ji-hyuk glanced, jokingly asking if the Chinese awakened could be trusted, then quickly said he was just kidding. He explained that he wanted to assess the situation himself first, and frankly stated that more people would only get in the way. The man in the black coat beside him offered to follow, but Han Ji-hyuk firmly refused, reiterating that he would only be a burden. Han Ji-hyuk waved his hand, telling everyone to wait there, that he would go in for a quick look and then return. The young man resolutely stepped into the gate, disappearing in a blinding light. Immediately, he set foot on a land covered in pristine white snow. He stood amidst the icy landscape, snow covering everything, mountains and trees all frozen. Han Ji-hyuk shivered slightly, feeling the bone-chilling cold. Tiny footprints were etched into the snow, leading deeper in, he muttered, identifying an undead legion lurking somewhere nearby. Han Ji-hyuk cautiously hid behind a tree, his eyes scanning. Before him was a horrifying sight. Thousands upon thousands of skeletons moving in endless lines. The skeleton army, with their pitch-black armor and sharp weapons, formed a sea of death. A skeleton with a black helmet and shoulder armor, its empty ribcage clearly visible. Han Ji-hyuk carefully observed a skeleton, realizing they looked exactly like what he had created. He frowned, sensing the mana from them and concluding that he couldn't control this army, forced to destroy them all. Han Ji-hyuk stood silently, looking at the colossal skeleton army stretching across the white snow, his lips slightly curled. There really are a lot. Hidden behind the tree, The black-haired young man deduced that with this scale, there must be a high-ranking commanding entity. His eyes turned cold and sharp, as if he had anticipated something. And, as expected, a Death Knight rode on the back of a glowing skeletal horse, drawing its bow menacingly. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, telling himself he needed to prepare more thoroughly for this confrontation. He turned his back, intending to retreat to find a way to deal with it. But before he could act, a sudden surge of killing intent struck, making Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. An arrow shot forth with terrifying speed, but he timely created a blue energy shield, shattering the arrow. The arrow embedded itself in the snow, its energy fragments still sparkling around it. That Death Knight remained calm, preparing to draw its bow and fire another arrow. Han Ji-hyuk broke into a cold sweat, but still managed a wry smile. Whoever created this, at least they've improved its efficiency. He raised his hand, and a brilliant purple magic circle appeared, his voice full of hidden meaning. Just wait a moment. Then, Han Ji-hyuk immediately turned and fled, leaving the arrows embedded in the cold snow, promising to deal with them later. After escaping the dangerous area, Han Ji-hyuk, along with director Baek Sang-ho and a man in a black coat, emerged from a brightly glowing teleportation gate. Director Baek Sang-ho breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him safe, then immediately asked about the situation inside. Han Ji-hyuk scratched his head, his expression slightly flustered, confirming that the number of monsters was indeed colossal. He recounted details about over 100 skeletons, and especially the appearance of the Death Knight, who seemed to be the final boss of the gate. The black-haired young man concluded that this was definitely an extremely difficult gate to clear. Director Baek Sang-ho pondered, suggesting whether they should cooperate with other awakened, but then dismissed the idea himself. Han Ji-hyuk affirmed firmly, his eyes resolute, "That's precisely why I will go alone." The man in the black coat immediately looked surprised, questioning Han Ji-hyuk how he could go alone after saying that, asking if he had any special method. Han Ji-hyuk smirked, his tone full of confidence. "Ah, it's simple." He gave a bright smile, pointing a finger skyward, and countered, "If I just need to overwhelm them with numbers, wouldn't that be fine?" The man in the black coat was still skeptical, but Han Ji-hyuk quickly explained that he was talking about the number of skeletons, not people. Director Baek Sang-ho calmly analyzed, stating that China had nothing to lose. If Han Ji-hyuk succeeded, it would be good for them, and if he failed, they would just send their own awakened in after. Han Ji-hyuk looked straight at the two, giving a confident smile, persuading, "So, please trust and entrust this to me this time." Han Ji-hyuk confidently explained that he couldn't just rush in and solve everything immediately, but needed time to prepare thoroughly. The director smiled, agreeing to provide all necessary materials for the young man to prepare, entrusting him with the task. Director Baek Sang-ho clapped his hands decisively, expressing absolute satisfaction. Han Ji-hyuk gave a confident smile, urging them to quickly proceed with preparations to clear the gate. A simple decorative vase appeared, marking a sheen transition. From nothingness, a dry, withered skeleton gradually materialized, enveloped by an eerie purple energy flow. A hand swung up, brilliant golden magical characters swirling, creating a powerful summoning ritual. Purple energy continued to surge around the skeletal hand, creating mysterious sounds. The young man sat on the floor, his face clearly showing satisfaction, as a complete S-rank skeleton stood tall before him. The skeleton emitted brilliant blue electrical sparks, its eyes flashing, and Han Ji-hyuk delightedly recognized its new ability. Han Ji-hyuk grinned, boasting that skeletons created with other people's money were always the best, especially since China used to despise him creating them. The skeleton leisurely walked towards the teleportation gate, its master gloatingly thinking about how China now had to support him in creating them. He explained the reason for asking China to provide S-rank monster corpses to avoid suspicion, and thanks to that, his number of S-rank skeletons had significantly increased. The young man crossed his arms, musing that he couldn't openly create many SS-rank skeletons, but believed the current number was enough to significantly boost his power. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes flashed with determination as he wondered if it was time to begin dismantling the gate. A knock echoed, and a voice from outside inquired about Han Ji-hyuk. Receiving an invitation to enter, a figure stepped into the room, revealing only their back and arm, full of solemnity. Commissioner Lee Jin-young looked directly at Han Ji-hyuk, questioning him about what she was about to say, while asserting that she would not accept a refusal. She sighed anxiously, asking if support could be requested from Korea, and questioning if he absolutely had to enter the gate alone. Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, reassuring her that everything was fine. He would let the skeletons fight and just direct from behind, because having Koreans there would make him too self-conscious to fight his best. Although Lee Jin-young looked helpless, Han Ji-hyuk still smiled, saying that since she couldn't convince him, there was no other option. He continued to reassure her, mentioning that his power had significantly increased thanks to China's support, which somewhat relieved Lee Jin-young. Commissioner Lee Jin-young surprisingly asked when he planned to begin dismantling the gate. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, replying that preparations were almost complete, and he planned to depart tomorrow. She asked if there was anything else she could help with, making Han Ji-hyuk ponder deeply. Finally, he seriously instructed her to keep an eye on China while he was inside the gate, ensuring they didn't take any suspicious actions. Commissioner Lee Jin-young surprisingly questioned if anything suspicious had happened with China. She reconfirmed the task of monitoring all their movements, then sighed and accepted. The next day, a magnificent mountain landscape appeared. Han Ji-hyuk prepared to depart, surrounded by Commissioner Lee Jin-young, Director Baek Sang-ho, and a man in a black coat. Before entering, the young man turned to speak privately with Guildmaster Park. He explained that in his absence, Guildmaster Park must closely monitor China, ensuring they didn't pull any tricks. He sternly warned that no one should think this was an opportunity to cause trouble, startling Guildmaster Park. All preparations were complete. Han Ji-hyuk declared it was time to depart. The young man smiled confidently, stating decisively, "Well then, I'm off." He stepped lightly onto a snow-covered land. His body floated in mid-air, passing over icy formations. Han Ji-hyuk soared over the snowy mountain peak, his gaze sweeping across the vast landscape. His face clearly showed intense concentration. From above, he spotted a massive army gathering in the distance, saying in a low voice, "There they are." The young man raised his hand, dark magic circles swirling around, telling himself,
A battle! It's all about the first strike!
A surge of vibrant purple energy erupted from his palm, spreading throughout the space. He looked straight ahead, saying coldly, "Goodbye." His terrifying power struck the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The explosion continued to spread, tearing apart the entire snow-covered land. Thick smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring visibility. From within the dense smoke, the skeletal warrior still emerged defiantly, seemingly unharmed. Han Ji-hyuk frowned in surprise, realizing his attack wasn't as effective as expected, exclaiming, "As expected, not very effective." He landed, still determined. "Anyway, I should reduce their numbers." He stared at the skeletal army, as numerous as ants, commenting, "They're still swarming everywhere." Once again, dark energy swirled around the young man's body, preparing for an even more powerful strike. But Han Ji-hyuk confidently declared that in terms of numbers, he wouldn't be outdone either. The dry bones, equipped with everything from shovels to baseball bats, their eyes glowing red, were ready to charge into battle. Even fully armored skeletal warriors had appeared, forming a formidable army. The young man smirked confidently, thinking to himself who would design a better macro, his past self or his present self. A sharp sword lunged forward, clashing fiercely with a dry bone warrior's baseball bat. Another skeletal soldier swung his sword down, his red eyes filled with murderous intent. A streak of blue energy tore through the air, striking directly at the dry bone holding a shovel. Its helmet flew into the air, showing how powerful the recent attack was. The skeletal warriors summoned by Han Ji-hyuk were also not to be outdone, continuously unleashing powerful attacks. Another deafening clash echoed as his blade struck the opponent's weapon, sending out bright red sparks. However, the young man's expression suddenly turned serious. He realized a bigger problem was approaching. A gigantic skeletal knight, riding a black horse with a mane of blue fire, charged like a whirlwind, carrying destructive power. The skeletal knight, with black armor and a terrifying mask, had eyes glowing red as if to incinerate everything. Seeing the enemy, Han Ji-hyuk gasped in surprise. Realizing this was the bastard he had once faced, the skeletal knight continued to charge, surrounded by blazing red flames, creating terrifying pressure. The young man broke out in a cold sweat, worried that if this continued, the entire skeletal army he had painstakingly summoned would be crushed. He clenched his fist, a piece of rock under his foot crumbling, telling himself that he thought this would be an easy hunt, but now he just had to deal with it. The skeletal knight continued to advance, surrounded by brilliant purple arrows, ready to pierce through everything. Suddenly, the knight leaped from his horse, hovering in mid-air while purple spears still whizzed around. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at his opponent, his voice full of determination. "I'll deal with you myself." The skeletal knight said nothing, only coldly drew his bowstring taut, a blazing red arrow already nocked. His bony hand held the bow steadily, magical flames blazing around the arrow. He aimed directly at Han Ji-hyuk, and a barrage of blazing red arrows appeared, ready to be fired. The young man hovered in midair, dark energy swirling around his body, facing the incoming rain of fiery arrows. Han Ji-hyuk was surprised as the arrows flew at terrifying speed, forcing him to quickly dodge or block. Han Ji-hyuk unleashed an extremely powerful block, shattering fragments of dark energy from his palm as he parried the skeletal knight's sword descending from above. The skeletal knight swung its sword, creating a pitch-black slash. Han Ji-hyuk quickly retreated, dodging the fatal attack. A blinding white explosion erupted on the ground, leaving deep cracks on the icy surface. The young man stood firm on the cracked icy ground, muttering to himself, "Damn it, who designed this macro?" He looked around, realizing his opponent also knew how to fight properly like a mage. He showed clear signs of worry, telling himself that the opponent was weak in close combat, but too difficult to handle. Han Ji-hyuk stood tall, staring at the skeletal knight and the two skeletal soldiers who had just appeared, muttering to himself that a necromancer never fights alone. With a shout of "Go!" Han Ji-hyuk ordered the two skeletal soldiers to charge directly at the skeletal knight simultaneously, turning them into living shields. The axe-wielding skeletal soldier growled, its body erupting with an eerie purple energy, ready to fight to the death. The skeletal knight swung its sword, blocking the skeletal soldier's attack, creating pitch-black slashes in the unexpected confrontation. A small crack appeared on the skeletal knight's bone mask, indicating his surprise and annoyance. The skeletal knight was pushed back, its body ablaze with red flames as it tried to maintain distance. Han Ji-hyuk observed the battle, thinking to himself that two SS-ranked skeletal soldiers were only enough to buy time. He smirked, saying that, thanks to them, he had enough time to prepare. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes glowed purple. He decided to end this battle quickly. The young man raised his hand, and a massive surge of purple energy erupted, forming a ghostly vortex. The swirling purple energy vortex expanded, engulfing the entire battlefield. The skeletal knight looked up in surprise. The skeletal knight's bone mask was completely covered by the purple energy, his expression obscured. Purple energy condensed into a giant sphere, swirling and emitting a brilliant light. Han Ji-hyuk stood there, his eyes confidently looking forward, awaiting the result. A giant blue energy sphere hovered in the air. Below it, the devastated ground. He coldly declared, "It's done." A tattered piece of parchment fell, floating lightly in the air. Han Ji-hyuk looked in surprise at the floating parchment. He didn't understand what was happening. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, completely stunned by the unexpected sight. He picked up the parchment and read the mysterious words. "I will repay the grudge from Palrium. Just wait, necromancer." A girl's slender legs and black flats twitched slightly on the ground, as if she had just gone through an intense battle. Lee Jin-young stood there, eyes wide with surprise. Then she softly uttered an astonished, "Ah." Han Ji-hyuk appeared with a calm expression, confidently declaring, "You lost." He confirmed everything was over as the spatial gate slowly closed, showing no monsters remained. Lee Jin-young hastily asked Han Ji-hyuk if he was injured anywhere, to which he replied with a laugh that he was fine. The girl sighed in relief, happy to see Han Ji-hyuk return safely. The young man smiled brightly, confidently repeating what he had said. "I told you I could do it." Park NGWI appeared with Lee Jin-young, expressing his joy at his safe return. The polite man thanked Han Ji-hyuk for once again helping China. He also promised that China would adequately compensate for this incident. Han Ji-hyuk smiled brightly, happily accepting the offer. "Then I won't refuse." A few days later, the scene shifted to Korea International Airport. Han Ji-hyuk walked out of the airport, wearing cool sunglasses, causing the crowd of reporters to cheer. "They're out! Representative Han Ji-hyuk." He took off his glasses, smiling as he asked if he should answer a few questions before leaving. A female reporter nervously asked about rumors of skeletons stopping and many people being injured during the SS Rank Gate raid. Han Ji-hyuk calmly explained that it wasn't serious, just that the battle was too fierce, causing the energy source to become unstable. On the news, a male and female announcer analyzed that this incident showed Saron's limitations, being too reliant on Chairman Han Ji-hyuk's abilities. He listened to those words, then thoughtfully admitted, That's a reasonable point of view." Han Ji-hyuk turned his back to the crowd, thinking to himself that he had also learned a lot from this incident. He was determined to prepare a way for Saron to operate smoothly, even without him. The crowd of reporters murmured, surprised to hear that the skeletons were the chairman's ability, and asked how it was done. Han Ji-hyuk replied that he needed to experiment himself, so he couldn't say precisely yet. He thought for a moment, then revealed that this was an energy business, and that was all he could say. In a meeting, Han Ji-hyuk announced that he was thinking of creating artificial essence. The attendees of the meeting asked in surprise, "Artificial essence?" He explained that it was the artificial creation of monster essence by drawing energy from humans. Han Ji-hyuk explained that Saron had previously experimented with artificial essence and magic stones by collecting magical energy from thousands of ordinary people. However, this project had failed miserably for two main reasons. First, the people of Saron understood the importance of developing magical energy and did not want to be drained. Second, the compensation was too meager. Han Ji-hyuk confidently declared that Earth was different, a place where people didn't much care about developing magical energy, and they could pay a generous fee. A man in a black suit looked worried, questioning the act of drawing energy from humans. The young man reassured him that he would control the amount of energy drawn, and precise adjustments would be made through experiment. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, saying that this would only cause a little fatigue, and at that moment, a voice called him Chairman. The silver-haired man in the gray suit spoke up, advising him to rest before thinking of new business ideas, as he had just cleared 2 gates. He also reminded Han Ji-hyuk to introduce the person standing behind him. The young man suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." Han Ji-hyuk introduced Park NGWI, the guildmaster he met in China, who was about to acquire Korean citizenship and was an SS rank hunter. He asked everyone to look after him. The man in the black suit exclaimed in surprise that Park NGWI would be Korea's 7th SS rank hunter, making the number of SS rank awakened in Korea seem small compared to China. Han Ji-hyuk cheerfully said that China had given a big gift package, so they had a lot of work to do, and urged everyone to seriously get to work. The silver-haired man's hand clenched, veins bulging, as he called the chairman's name again with a helpless expression. He roared, demanding that Han Ji-hyuk rest. How could someone who had just cleared 2 SS rank gates think about work immediately? Han Ji-hyuk stammered that there was a lot to do, like creating skeletons from bones supplied by China. But the man insisted, "You can do that after resting." The young man still grinned, asking if he hadn't already rested in China. Wasn't that enough? The man almost yelled,
Can that even be called resting?
The silver-haired man sighed, seriously suggesting a vacation, because Han Ji-hyuk had never rested since Saron was founded. Han Ji-hyuk surprisingly asked back, "Wasn't the vice chairman the same?" The man then stammered, speechless. The man in the black suit then spoke up, making a new proposal. He smiled and suggested, Then why don't we all go on vacation together? Han Ji-hyuk pondered the unexpected offer. Finally, he nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good idea. While Han Ji-hyuk was peacefully enjoying his vacation, elsewhere, ancient, gloomy structures and heavy chains appeared. In a desolate hall, a mysterious man in a black suit stood in the vast space, declaring that the Death Knight army had been completely annihilated. A girl with pointed ears and a red tattoo on her neck looked astonished, realizing that this didn't even faze the opponent. Another man, also with pointed ears and a small horn on his forehead, wondered about the letter, which seemed to have been sent smoothly. A hand with sharp claws tapped rhythmically on the dark surface, and a deep voice spoke. I understand. The muscular, pointed-eared man with horns sat on the throne, covering his mouth in thought. He muttered that he had to send that thing, his hand clenched tightly on the armrest of the throne, his face full of determination, as he told himself, if it's that, there's no other way. That's right. Standing tall before a giant monster, the pointed-eared man gave a sinister smile, declaring it to be one of the original Wonhung he had created, a terrifying meat golem. Memory suddenly flooded back, recalling the humiliating scene when he was once defeated by someone, lying slumped amidst the rubble with fatal wounds. With a mad smile and arms spread wide, the pointed-eared man roared defiantly. You should experience that for yourself, necromancer. The scene suddenly shifted. A playful hand tickled Han Ji-hyuk's ear, making him jump and exclaim, ouch! That tickles. Lying stretched out on a sun lounger, he grimaced uncomfortably, grumbling, who just teased me? The short vacation ended, the clear blue sky signaling a new beginning. Han Ji-hyuk immediately returned to work, sitting thoughtfully in his office, pen in hand, contemplating. The first thing he did was develop artificial essence, a mystical glowing energy orb. A man in a shirt and tie confusedly held the orb, while Han Ji-hyuk explained that it was magical energy collected from humans and stored, which could be used as monster essence. He started a unique business model, buying energy from ordinary people, collecting only the amount of magic they could recover in a day. Initially, people hesitated, fearing their energy would be drained, but after safety was verified, everyone eagerly participated, and he smiled contentedly as he saw money flowing into his account. He then used this essence as an energy source for the skeletons, allowing others to control them as well. When the skeletons could move using artificial essence like batteries, Han Ji-hyuk also organized skeleton competitions. These were matches where people controlled skeletons to fight using controllers, a genius plan by Han Ji-hyuk to quickly collect quality combat macros. The skeleton competitions became a huge hit, with prizes reaching hundreds of millions of won, driving players wild. He obtained high-quality macros, creating a win-win outcome for everyone. Not only that, the young man also expanded the application of skeletons into various fields, from delivery to military, earning a fortune. All that money was directly poured into creating powerful and formidable SS-rank skeletons. The reason Han Ji-hyuk became so engrossed in all of this was largely due to a mysterious letter with the threat, I will avenge what happened in Falm. Just wait, necromancer. The text on the letter was written in the common language of the Saren continent with mysterious ancient character. Falm was the location of the final battle with the demons, a ruined battlefield with countless skeletal corpses. He pondered, a slightly worried expression on his face, thinking that there was a whole truckload of enemies holding grudges against. Among them, the one with the deepest hatred was certainly the Demon King. But the problem was, he was dead. Or was he? Han Ji-hyuk mused, hand on his chin, wondering if that damned Demon King was still alive. The young man leaned back in his chair, his gaze firm, realizing that regardless, in the current situation, his whereabouts could not be known. Ji-hyuk pondered, a bold idea suddenly flashing in his mind. Should he create a decisive weapon to deal with the Demon King? However, he quickly realized the problem. Those creatures were all enormous. If he summoned them in the middle of the city, the damage would be catastrophic. Even so, Ji-hyuk told himself it was better to have it than not. And just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, a slightly surprised look on his face, and replied, yes, this is Han Ji-hyuk. On the other end of the line, a voice asked if Chairman Han was free because they needed a favor. Ji-hyuk stood up, turned his back, and calmly said, go ahead. A brilliant pink gate suddenly appeared in a greenhouse complex in Pyeongchang, Gangwon Province, and hunters were immediately dispatched. However, only one person survived among the 4 teams sent, and that was because he was lucky enough to be near the entrance and managed to escape in time. Hearing this, Han Ji-hyuk frowned, his face filled with worry, knowing that even an S-rank hunter was defeated without being able to resist. The other end of the line continued to report that an unprecedented immortal monster had emerged from the gate, and a detailed video would be sent for him to verify himself. Ji-hyuk's eyes widened, an expression of extreme astonishment on his face as he watched the video. On his phone screen was the image of a giant monster, and Ji-hyuk exclaimed in surprise, that's a meat golem! The meat golem appeared clearly, its massive body covered in intricate stitches, its wide mouth full of sharp fangs. It was one of his 5 decisive weapons, a monster among those that had once single-handedly confronted the Demon King. The voice from the phone continued, asserting that no one in the country, or even the world, understood immortals better than Chairman Han, and they needed his help with this gate raid. Ji-hyuk sighed, his face helpless but still accepting. I understand. I'll be right there. The other end of the line cheered happily, thanking him profusely and promising to send the address via message. Han Ji-hyuk hung up, looking at his phone screen, which displayed Commissioner Lee Jin-young. He showed a miserable expression, muttering, "Damn it, I'm screwed." The brilliant pink teleportation gate still stood majestically before the lush green greenhouses. As soon as Han Ji-hyuk arrived, Lee Jin-young was already waiting, holding a small object in her hand, and greeted him. "Ah, you're here." Commissioner Lee Jin-young, with a slightly tense expression, thanked him for arriving quickly. She turned to Han Ji-hyuk, explaining that the situation was extremely dire, as she had mentioned on the phone, with many awakened, even S-rank ones, being defeated in an instant. Han Ji-hyuk looked directly at the gate, his eyes sharp, and said,
"So, this is the gate?"
Han Ji-hyuk declared decisively, his tone firm. "No team is needed. It's best if I go alone." A worried girl asked again if she should at least go with him. He turned, questioning the other person. "Do you know why I said I'd go alone?" The young man explained in a low voice. "Because I'm not confident I can escape while protecting others." Commissioner Lee Jin-young was astonished, wondering, if even Chairman Han says that, then how strong must it be? Han Ji-hyuk continued, his expression serious. "I need to see it with my own eyes to know the details. But from what I saw in the video, I'm not confident I can win." He turned his back to the brilliant pink gate and asked, "How much longer until the gate reaches its critical point?" Lee Jin-young replied, "Analysis shows about 1 month left." Han Ji-hyuk thoughtfully repeated, 1 month. Han Ji-hyuk said decisively, "Then, I'm going." The girl standing next to him exclaimed in alarm, "Alone? Right now?" He turned his head back, reassuring her. "That's right. I'll quickly check the situation and return. Please wait a moment." Without hesitation, the young man stepped straight into the brilliantly glowing gate. Han Ji-hyuk closed his eyes, his face unusually calm. His eyes suddenly opened, gleaming with sharpness and determination. He stood in the middle of a desolate land. The sky dyed red, and declared, "Now then, let me go meet my masterpiece." The wind howled intermittently, blowing sand and dust across the barren land. A glowing blue magic circle formed a shield around Han Ji-hyuk's hand. He continued to chant, and another protective circle appeared. Layer after layer of defenses, shields, and magical barriers were summoned by him, enveloping his entire body. Han Ji-hyuk nodded in satisfaction, confirming, "All right, basic safety measures have been established." He gently floated into the air, wondering, "Now then, should I go look for it?" His sharp gaze swept across the scene, muttering, "No need to go far for this one." From a distance, a gigantic silhouette appeared, making Han Ji-hyuk exclaim, "Damn it, it's truly massive." Han Ji-hyuk frowned, scolding himself. "Han Ji-hyuk, you idiot." The gigantic flesh monster, the meat golem, appeared ferociously, making him mutter, "You should have made it a bit more reasonable." The only fortunate thing was that only one meat golem appeared, he told himself. The only good news is that it's just the meat golem. He pondered for a moment, then decided, "All right, for now, I'll go back and make a plan." Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened with determination, as if he had made an important decision. At the same time, the meat golem growled ferociously, its sharp fangs revealing a bloodthirsty look. The young man stood with his back turned, facing the giant monster under the fiery sky. The massive flesh creature revealed its entire body, with a large crack on its chest, like a mouth, making Han Ji-hyuk exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" The monster didn't hesitate, charging straight at him with terrifying speed. A terrifying surge of power erupted as the meat golem struck its attack. Han Ji-hyuk was stunned and terrified, hastily thinking, "Damn it, I have to run immediately." However, he suddenly stopped, frowning and questioning himself. "Wait, why am I running? I'm the one who created it. Am I really going to run away without even trying?" The monster still stood there menacingly, but in the young man's mind, a thought flashed. "I kept thinking I'd be weaker because I'd never fought it, but what if I'm actually strong?" A confident smile spread across Han Ji-hyuk's lips, and a dark energy orb began to swirl in his palm. He declared decisively, "Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, then run." The dark purple energy orb swirled powerfully, emitting a strange force from the young man's hand. He was slightly surprised by the surging power, then excitedly said, "This is a big move!" Han Ji-hyuk unleashed a gigantic storm of darkness, engulfing everything in a torrent of vibrant purple energy. The meat golem was swept into the vortex of darkness, letting out a horrifying roar of pain. Seeing the skill's effectiveness, the young man smiled in satisfaction. "It worked. I'm not weak at all." However, one of the monster's arms still struggled, tightly bound by dark chains. Han Ji-hyuk stood there, confidently watching the chains binding the enemy. Suddenly, the black chains whipped back, giving him no time to react. They slammed hard into the ground, creating an explosion of dust and debris. Han Ji-hyuk was thrown back, falling to the ground, crying out in pain. "Gah," he panted, sweat pouring down, thinking to himself, "This is insane! If I didn't have defensive magic, I'd definitely be dead." The meat golem still stood tall, growling ferociously. Despite being injured, it showed no signs of weakening. On the monster's arm, the wounds caused by the chains were rapidly regenerating, fresh blood flowing out and then disappearing. Han Ji-hyuk lay on the ground, helplessly watching the scene and sighing, "Haha, it's regenerating." Suddenly, A light flashed in the young man's mind, and he told himself, "That's right. What kind of necromancer fights one-on-one?" Han Ji-hyuk hovered in the air, questioning the growling flesh monster. "Hey, snap out of it. I'm the one who created you." The young man's eyes were full of anger, and he growled, "I nurtured and created you, and now you want to kill me? You ungrateful bastard?" From above, Han Ji-hyuk commanded, "A bunch of unruly children need to be taught a lesson." A series of skeletal warriors, some wearing construction helmets, some with horns, appeared ferociously. The young man continued to command decisively. "From now on, this is the meat golem raid." One of them, the skeleton wearing a protective helmet, raised its pickaxe, full of killing intent. The meat golem roared in pain as chains and continuous magical attacks rained down upon it. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, thinking to himself that he had anticipated the situation. The young man realized that ordinary skeletons wouldn't stand a chance, but his side was much stronger. One of the skeletal warriors unleashed a wide-area magical attack, covering the entire battlefield. Another skeleton swung its arm, unleashing a cold blue stream of energy. The next attack was a sweeping energy sword, incredibly powerful. Another bone spirit summoned blazing flames, ready to incinerate everything. The meat golem was cornered, taking continuous brilliant blue and orange magical attacks. Han Ji-hyuk was satisfied with the battle's progress, exclaiming, "Excellent." A glowing magic circle appeared around him as the young man commanded, "Keep up the relentless attack so it can't recover." The meat golem roared in anger, severe cracks appearing on its body, and a wide mouthful of sharp teeth opened on its chest. From a distance, Han Ji-hyuk observed the continuous attacks of blue magic and orange fire relentlessly striking the target. The monster struggled in vain, completely overwhelmed by the combined power of the skeletal army. Han Ji-hyuk smiled, smugly, realizing this was the macro he had personally written. The young man told himself that even for him, this battle would be very difficult without a proper tanker. Giant bone masses began to emerge from the spatial gate, and he decided, "I didn't want to use this here because the macro isn't finished. But come out." A gigantic skeletal hand reached out from the void, carrying a brilliant purple energy stream. A massive white bone dragon head, with glowing majestic blue eyes, appeared as Han Ji-hyuk called its name. Bone Dragon. The entire body of the bone dragon appeared, a gigantic skeletal creature with wings and horns ready for battle. The Bone Dragon, a gigantic skeletal dragon with glowing purple lines, majestically appeared among the bone spirits. This creature was originally created as a raid monster in the bone competition, possessing power that could not be underestimated. Though not comparable to the Great Demon King's ultimate weapon, the meat golem was still a colossal war machine, capable of being a quality tanker. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, realizing the initial plan wasn't going as desired. However, a new idea suddenly sparked in the young man's mind. He decided that merely holding the monster back would be enough. Immediately, the bone spirits charged in, firing streams of azure lightning and ice magic. A barrage of relentless attacks rained down, creating a fierce storm of energy. The meat golem roared in pain, its colossal body torn apart by wounds. But in an instant, those horrific wounds began to close up in a terrifying manner. Han Ji-hyuk observed its terrifying regeneration ability and told himself that he had to avoid this move. The meat golem let out a sky-shattering roar, its entire body erupting with fierce purple energy. Its terrifying power repelled the bone spirits, sending them flying far away like puppets. Despite continuous injuries, the tears in its flesh quickly healed. Furthermore, a sharp ice crystal even grew from the wound, as if it were evolving. The meat golem growled, its blazing red eyes exuding madness and bloodlust. Surprisingly, Han Ji-hyuk instead smiled with satisfaction, praising "good." He knew well that the meat golem only growled in two situations: when it boasted of victory, or when it was cornered. Watching the monster thrash wildly, he told himself, "This is getting dangerous, isn't it?" The young man raised his hand, dark energy swirling around his palm, deciding, "Now I just need to destroy the core." Han Ji-hyuk's eyes flashed with determination, confident he would finish it with a single blow. A bone spirit quickly charged forward, swinging its sword. It unleashed a powerful slash, piercing through the meat golem's thick flesh. Dark energy erupted from the wound, creating a large hole in the monster's body. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting the attack to be so effective. The colossal meat golem growled ferociously, its body still tightly bound by purple chains despite its severe injuries. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, dark energy swirling in his palm, then decisively commanded, "Now." The narration revealed that when the meat golem faced a dangerous situation, it would contract its entire body around its core to enhance its defense and then flee. The young man's hand hovered in midair, holding a gigantic mass of purple energy, preparing for the finishing blow. Han Ji-hyuk leaped high, unleashing a maximum dark energy blast, roaring in fury. "Die, you bastard!" The destructive power of the attack enveloped the entire monster, crushing its colossal body. A pinkish-purple orb, cracked and glowing, flew out of the explosion, attempting to escape. The bone dragon stood majestically on the battlefield, beside the remaining fragments of the meat golem. Chairman Han sighed in relief, his tired feet walking, telling himself that this battle was intense. He looked at the bone dragon with gratitude, thinking to himself that without this bone dragon, everything would have turned into a nightmare. Han Ji-hyuk reached out his hand, dark energy swirling again. preparing to retrieve the enemy's corpse. An old piece of paper with strange characters unexpectedly fell from above. The young man picked up the paper, his eyes thoughtful. He had anticipated this. The paper clearly displayed the challenging message, "Don't think this is the end." Han Ji-hyuk looked in surprise towards the distant blazing fire, muttering, "So the Demon King is actually still alive. No matter how he survived." His face suddenly became grim, full of determination, telling himself he would make him pay for ruining his retirement game. A brilliant pink teleportation gate suddenly appeared, opening a path back. Han Ji-hyuk stepped out of the gate, declaring his return to the waiting Lee Jin-young and a man in a black vest. Lee Jin-young anxiously asked Chairman Han why he had taken so long. The young man reassured them, asserting that he was fine as he stepped out of the teleportation gate surrounded by a pink glow. Lee Jin-young and another female colleague sighed in relief, overjoyed. "No serious injuries. I'm glad there seems to be none," he chuckled, a small glow shimmering beside him, once again reassuring everyone that he was perfectly fine. The man in the vest and Lee Jin-young stared in astonishment at the teleportation gate, unable to believe he had outclassed the monster. Han Ji-hyuk calmly explained that was why he was out later than expected. He gave a wry smile, feeling relieved that he had made it back before they had to send in a rescue team. Lee Jin-young looked at Chairman Han with gratitude, saying, "Anyway, thanks to you, Chairman Han, we've concluded everything without further damage." The young man humbly replied that he only did what needed to be done, while Lee Jin-young thought to herself that he had truly worked very hard. After the meat golem gate was resolved, Han Ji-hyuk immediately thought of upgrading it. If he went to the trouble of creating it, it should be even cooler. He began to ponder its regeneration and defense capabilities, wondering if he should mix in more bones instead of just flesh. The white purple-haired girl stood nearby, irritably reminding him not to think about useless things. But the young man had already begun chanting, brilliant red magic circles swirling around his hand. Time passed quickly, from bright daylight to purple twilight and then nightfall, showing that the upgrade process was not simple. Finally, Han Ji-hyuk sighed in relief, smiling confidently as he declared everything was complete. Before him, a colossal monster with a muscular body, covered in stark white bone armor, blazing red eyes, and intricate stitches, majestically appeared. Meet Golem Ver 2.0.0. The new meat golem stood towering, making Han Ji-hyuk and the white purple-haired girl look tiny at its feet. The young man smiled with satisfaction, telling himself that now he just needed to finish the rest of the macro. However, the smile quickly faded when Ji-hyuk realized it would take quite a while. Putting that aside for now, he waved to the girl with white purple hair, deciding to leave the golem for later. Han Ji-hyuk gazed thoughtfully ahead, worriedly realizing that all the immortal gates so far had appeared around him. He started thinking negatively. If he kept messing things up like this, wouldn't he become a walking disaster? A terrifying vision appeared in Ji-hyuk's mind. An old version of the meat golem appearing right in the heart of Seoul, spreading fear and destruction. He flinched, imagining people criticizing him if they knew he caused all the disasters, and then his dream of a peaceful retirement would be ruined. Ji-hyuk explained to the girl with white-purple hair that he couldn't leave the city because of work. He needed money to create immortal legions. He suddenly had a bold idea. Buy a deserted island and turn it into his secret base. Because after all, the gates only appear on land. The young man put his hand to his chin, thinking more carefully. His immortal legion didn't have swimming algorithms, so this seemed like a good idea. He recalled that in Saron, the legion only fought on land and was programmed to avoid deep water. So if they were on an island, they would literally be tied down. Han Ji-hyuk envisioned himself only needing to return to Korea for work, otherwise living on a deserted island, and the danger from the immortal legion would be significantly reduced. But then he sighed again, realizing the biggest problem. A deserted island would be boring. How could he live without Wi-Fi? He suddenly realized that his original goal was a peaceful retirement among people, not being stuck alone on a deserted island. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. So, it's decided. Han Ji-hyuk flashed a cunning smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. He would build a resort, as he would have permanent staff anyway. He continued rambling about needing to build basic infrastructure and entertainment for his staff, leaving the girl with white-purple hair standing next to him speechless. After finalizing the order to build the resort, Han Ji-hyuk bought an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. He smiled brightly, summoned a purple energy orb, and asked if it was time to start construction. Immediately, a terrifying energy explosion ripped through the island, leveling everything. Ji-hyuk observed the desolate scene, shattered rocks scattering everywhere. It turned out that the island he bought was actually the peak of an underwater mountain range, with relatively shallow depths between the islands. Chairman Han had a bold idea: level the island to fill the sea and expand the area. He raised his hand, creating powerful swirling purple energy streams, exclaiming that this was truly stress-relieving. In an instant, massive rock formations shattered into hundreds of pieces. Each piece of destroyed rock and earth fell into the sea, forming a solid foundation. Then, mighty skeleton workers appeared, diligently carrying rocks to level the ground. If they were normal laborers, costs and occupational safety issues would undoubtedly skyrocket. But with the skeleton army, everything automatically flowed smoothly, with no worries about accidents or strikes. Ji-hyuk calculated that after completing the runway, he would build housing for the staff and transport sand to create a beach. Finally, a magnificent resort, with a team of skeleton staff providing service from A to Z. He clasped his hands, dreaming of an earthly paradise where everything operated automatically, even if his original purpose seemed to have drifted off course a bit. Although Ji-hyuk seemed to be pouring all his heart into developing the deserted island, he did not neglect his main business. Because building the skeleton army and developing the island cost a huge amount of money, making the ledgers disappear. Thanks to Han Ji-hyuk's relentless work ethic, everything ran smoothly. His company, Saron, continuously expanded, reaching international markets and developing at a dizzying pace, even with occasional minor drama that was always resolved smoothly. And then, the dream resort gradually took shape, with fine white sand beaches and clear blue water. A modern, luxurious building stood majestically amidst beautiful nature. Truly, a 5-star resort. Ji-hyuk looked at his achievement, nodding in satisfaction. This place is truly ideal for hiding. The skeleton army now also served as guards, along with countless traps hidden everywhere. He mused, thinking that while he wasn't strong enough to confront the Demon King yet, it was at least enough to buy time against Saron's zombie legion. Just then, his phone rang, showing an incoming call from Commissioner Lee Jin-young. Han Ji-hyuk answered the phone, asking hello? With a slightly surprised expression. On the other end, Commissioner Lee Jin-young announced she had interesting news to share with Chairman Han. Han Ji-hyuk immediately asked again, his expression full of curiosity when he heard her talk about a single species monster appearing in England. Lee Jin-young explained that normally, teleportation gates would contain many monsters, like a horde of aggressive goblins rushing out, but occasionally, only a single monster would appear inside, and its power would be completely off the charts, like a giant boss monster. She continued to explain that when single-species monsters appear, many awakened ones have to join forces to defeat them. That's why these monsters are often ranked for raids that require many people to fight together, and this new monster has been ranked SS. Han Ji-hyuk asked in surprise if it would require many S-rank awakened ones to defeat it. Commissioner Lee Jin-young confirmed, predicting that at least 10 S-rank awakened ones would be needed to handle this monster. He looked into the distance, pondering that this was probably the strongest monster to appear since he returned to Earth. Han Ji-hyuk's eyes flashed with determination, declaring powerfully, "I want it." He calculated that the stronger the corpse, the easier it would be to turn into a powerful undead. And this monster would be the perfect material to deal with the upcoming demon. Han Ji-hyuk subtly smirked, chuckling to himself that if it was that strong, this would be an excellent foundation for a decisive weapon against the Demon King. He immediately ordered a private jet to be prepared, his tone full of excitement. "Let's go to England." Without hesitation, Han Ji-hyuk flew straight to England to claim the corpse of that SS rank monster. Naturally, the English were wary of his sudden appearance. An armored warrior stepped forward, declaring resolutely, "We discovered this gate, so we have priority in clearing it." Han Ji-hyuk chuckled, waving his hand reassuringly, his tone casual. "Hey, I don't care about clearing the gate. I just want to buy the monster's corpse." He asked the armored soldiers if they usually divided spoils based on contribution. The armored man confirmed that was correct. Han Ji-hyuk suggested that instead of troublesome sharing, they should sell everything to him and split the cash. The armored man seemed a bit hesitant, explaining that they intended to use the spoils to craft new equipment. Han Ji-hyuk winked mischievously, holding up 2 fingers, declaring, "Double!" He promised to pay double the estimated value of the spoils, and if they delivered the monster's corpse intact, he would pay triple. The armored man was utterly surprised, stammering, "Well then." And so, with the power of money, Han Ji-hyuk easily acquired the corpse of the giant monster, an SS rank Ultra Bear. Han Ji-hyuk smiled confidently, hands clasped together, declaring that the materials needed to be preserved in the best condition to easily create a powerful undead. Then, he asked if they should start crafting now. And so, Chairman Han plunged into the relentless work of crafting, day after day, even for weeks. The young man couldn't do a half-hearted job, because he was planning to create a decisive weapon for the final battle against the Demon King. To do that, Han Ji-hyuk spared no expense, investing to the point of almost draining the entire bank account of Saron Corporation. He sighed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Finally, the result was, Han Ji-hyuk smiled contentedly, declaring, "It's done." A colossal ultra bear, with fiery purple eyes, sharp horns, and keen claws, stood towering there, larger than the young man himself. Han Ji-hyuk looked at his achievement, grinning. "Just throw enough money at it, and it gets the job done." He explained that at Saron, something like this would take at least a few years to craft. Although it cost a lot of money, doing it much faster meant it wasn't a loss. Now, Chairman Han had 2 decisive weapons for the final battle against the Demon King. A muscular meat golem ver 2.0.0 and the colossal ultra bear. But there was a problem. Saron Corporation had created a total of 5 such monsters. Excluding the meat golem he had recovered, there were still 4 others out there. Han Ji-hyuk frowned worriedly, muttering to himself, "If the Demon King mobilizes all the remaining decisive weapons and the undead army, I'll lose." He decided, "It's best if I sell all my Saron shares and borrow the largest possible amount of money." After that, Han Ji-hyuk scraped together every last penny and bought all the bones he could find. As a result, bone prices skyrocketed. Rumors began to spread that Saron was definitely planning a new business venture, attracting a lot of media attention, with 2 presenters discussing it animatedly. From high-level undead to weaker but cost-effective types, Han Ji-hyuk focused solely on creating more undead. He built a formidable skeleton army. The location for his new base, of course, was Saran Island, an island with modern buildings and its own harbor. Because the Demon King had sent a threatening letter, Han Ji-hyuk had no other choice, as he didn't know when a large-scale invasion might occur. Even if he lost the battle against the Demon King, this isolated island would help him buy time. The young man stood on the beach, his gaze resolute. And so, he spent the entire day creating his undead army, just waiting for a gate to appear. Han Ji-hyuk meditated, holding a blue energy orb in his hands. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Sensing a familiar energy, Ji-hyuk exclaimed, "This feeling! It's a gate!" He immediately soared into the air, heading towards the newly appeared gate. Han Ji-hyuk squinted into the distance, his expression serious. A giant teleportation gate had opened, and from it, a massive undead army was pouring out, ready for battle. He looked at the approaching army, his gaze sharp, wondering, has he finally arrived? Han Ji-hyuk stood facing the formidable undead army, including the colossal Ultra Bear and Meat Golem Ver 2.0.0, along with a Horned Skeleton General, and declared with a determined expression, "All right, let's have a proper fight." He looked past the ranks of undead, lined up neatly before a glowing teleportation gate, adding, "It would be great if you showed your face this time." The young man raised his hand forward, his face full of rage, and roared, "Die, all of you!" Shattered armor pieces were scattered on the ground, showing the aftermath of a fierce battle. Han Ji-hyuk stood amidst the devastated battlefield, looking up at the clear blue sky, where tiny black specks were disappearing. He frowned, his eyes full of surprise and doubt, wondering, "Is that all?" An old glowing piece of paper floated in midair. Han Ji-hyuk held the piece of paper in his hand, his face still puzzled, and read the message. "This is just the beginning. Wait for what's next, Necromancer." A scar was clearly visible on his cheek, revealing the rising tension and anger. The mysterious piece of paper floated up again, spinning in the air, like a challenge. The young man lunged forward, his face flushed with anger, and yelled, "What beginning? Just send more! I'll smash every single one of them!" But half a year passed, and nothing had changed. Han Ji-hyuk stood before another teleportation gate, his expression calm, but the narration revealed that the undead army had only appeared 3 times during that period. Each time they appeared, he was ready for battle, but the enemies were merely weak cannon fodder, and the pieces of paper they left behind all contained the same boring message. The young man sighed wearily, his face clearly showing frustration. He slumped on the table, his voice weak. "If your plan is to wear me out until I'm completely drained, then it's working." A brilliant blue energy rift tore through space. Han Ji-hyuk frowned, looking at a newly appeared teleportation gate, and sighed. Sigh. Another gate. He told himself he couldn't ignore it. This time, the teleportation gate looked more normal, but Han Ji-hyuk still cautiously approached. The young man walked decisively towards the gate, wondering, is it monsters or undead? He stood before the teleportation gate, his gaze cold and sharp, ready to face whatever awaited him. Inside the gate, a vast space with ancient architecture appeared, and a powerful blue energy surge was burning at the center. Han Ji-hyuk squinted, exclaiming in surprise,
Don't tell me!
A long-haired, black-haired man with a muscular build, shirtless and wearing only a tattered cloak, floated in midair with glowing red eyes staring at him.